Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. Welcome to today's event hosted in association with Council for Geoscience, Women in Mining South Africa, South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions, SAIMMYPC, the Young Professionals Council, and the GSSA Young Geoscience Professionals Division, and of course the GSSA as a whole. Sorry for that mouthful, but yes, these events come together with the help of everyone involved. All right, so the purpose of today is to go through our essential skills. Last year we got in a bit of a debate just because we were calling our event a soft skills event, and it was decided that these aren't actually soft skills; they should be called essential skills, as they are essential to all of our daily working lives. And these are the things that they don't teach you in university. University teaches us how to understand the rocks, interpret the data, and solve geological problems. But what about everything else? So today we're going to focus on the skills you don't necessarily learn at university, but you quickly discover you need in the real world, in the workplace. I will go through the agenda just before we start, but we're going to go through building relationships, working in teams, navigating workplace dynamics, using new technologies, and developing your career outside of your technical knowledge. So yeah, this event is about looking beyond your technical side and exploring the practical skills that help you become a more confident, effective, and well-rounded professional. So today's session is part of our wider 2026 events calendar. You can see we're almost pretty much smack bang in the middle of it. We just came off the AGM mid-July, and we've got a number of upcoming courses that might be of interest to you. So please check out the GSSA website and see more information about these events coming up. All right, so before we do move on to our first speaker, I have a quick note from one of our sponsors, GeoExplore Store. We have Dennis Blewett on the line. I'm going to stop my screen sharing for you. Dennis?
First of all, thanks very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate that. I think this soft skills is an interesting idea. I think as a geologist myself, we've all been through that. We all end up discovering things that we never knew we would need to know. So yeah, that's a great one. A little bit about myself. I'm a geologist, ex-exploration geologist who got into sales, basically selling geological equipment. I've been doing this for 30 years. The company GeoExplore Store has been in operation now about 17. We sell a range of geological equipment, and that can be from your field gear that a geologist might need, right through to sampling gear, core trays, you name it. If you're a geologist in the field on a mine, we can probably help you with your gear. We've got a website. There is a catalog. If there are any questions, you can get hold of us through the website. We're based in Johannesburg. We have a shop, so you're welcome to swing past and have a look at the toy store. If you're out there in the field through Africa, you can get hold of us. And one of our support policies is we try and get stuff to you. So wherever you are in the field, we try and fly stuff, road stuff, sea stuff, wherever you are. So keep that in mind as well. You can contact us, give us a wish list, and we will try and get it to you, or as close as we can. Sometimes it's to an airport, but that's the idea. We do have distributors in Africa as well, so sometimes it's better to try and support local. So if you're situated in places like Namibia, Botswana, for example, there is a local distributor, and you can contact them and they will be able to support you with our gear, but local. So keep that in mind as well, and reach out. If you're not sure, you can chat to us, or it's on our website. Our distributors are listed there. I made some notes here. I don't think this is going to be a long chat. I just wanted to give you guys an overview. Yeah, we have a system where our quotes are answered in 24 hours. So you will see that. So if you send us an inquiry, you will get an inquiry pretty fast. Okay, and that's very important to us because sometimes you guys are about to go into the field, about to go underground. Time is critical. So we've got you. All right. So just keep that in mind. That's my very quick overview of GeoExplore Store. If there are any questions, like I say, send us an email. All our details are on the website, and we'll see if we can help you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dennis. I can also personally attest to your services. And I know I've seen many names on the call here who have definitely used your products before and your services. So thank you very much for that, Dennis, and thank you for supporting the geological community. Okay, so we are going to get stuck into our jam-packed program today. On that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. We have Gary Lane, who is the president of the SAIMM currently, and he will be taking us through networking and building professional relationships. So over to you, Gary.
Great. Thank you very much, Nathan, and thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be collaborating with the GSSA. So good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you very much to the GSSA for this opportunity. Looking at I think over 100 delegates, I see people at every stage of their professional journey. I recognize some of the names. I quickly went through them. So we have students taking their first steps to experienced leaders who have spent decades shaping our industry. Although our careers may be very different, I suspect we've all asked ourselves probably the same question at some point. How do I build my professional network? When I was invited to speak on this discussion, it prompted me to reflect on my own career and the advice I'd received when I first entered the mining industry myself. This year marks a significant milestone for me. It has been almost 35 years since I graduated from University of Witwatersrand in 1990 and began my career. Like many graduates, I thought I had a fairly clear picture of what success would look like. I believe that if I worked hard, developed strong technical skills, and perhaps had a little luck along the way, everything else would naturally fall into place. I wonder how many people in this room, on this call, believed exactly the same thing when they started their careers. 35 years later, I realized I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't completely right. Over those years, I've had the privilege of working on mines, leading projects and building businesses, and more recently, serving our profession through the organizations such as the SAIMM. When I look back today, I realize that many of the opportunities that shaped my career didn't come from submitting a CV, earning a promotion, or even delivering a successful project. They came through people, through conversations, through trust that had been built over many years. As I prepared today, I thought about the advice we often give young professionals. Attend conferences, meet new people, grow your networks. That is all good advice, but I think it misses something much more fundamental. I think we've been asking the wrong question. Instead of asking how do I build my professional networks, but perhaps we should be asking, how do I become someone that other people genuinely want to build a professional relationship with? Because networking is not about collecting contacts. It is about, sorry, I was going to change my slide. It is about becoming someone who creates value, earns trust, contributes meaningfully, and is remembered along the way after the meeting, conference, or the project has ended. The network is not the objective. It is the outcome. So this morning, rather than giving you a list of networking tips, I'd like to share a few moments from my own career that shaped the way I think about the professional relationships. Not because I expect your career to look like mine. It won't. Every one of us will follow a different path. But I do believe that throughout our careers, we all make a series of investments. Investments in ourselves, investments in relationships, investments in ideas, and ultimately, investments in your profession. Those investments shape the professional relationships we build, the opportunities we create, and ultimately the legacy we leave behind. Over the years, I've come to believe there are 4 investments that have shaped my career and the professional relationships I've built. Today, I'd like to share those 4 investments with you. The first is the investment we make in ourselves. If building a meaningful professional relationship doesn't begin with networking, where does it actually begin? I believe it begins with the most important investment we ever make, the investment in ourselves. Sometimes I ask myself a simple question. If I could spend just 1 hour with the Gary who was graduating from WITS in 1990, what advice would I give him? It's an interesting question because experience is a way of changing our perspective. I don't think I'd tell him to work harder. Most professionals already work incredibly hard. I wouldn't tell him to chase promotions, and I certainly wouldn't tell him to focus on building a bigger network. I think I would simply say, spend your career becoming increasingly valuable. Because when I look back over 35 years, I realize careers don't grow because we became busier. They grow because we become more capable. Technical competence opens the first door, but it doesn't keep opening the doors. Over time, people begin to value us for much more than we know. They value our curiosity, our judgment, our integrity, our willingness to keep learning, our ability to solve difficult problems, our ability to work with others, and perhaps most importantly, our reputation for doing what we say we will do. Those qualities are not developed overnight. They are built one project, one conversation, one difficult decision, and one lesson at a time. Nobody wakes up one morning with 30 years of judgment. It's earned. Every challenge teaches us something. Every mistake makes us wiser if we're willing to learn from that mistake. Every mentor expands our perspective. Every book, every course, every difficult conversation is an investment in who we are becoming. And like every worthwhile investment, those returns compound over time. A university degree is an extraordinary achievement. It gives us the opportunity to begin. But from that point onwards, our future is increasingly shaped by the person we become rather than the qualification we hold. When I look at the people on this call, I admire most of our profession. They all seem to share one characteristic. They never stop learning. No matter how experienced they become, they remain curious. They ask questions, they seek different perspectives, and they're comfortable to say, I don't know, teach me. Ironically, those are often the people everyone wants to work with, not because they know everything, but because they are always willing to grow. So perhaps the first question we should ask ourselves isn't, who should I get to know? But perhaps it is, who am I becoming? Because every investment you make in your own capability increases the value you create for other people, and creating value is where meaningful professional relationships begin. So let me leave you with this question. What are you investing in today that your future self will thank you for? Because investing in yourself is where the journey begins, but capability on its own is still not enough. People also need to trust it, and that's where the second investment begins. If the first investment is becoming someone worth knowing, the second is building relationships worth keeping. Because I've come to believe that network isn't really about meeting more people. It's about earning the trust of the people you meet. Let me ask you a question. How many people here have made more than 500 LinkedIn connections? Perhaps some of you have more than 1,000, maybe several thousand. Now, let me ask a different question. How many of those people could you phone tonight if you genuinely needed advice, or if you were facing one of the biggest decisions in your career? Most of us immediately recognize the difference. Connections are easy to collect. Trust takes years to earn. Like every worthwhile investment, it compounds over time. When I graduated from WITS in 1990, my classmates were simply fellow students. None of us had any idea where our careers would take us. We didn't know who would become mine managers, CEOs, technical specialists, entrepreneurs, or leaders of professional institutes. We were simply trying to pass exams and complete assignments on time. 35 years later, many of those classmates remain trusted colleagues and lifelong friends, not because we deliberately set out to network, but we learned together, worked together, supported one another, solved problems together, and over time, we built trust. Looking around on this call, I wonder how many people sitting beside you may still be part of your professional life 30 years from now. You don't know, just as we didn't know, which is why every conversation matters, every collaboration matters, every opportunity to help someone will matter, because you aren't simply meeting people, you're building relationships that may shape your career for decades. I was reminded this very recently at the WIMSA symposium last week. After the formal program had ended, I stayed for the networking session. There were more than 100 remarkable women leaders from across our industry. As far as I could tell, there were only 2 men in the room, me and one other gentleman. And some of the most valuable learnings came from the entire symposium. Some of the most valuable learnings from the entire symposium happened after the presentations had finished. Not because somebody was standing behind the podium, but because people were talking openly, sharing experiences, listening carefully, learning from perspective different from their own. It reminded me that some of the most valuable professional relationships are really built inside the conference auditorium. They're built over coffee, around a dinner table, walking between sessions, or simply by asking someone, tell me about your experience. Sometimes the most valuable conversation is the one you almost didn't have, because trust grows when people feel heard, when we listen more than we speak, when we help before we are asked. When we keep our promises, when we're genuinely interested in other people. When I look back over my career, I don't remember the size of my network. I remember the people, their faces, their names, the mentors who challenged me, the colleagues who believed in me, the friends who gave honest advice when I needed it most. Those are the relationships that shape my career. So let me leave you with another question. What conversations are you choosing not to have? Because sometimes the conversations you almost walked away with becomes the relationship that changed your career. As those relationships deepen, sometimes something else begins to happen. People don't just know you, they begin to know you, how you think. If meaningful professional relationships are built through trust, they deepen when people begin to understand how you think. One of the biggest privileges of my career have been learning from people who were willing to share their knowledge. Engineers explained not only what they were doing, but why they were doing it. Mentors who challenged my assumptions. Colleagues who weren't afraid to disagree with me. Authors who wrote technical papers that completely changed the way I looked at a problem. Every one of those people shaped my thinking because they were prepared to share their ideas. That has shaped the way I approach my own professional life. People sometimes ask me why I spend time writing articles, publishing papers, or sharing posts on LinkedIn. The answer is simple. It isn't to impress people, it's to improve my own thinking. Because when you write, you're forced to organize your thoughts. When you publish, you invite others to challenge your assumptions. And when you share ideas, someone will inevitably see something you've missed. That's not criticism, that's learning. That's how ideas evolve, and that's how we become better professionals. Every idea we share becomes another investment in the people around us. One of the things I value most about our profession is that we don't advance through individuals working in isolation. We advance because people are willing to share what they've learned through technical papers, through conferences, through mentoring, through asking thoughtful questions, and sometimes simply by saying, this worked for me, what do you think? I've learned that some of the strongest professional relationships begin with intellectual curiosity, not because we agree with one another, but because we're prepared to learn from one another. So my encouragement to you is this: read widely, attend conferences, ask thoughtful questions, share what you've learned, write when you have something worth saying. Don't wait until you think you're the world's leading expert. Our profession needs thoughtful contributors at every stage of your careers. If something I've shared this morning resonates with you, I genuinely enjoy the continuing conversation. Please introduce yourself on LinkedIn or connect to me on LinkedIn, not simply to add another connection, but to exchange ideas, challenge my thinking, share your own experiences, tell me where you disagree with me, because that's often where the real learnings begin. So let me leave you with another question. What ideas are people beginning to associate with you? Because over time, people don't simply remember what you did. They remember what you contributed, and eventually those contributions become something much bigger than individual relationships. They become part of the profession itself. And that brings me to the final investment. So far this morning, we've now been exploring the three investments: investing in yourself, investing in relationships, investing ideas. But I believe there's one final investment that transforms a successful career into a meaningful one. The investment we make in strengthening our profession. Because in the end, I don't believe the strongest professional relationships are built through networking. They're built by working together to make our profession better. Let me give you a recent example. This week has reminded me why I love this profession. Today I'm speaking with you about networking and professional relationships. Tomorrow I'm opening the Critical Minerals Conference, presenting a technical paper and participating on a panel discussion about railway corridors as an enabler of South Africa's minerals future. When people hear that, they often say, you must be incredibly busy. And that's right. But that's not how I see it. I don't see busyness. I see opportunity. An opportunity to learn, an opportunity to contribute, to bring people together, to help shape conversations that matter. Because every one of those activities is really about the same thing: investing in the future of our profession. Some investments generate financial returns for us. Others generate professional returns that last a decade. Look back. I've now spent more than 30 years volunteering through the SIOM. Nobody asked me to. Nobody expected me to. Nobody paid me. It started simply by volunteering at the first PGM conference, serving on the committee, mentoring young professionals, and over time accepting greater responsibility. At the time, I never thought of those activities as career investments. I simply thought they were opportunities to give something back to the profession that had already given so much to me. So look back now. I realized they became one of the most rewarding parts of my career, not because of the positions I held, not because of the recognition, not because of the people I met, the friendships I built, the ideas I encountered, the lessons I learned, and the opportunity to contribute to something much bigger than myself. That has taught me something important. Every one of us benefits from the investment of those who came before us. Someone taught us, someone mentored us, someone opened a door, someone answered questions, someone believed in our potential before we fully understood ourselves. None of us arrives here alone. We all stand on the shoulders of others, and that means every generation has a responsibility, not simply to enjoy the profession we inherited, but to leave it stronger than we found it. Because stewardship isn't a position, it isn't a title, it isn't even a mindset. It's choosing to ask, how can I make this profession better because I was part of it? At some point in your own careers, you'll face that choice. Will you simply work in this profession, or will you help build the profession? They are not the same thing. The first builds a career. The second leaves a legacy. And I found that the people who choose to contribute always build the strongest and most enduring professional relationships of all. Because when people work together in service of something bigger than themselves, trust grows, respect grows, friendships grow, communities grow, and ultimately the profession will grow. When you look back on your own career one day, I hope you'll be able to ask, I didn't just benefit from this profession. I helped strengthen it for the people who came after me. Because when capability, trust, relationships, and ideas come together, they become contribution. And contribution is where everything we've spoken about this morning finally comes together. As I said at the beginning, this was never really a talk about networking. It has been a conversation about the journey of becoming the kind of professional that others genuinely want to build a relationship with. Before we finish, I'd like to leave you with something practical. This isn't another presentation slide. It's a simple roadmap that captures the journey we've explored now over the last 20 minutes. If you find it useful, take a photograph, email or message me on LinkedIn. I'll forward it through to you. Come back to it from time to time. Don't feel that you need to do everything at once. Just take the first step. Maybe your first step is updating your LinkedIn profile, or attending your first industry conference, or introducing yourself to someone you don't know, or find a mentor, or sharing what you're learning, or volunteering your time in the GSSA, or simply asking better questions. Those may seem like small actions, but careers are really shaped by one defining moment. They're shaped by thousands of small decisions made consistently over many years. One conversation, one relationship, one idea, one act of contribution. Like every worthwhile investment, those actions compound over time. Every one of us will have a different journey, different opportunities, different challenges, different successes. But I believe every one of us will face remarkably similar choices. Will we keep learning? Will we build relationship based on trust? Will we share ideas that help others grow? Will we contribute to something bigger than ourselves? Will we leave our profession stronger than we found it? When I look back over the past 30 years, I don't remember the projects. I remember the people, the mentors who challenged me, the colleagues who trusted me, the friends who gave me sound advice, the students and young professionals I had the privilege of mentoring, many of whom are now becoming leaders in our profession, and the conversations that changed the way I think. Those are the moments that have stayed with me, because projects build careers, but professional relationships give those careers meaning. So if I could leave you with one final thought today, it would simply be this. Don't spend your career trying to build a network. Spend your career becoming someone that others genuinely want to build a professional relationship with. Become someone who's trusted, someone who keeps learning, someone who shares ideas generously, someone who helps others succeed, someone who contributes more than they consume, someone who leaves the profession stronger than they found it, because the network is not the objective, it's the outcome. If you choose to invest in yourself, to invest in relationships, to invest in ideas, and to invest in your profession, you won't simply build a successful career. You'll build a career that matters. One day, people probably won't remember how many conferences you attended, how many LinkedIn connections you have, or even every project delivered, but they will remember how you made them feel, how you made them grow, how you challenged them to think differently, how you encouraged them when they needed it most, and how your presence made our profession better. Because in the end, your career won't be remembered for the network you built. It will be remembered for the people who became better, because you were part of their journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Are there any questions for Gary? We have a couple of minutes for him. Go for it, Steph.
Hi, Gary. Thanks so much for a great talk. So I'm from WITS, and lecturing students, I think that was great advice that you've given them. And I mean, because you said you were at WITS in 1990.
I was in 1990, eh?
1990.
That's right, many years ago.
Yes. And I mean, I think you and I, the older generation, often say, oh, this younger generation's not like we used to be. But I mean, I'm blown away by the younger generation. I just think they've got their priorities right some of the time. Well, most of the times, they really, sometimes the schooling system fails them, especially by the time they get to WITS, and we've got to help pick up the pieces. But I mean, are you seeing have you seen a change in the graduates coming through into industry that just starting to get their priorities, that like you said, it's not just about what you're learning, it's about these other skills as well, or we need to do more of that at varsity to get that as a priority for them? Because as Natalie said, we don't teach it at WITS, and we really should do more, but our student groups are trying to do more of that.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a really good question, Stephanie. I don't think we're doing enough. I mean, I think as industry leaders, we should be doing more to be mentoring and talking to our students. I mean, I didn't know this stuff and I didn't learn it. I've got the benefit now of 30 years. So over the last 9 months, I've had the privilege of talking to probably about 2,000 students. I haven't come through to geology, but I've spoken to metallurgy and mining.
Well, great.
But I think as industry leaders, we need to go and speak to our fourth and third years. I mean, in some instances, I mean, the questions were so insightful. They didn't know what they didn't know. They have no idea of what they were stepping into. And I took with me some of the CEOs of some of the mining houses. And I mean, I feel like in some instances, we changed some of the students' lives in an hour and a half because of the conversation with the CEO of a mining company.
Wow.
So I think we can do more. And my appeal is to industry leaders to go and get hold of the universities and go and talk to students.
Yes,
Yeah.
and completely. I mean, we are busy lecturing. Also, academics, we live in our little bubble, and we need industry to come in because we can't tell them about stuff that we're not working in that space. So anybody who's keen, please let us know. And thank you, Gary, for doing it.
All right, brilliant. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you so much for that question, Stephanie. And thank you again, Gary. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Curtis, who is going to be taking over the rest of this session as the chair. So over to you, Curtis. Thanks very much.
Morning, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me well. Our next speaker is Graham Duncan. He's the General Manager of Mineron Consulting with a solid grounding in exploration across Africa and the Middle East. Graham is an experienced resource geologist with a proven track record in the mining and metals industry. He's a skilled mineral resource estimator, 3D geological modeler, and a competent person. Graham holds a BSc Honours in Geology from the University of Johannesburg and has completed numerous courses and postgraduate degrees and specialized courses. He's a registered professional natural scientist with SACNAPS and is a member of the GSSA and the SAIMM. Please help me welcome Graham, guys.
Okay, so basically the title of the discussion that I'm going to be focused on links very nicely to what Gary was discussing earlier. It's now, what can you do? So how can you build your brand, your professional brand for your career? That's just a general disclaimer. You know, this was actually made by a human, not by AI. So who knows what's in this presentation? Maybe we don't trust everything. I'm the general manager of Mineron Consulting. So just in a brief overview, obviously our main objective as a consulting company in geology specifically is to try and unlock mineral resource value through geological excellence. And we're really going to focus on that geological excellence part through our discussion. Obviously, there's a host of services that we offer, but let's have a look at what you can do to build that brand and how it links to geological excellence. So what I'm going to discuss this morning is basically questions. We're going to look at the questions. We're going to say, what is your brand? What is your professional brand? Why should you care about it? Who does this involve? How should you do it? When should it be done? And then what's some actions that you can take from after this presentation. But I thought, actually, to start, I want to give you an example. So let's have a look at a discussion that's very relevant in the industry today, geometallurgy. So what is geometallurgy? Geometallurgy, very simply, and just forgive me for the diversion, you'll see how it links to the rest of the theme, but geometallurgy is essentially when we're taking a whole bunch of disciplines in geology, from the geology, understanding the rocks, to the metallurgy, understanding how it's going to get processed, to the plant design, how that impacts on the mining, the environmental, the project economics, and we're taking all these factors and pulling them all together instead of letting them stay in individual silos. As an example of how you would do this, let's have a look at a VMS deposit, for example. So here's a classic model you would have seen at varsity, classic VMS style deposit. You've got black smokers, lots of thermal fluids moving around. You've got some precipitation of some valuable metals, zinc, copper, gold, whatever it may be. Nice fluid-rich environment. In that environment, you know you're going to get a lot of variation in your lithologies. You're going to get a lot happening on the chemistry. You can get a lot happening on the mineral. So you start looking at the rocks. What do you see? Classic example, you see tips, you see ignimbrites, you see sills, you see rhyolites, you see andesites. Big variety in the lithologies. On the mineralization side, also a lot of variety. You've got sulfides, you've got oxides, you've got primary sulfides, you've got all your gangue minerals. So you start looking at those to try and understand them. You do a bit of mineralogy. You do some thin sections, you start understanding the textures, you see it's complex intergrowth. You decide, all right, well, I need to understand this a bit better, so I'm going to look at some modal mineralogy.
get a feel for the proportions of all the different minerals that you've got going on. You now have an idea of what's happening on a mineral. You need to tie that to what's happening on a deposit scale. So you look at the region of the structures and you say, all right, this is the terrain I'm in. It's a compressional environment. I simplify that down. This is what I'm seeing on site. A little bit of faulting, I've got a core zone, I've got maybe some differentiation of the commodities that I'm looking at. We take all of that and we want to see what it looks like in 3D. So we build a 3D model, all of that. And we have our geological model. And then we start looking at how does this geological model change as we take sections through it, and we start seeing that variation in the geology. Then we say, okay, if I know what the geology is doing, how does that now impact all the different areas? So I don't just have an ore zone, I have a zinc ore zone, a copper ore zone. I don't just have the zinc or copper, I have an oxide, a transitional, a sulfide. I have supergene enrichment in some areas. I have hypergene in others. So we start getting all these parameters start playing a role, and you realize, okay, Nick, if we're going to process this, we need to understand the chemistry. So we come a little bit more into the chemistry, and we start seeing how the chemistry plays a role in the mineralogy, how it plays a role, and it links to the deposit. We start seeing how can we differentiate that? Can we model different areas differently? And once you have a feeling for all of that, we start to do the actual geometallurgy. We tie it all together. We've got mineral understanding. We know where the minerals are sitting in 3D space. We understand the grades because we've estimated them. We've got that in a block model. We've got that in 3D space. We understand the lithologies, the alteration, the structures, all of that. And so we tie all of that together into a metallurgical model. And now we're at a position where we can start making some very informed decisions. So you asked me, Graham, what on earth does all of that technical stuff have to do with building my professional brand? Well, the reality is, I gave you a small example of it now, is what your professional brand could be. What did you learn from what we just showed you? I could have started my presentation by saying, hi, I'm Graham. I'm a University of Johannesburg ex-round graduate, I'm a principal geologist. All that information that was read out in my free bio that was discussed there, I could have run through that. But to be honest, would you have remembered any of that information? Probably not. Maybe one or two little things, and in a day's time, you would have forgotten all of that. You probably would have remembered maybe the name, face, because humans are a little bit better at doing that, but you wouldn't have remembered much else. And so what you just experienced on a small level is that technical excellence I spoke about. Gary even touched on it as well. I'm sure many of our speakers will highlight a similar theme, is that you and your brand is all about what you present, how you present it, and people start forming a picture of who you are. So hopefully at the end of this, you may think, Minrom, Graham, geometallurgy. If I've got those three things across, it's not all we do. You saw we had tons of services, and not all I've ever done. But that's this type of feeling you will have. You'll think of some of those images and you'll think, oh, maybe those look quite good. And that's the type of brand that you can get across to other people, and that gets associated with you. So diving into it a little bit on a personal level, let's start discussing what you can do. So let's understand the concept of a brand. So I've got an example here. These are brands that we know quite well. So if we have a look there, we see, okay, we have Apple, they're associated with innovation. Rolex, that's prestige. We see them all at the fancy events. Toyota, car brands we know well, reliability. So each of these brands has done a lot of work for us to be able to, just in one thought, one quick action, be able to think that one thing associated with them. So I said there, which of these isn't a brand? Well, I'll make it easy for you. Which one of these isn't a brand? You probably look at that person there, a good friend of mine, and say, oh, that's not a brand. But reality is, this friend of mine, he likes to be associated with this brand. That's who he'd like to be, a business professional. So the question is, when you look at that, when people look at you, what are they seeing? What is the brand associated with you as a person? Now, the main message I want you to take away is that you can be, and you are, the CEO, in a sense, of your own career. It doesn't matter if you're a student, you're a consultant, you're a general manager, your reputation is your asset. And so that's really what a brand is. A brand is when you take some kind of visual identity, you had a promise to that,
what it's associated with, and then how people experience that problem. So it doesn't help that you say you're an expert in something, but then you know very little about it. And when people actually discuss it, they realize, pretty poor customer experience in a sense, in that they see that you don't really understand. So why is that particularly important for a geologist to build your professional brand? Well, unfortunately, as geologists, we are fighting a little bit of a historical battle. Unlike what Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory, we are not the Kardashians of science, but people do view us a little bit that way, mostly because geology is a trust game. And we've got a little bit of a history of poor trust events. The most classic example is one I'm sure you've heard of, the Briac scandal that happened in the 90s. And it was really a marking turning point. It's why we have all the codes that we have, JORC and NI 483 and all these professional codes, because essentially, as a geologist, people were supposed to be trusting you. But this event showed that individuals on a personal basis is actually where that trust is lying. And so we, as geologists, as geological professionals, as those in geoscience, want to be identified as a trusted partner in whatever work we are working on. When we say we, who am I talking about? I'm talking about you. I'm talking about myself. All of us individually need to take up that mantle. So we can start by saying, we said it's important because who we are as the most important asset we take forward in our lives, the career that we're building, is a name attached to ourselves. And so we want to start moving beyond just Graham the geologist, Stephen the geologist. We want to be known for something. So what is it that you want to be known for? Well, it's selling. We can say, how can we start developing this? And I like to call them the 4 C's of personal branding. It is very similar to in marketing. The brand marketers speak about branding in a similar way. And essentially what we want to focus on is you need to ask yourself some questions. You need to first clarify who you are. So that little picture on the right there called Ikigai, that is a very nice illustration of trying to identify who you are. Clarity of your strengths, your weaknesses, what do you stand for? Once you understand that, you can start developing your personal consistency. That little image at the bottom there, black, or the middle there, black, shows that you need to keep consistently stick to the theme, the clarity that you've now identified as your personal brand. And the more you do it, the easier it will become. You need to see in what context are you putting your brand out there. And essentially the context is everywhere. Every interaction that you have is a representation of your personal brand. Whether it's a report that you're writing, it's an industry event, it's a case study, whatever it is, day-to-day work, that is how you continually get content of your brand out into the world and people start identifying with you. And that links to the last one, communication. So communication in this world of 10,000 bits of information being thrown at us through 5,000 apps, through all our emails, through all of these different things. We want to make sure that our message, who we are, what we stand for, comes across clearly through all those avenues. So how does that look like particularly for you as a geologist? Well, I gave some little personas together here that just to get your thoughts going on who you could be. So as you progress through your career, maybe it changes, and it's okay. But just start getting an idea of what it is you want to stand for. So maybe you want to be the drilling expert. You want to know exactly how to manage, optimize, explore. You want to understand everything around the drilling project. That could be it. That could be the brand that you start off identifying yourself with. Maybe you're the guy who comes in, there's a problem, there's an issue. You're the guy who sorts that out from a technical perspective. You know how to look through the data, update the law. Maybe you're more strategic. Maybe you have the experience. You want to be associated with the executive level, a team leader. You want to be able to be helping mentor other geologists, helping direct them on what they want to do. Maybe you want to be the problem solver. You're the guy who comes in and, in a typical due diligence, you run through all the aspects and you find here's where a problem is. This is what we solve. Maybe your expertise is going to be something along the lines of opportunity. It's very easy to shoot down projects, to find fault with other people's work. Maybe you want to be the guy who finds hidden opportunities and ways to unlock that in projects on a geological, technical side. Or maybe you want to be the CP. You want to be the guy who signs off on the documents. You want to be the one who takes all that responsibility along the way and everything that comes with that. What is the brand that you are trying to identify with yourself? Yes, so these are just some of many, many examples. I encourage you to start thinking about what you need to do. And that links us to what action. How do we do it? Well, basically, as Gary said, this is an ongoing thing. This is something what starts very early as well. It's not a case of you're bragging about who you are and what you've done. It's a case of informing people, getting them to see you in that context. And the best way, and I 100% agree with what was mentioned about earlier, and I think it will be a very constant theme that will come out, is that it takes a bit of action on our part, and the earlier that you do it, the better. So stop just being that sort of passive scroller on LinkedIn, Facebook, or wherever it is that you're reading or looking at geological societies in action, but start getting involved. Whether it's volunteering to be part of the GSSA in some aspect, volunteering to help with GSSA, with the SIMM, with SATNAS, wherever it is, see where you can be of assistance. Second thing you can do, ask better questions. And what we mean by that is ask questions. It's not a case of you trying to give unsolicited advice, but it's ask questions so that you can understand. You want to keep learning. You want to make sure you understand the problem, you understand the context, then you can see what you can add to it. And that brings us to the last thing that you can do in the building credibility of your brand is also help. See how you can assist. People don't really remember all the list of services and things that you've done or can do and the things that you put forward. What they remember is the person to help them. So be the guy who helps people. Be the person who can get involved, and you will learn through that process as well. And you will get a lot of opportunities in your career just by being helpful, adding what you can to help solve problems. And there's a couple of forums we can do that. This is an excellent one, but I just put up a few organizations and societies where you can start getting involved. So we know the GSSA has a student chapter. LinkedIn is an excellent platform where you can start engaging in different groups. Many of us, maybe you didn't know, but there's different branches of the GSSA. So get involved in your local one as well as the overall society and organization. Council for Geoscience, WIMSA, Young Professionals, Society of Economic Geologists. There's many avenues. These are just some where you can start getting. So the question is when do we do it? You start as soon as you can. Right. So this is an example of an electrician. So which one of these two electricians do you want to be associated with? You see, both of them work. They still provide power. They're still a nice little, I don't know, nice, but they're still a DB board, a distribution board of some sort. They both work. In every little bit of work that you do, it can achieve the objective. But the question is, what type of brand do you want to be associated? Do you want to be the guy who just did stuff as quick as possible? You managed to achieve something. But do you want to be associated with the person who did it? They did it well. They did it organized. They did it in a reputable manner. And that's really the type of questions you need to ask yourself, because the reality is, as geologists, there is always one report that you wrote. There's an image somewhere that you left. There's a number that you put in a report. You told them there could be between 3 and 5 million tons. They remember that now. People remember these things. And so don't think that just because you did it once and it was a quick job, it's not going to be remembered. That is part of your reputation. That is part of your legacy. And most important, that is part of the brand that you are trying to be associated with. So in the back of your minds, keep thinking, what is the visual identity that I want to be associated with? What is the promise that I want to be consistent in delivering? I mean, how will people experience that? That is how you will be able to build your professional brand. So what do you need to do next? Well, I'd encourage you, while we have a question and answer discussion, if there's any questions for me now, that brings my presentation to a close. But if they have any questions, while we're thinking, just think about what for yourself. What are 3 traits that you want to be associated with? And if you do that right now, from this talk onward, you can start identifying what brand you want to be, your professional brand. Start building around that. Remember, spoke about that concept of ikigai, which is it's just essentially where you start tying together what can you do? What are you good at? What does the world need? What problems need to be solved? How are we going to do it? And all of these things, if you can find the perfect intersection of all of those things, you have achieved what is called ikigai, and you'll be able to achieve something that will continually bring you joy as well as be exceptionally valuable to the rest of the industry and the world. So think about that now. And I don't know if there's any questions that you would like to ask about this concept.
I have a question. I think, okay, what would you tell your younger you, as a first graduate, when you just graduated, right now, what would you tell your younger you then when you just finish your honors degree?
Don't be afraid to do more in my youth. And what I mean by that is, I think sometimes when we're graduating, we're focusing on maybe money or where we want to be or what we want. But really at the start of your career is a golden opportunity for you to get experience that is a little bit more difficult later in your life. So, if you want to settle down and have a family, it's very difficult to be stuck in the bush, jumping from project to project. And, that experience is unique to the time maybe when you just graduated. So seize hold of that with two hands. Get as much experience in a short amount of time as possible. And, you are making sacrifices to do that, but it will be well worth it in your career. I think that's the advice I'd give myself. I definitely did it, but I could have done more. And I think I should have maybe just done a little bit more, getting that field exposure, diving into projects, particularly remote ones, which are maybe a bit more challenging, longer stints in places, things like that. I see Stephanie's also got a question on that side.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the talk. Just to say, we saw somebody posted in the chat. Wait, now I've lost it. Chilidzi said, would love to hear this presentation based on your own story. I mean, I think you shared a bit of it there. But also my question was mainly, it's quite easy maybe as a guy to go confidently in as a young professional. For those that are a bit more nervous, I mean, I know, and maybe a bit shyer, do you have any tips? I mean, I know LinkedIn is wonderful because then at least you've got a screen in front of you. But I mean, yeah, so just for example, we've got our geophysics conference in October and the students make a t-shirt. And I found that such a great opportunity to be like, sell the t-shirts, because then you've got to, how I buy my t-shirts. But just networking and building your brand is so daunting for shy people. Do you have any maybe tips for that you could suggest? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
No, actually, it's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked it. So I have a bit of personal experience with that as well from the colleagues and family as well. So I think the thing you forget is you tend to associate building a brand with a very strong, confident, vocal person. Yes. What I wanted to say in my presentation is that it's not about so much always what you say. It's about the consistency of the legacy of things that you do. So when you write a report, when you put together a presentation, when you write an email, let that be part of your brand. People will start associating all of that information with who you are. So basically, if you are maybe shy and not so confident in a public environment, that doesn't mean you can't build a professional brand. What it means is that obviously that's a growth area and we should always strive to push our boundaries a little bit, but it means that you can still focus on how you engage with others. Is that still consistent with the things I want to be identified with? And particularly, let all your, whatever it is that you do, be excellent quality. Then you will be associated with quality. If your emails are always detailed, if your information is always there, you don't just throw emails around one-liners and people don't know what's going on. That's what they'll associate you with. But if you give context, you structure things nicely, that's what they will associate you with.
Wow. No, that's very good advice. Thank you. I will tell my students that.
All right. Thanks. Then we have two questions. The one from Patrick says, great work. And I'd like to know how you package your presentation, highlighting your business and experience. That's Patrick. And then the other one is from David. And he says, any advice on how to be an expert, I guess, in modeling? Some short courses, some training short courses that you can mention.
going in reverse. So if you want to get into modeling, resources, anything like that, my best advice for you is get into the field, because how on earth can you model something if you haven't seen that deposit or understood it? And I think it's a common, particularly with what I see with students coming out of university, everyone wants to be in modeling. They love using Leapfrog, click a few buttons here or there, build something. But modeling something of value is completely different to just being able to model something. And I love the modeling softwares. They're all very good. So I'm not saying that don't use them, but what I'm saying is you need to understand what you're building first. So if you want to be a good model, make sure you've got understanding of the deposits first and been in the field. That's actually the best advice I can give. After that, it's the case of just learning the software buttons that tell you create what you want, what you've seen in the field, and understand that deposit. We have a rule at Mineron that you cannot model a deposit unless you've gone to the site, unless you've seen the deposit, unless you've seen the core. How can you possibly make a good model if you haven't actually seen that information? So I would say that's my best advice. After that, it's a case of just learning the software. I don't think there's too many courses on that. But if you want to go into resources and start moving towards being a competent person, then I'd start looking at some maybe international courses and degrees would be a good idea.
They ask about which software do you use to prepare your presentation, actually, and are you?
That's helpful. I'm still old school. And like I said, this was made by humans for humans, so I still use PowerPoint. But you can do a lot. You could do a lot with the Excel, Microsoft Word. Yeah, just use that.
Thank you so much, Graham, for your presentation. It was really, really great. Also, I was a bit bummed you didn't slow down in the first bit. That first bit was very interesting. But I get your point, So you were rushing through that technical side. But what's important is the image that you leave with the people, even if that information sort of went over their head. I could see that you know your art very well, and that came across as your brand. So I understand your point getting through that. So I just wanted to say, I follow a lot of that philosophy as well, and how your brand's so important. And also building on Gary's presentation earlier, I was told when I graduated, or even before I graduated, make yourself indispensable. But so I followed that philosophy going up, doing extra courses, being present. I've been on the GSSA students committee, I was a student council member, and then I've been on the GSSA meetings committee for the rest of my career. So I've been very involved with the industry, as well as presenting at conferences and doing extra courses just to make sure that the work that I produce is high quality, etc. So I have been following that philosophy. And what I learned, and this is something I want to share with you guys, that I first started that was my goal. I wanted to become the best that I could be. And then after a while, I started really enjoying it. I started enjoying learning. I started enjoying seeing how much science there is out there. And it went from just wanting to be able to be the best to just thoroughly enjoying expanding my own knowledge and sharing that knowledge with my colleagues. So I have had such a fulfilling career up to now and carrying on. I'm still really enjoying it. I've established myself in my industry, and even with my colleagues, with my ex-colleagues, we all still connected and we all have very high respect for each other. So I've accomplished that. I've accomplished that brand. And now I so enjoy learning. So even if you start off and it's hard work to do these courses, it's hard work to go to conferences, especially if you are someone who isn't confident out in public. You have to put in even extra work to make yourself visible digitally through your emails, through the way you write your reports, etc. So it is a lot of hard work, but it will start to change later on in your industry. When you have that experience, it will start to become something that you just enjoy doing, you enjoy growing. So put in the hard work when you're young and know that it's not that it gets harder, that it gets more fun, it gets more interesting, and you see how your life expands. So yes, thank you, guys.
No, Humphrey, thanks for echoing similar sentiments. I agree very much. And just in case you're wondering, the reason I went through very quickly on the technical side was because I also just wanted to leave with people like a little bit hungry, like I want to know a little bit more. There was certainly just there. I didn't get enough time. You can contact me afterwards.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Cool.
Thanks
Great.
so much.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Sifiso Sueda. He is from ARM, Technical Mining Services. He is going to be speaking on reputation, power without noise. Sifiso, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Curtis. Good morning, everyone. Now that you've seen my face and what I look like, I'll just stop my video. I am not a deep fake, and this is not pre-recorded. So while I'm sharing, I worked with Curtis for about 2 years, and he knows very well how my sense of humor is. And so what you'll be seeing throughout a lot of this presentation, just to keep it lighthearted and fun, is a lot of rap quotes. Now, those who know me know I did rap at some point, or rather attempt to. That's where the alias Atmosphere, which I use a lot, comes from. So I will be quoting some of my favorite rapper quotes just to drive the message. Can you see that, Curtis? Yeah, super. All right, so yeah, the presentation, and it fits quite well with what Graham and Gary have been saying. Some of the things I'll touch on during this presentation. So it's essentially a reputation, power without noise. You have my bio there, so you can read it at your leisure. All right, so this is what I'll be going through. Like Gary, I'm going to a conference after this, albeit I'm not speaking, but why that's important, and also what Gary said as well. A lot of people like Curtis, Natalie, will be saying, yes, if you are very busy, you're always at conferences. And I'll jokingly say that's an overstated understatement. But like Gary said, it's because we love what we do, we want to give back, we want to continue learning. It doesn't mean we are the experts. It's the whole CPD, continuing professional development, which doesn't stop, all right? So this is what I'll be going through. What reputation is, reputation in mining, why it all matters, and then going a bit into the power without noise framework. I'll go into influence and authority, and more about professional reputation, ethics. And then I'll show some key people, industry leaders who have built a reputation. I'll go into EI and leadership. Those are all interrelated, and how you as a young geoscientist can develop influence early in your career. Some of the previous speakers have touched on that. And more importantly, the future geoscientist. While I'm here, just to thank Tolwana Mfugeng. She is on this course. She recently joined ERM. She helped me put together the presentation to make it look cool and zoop it up a bit. And some fancy AI as well that she's applied. So thanks to her. And thanks again to the society. I don't take it for granted. Thanks for the opportunity. Anoli, Natalie, Tanya, the whole meetings committee, Curtis, for throwing me under the bus as well. As the saying goes, my reputation exceeds me, but I do really appreciate it. All right. And as I said, this is not one of those rap quotes, but I will be showing a few of those because I also have a reputation. All right. So what is reputation? Pardon me. So it's the opinion people form about a person, a profession, or industry based on their actions, behavior, character, and consistency over time. Now, consistency is a big theme which has come across in a lot of the presentations so far. It can be positive, favorable, or negative, notorious. So you should not be notoriously BIG. That's another reference. Do not be notorious, but rather be known for positive things. So that's what you need to know about reputation. This is essentially about your work speaking before you do. So people will already know about you based on some of the groundwork that you've done. So it's essentially the ability to influence, decisions, attract opportunities, secure investments. That's the whole now power without noise framework. Leading teams without relying on authority or self-promotions. So yeah, your reputation, again, to highlight, speaks before you enter the room and remains after you leave it. All right. This Graham and Gary touched on as well, but mining is a risky business. So there's already a negative reputation somewhat coming from mining. And there is, the trust which has been lost. And hence, as Graham mentioned, how the reporting codes came about. But the mining business is not held in high regard in many facets. There are some positives, which I'll show in the next slide. But that's what you are dealing up against as you are getting into industry. And as Gary said, earning trust takes years to earn, and then connections are easy, but earning the trust takes a long time. And as per that saying by ICMM, the social license can take years to build and be lost overnight. That's just to set the scene, just around risk in the mining business. All right, and this is just essentially why the mining industry has a bad, a reputation challenge. Graham touched on the historical battle that the mining industry has had. So there's various factors, the environmental impacts, damage, pollution, waste, health and safety incidents. There's always seen the mining industry as one of those unsafe industries, and it's literally, killing people. Then there's community issues, profit before people, and lack of transparency, which essentially prompted for example, the reporting codes. Right. So it's shaped by the positive and also negative. But there's also things which are often overlooked on the positive side. They enable modern life, your phones, technology, everything around us is based on that. And then there's the critical minerals, with the whole energy transition and driving a lot of the activity in the industry. And then there's, thousands of skilled people such as yourself. There's the community investments, there's rehabilitation, and what has been happening is now there's been improvement in aspects like health and safety. But I won't dwell into that. It's just to set the scene of what you are working against. Okay, why does it all matter? We do know that mining is a high risk and high consequence industry. So, stakeholders place enormous trust in yourselves as geoscientists, mining engineers, metallurgists, environmental professionals, competent persons, qualified persons. That will be touched on a bit later. So mining depends on trust because decisions are often made under uncertainty. We do know the mining industry is uncertain. So there's investors, communities, regulators, and lenders who are essentially the stakeholders in here. And importantly, a single technical error, ethical lapse, or credibility issue can affect investor confidence, the trust with the community, regulatory approvals, financing of projects, and then essentially the value, can diminish the value of your project. All right, this is just, a nice summary that Turana put together just to show again, this is one of your most valuable assets. I'm talking about reputation. There's the trust, there's the influence, there is the social license to operate as well linked to that. Then there's, opportunities. So strong reputations, they open doors to opportunities, partnerships and career advancement. As I said, and I'll keep on highlighting, people know you before you even enter a space based on the reputation that you have built. And then credibility, that's that second C, which Graham highlighted as well. That's going to come through a lot in this presentation. Now I'm going to bring in power without noise. That begins with reputation. So because reputation creates trust, trust creates influence, influence creates impact. So I'll go on a bit later on to show how you make that impact importantly. So what is power without noise? It's the ability to influence decisions, build trust, create impact through credibility, relationships. Gary highlighted a lot about relationships and character rather than authority, ego, or loudness, right? So this is true authority and influence and respect being established and steady consistency and quiet execution rather than loud self-promotion or performing or announcements and so forth. Now, what I want to highlight here, that Lil Wayne rhyme there, it's almost genius with the real G's move in silence like lasagna, but the G is not necessarily silent in lasagna. But anyway, it's a good attempt. But what is important about this and we'll flip the G to geos as opposed to the G that he's referring to, but it's built on the work you do in the field, in the streets. That will build your reputation. You don't need to necessarily announce what you are doing. The work will speak for itself. So, and how to become more powerful, since this is linked to power: be calm, talk less, observe more, look more, show respect, move in silence. And by that, it doesn't mean don't just be silent. You need to voice out, but it must be, what you are voicing out must be quality, but letting the work speak for itself, and rather than quantity, right? Making eye contact, managing time better, thinking before you speak. I'll highlight a few more of these traits as we go on. All right. Then there's the noise versus power. It should be self-explanatory, but yeah, noise is essentially talking without evidence. You must think well what you're gonna put out there. Graham mentioned that as well. And then power, letting your data support your conclusions. It's important. The technical knowledge, the technical backing as well. Then there's on the noise side, you're trying to have all the answers, whereas on the power side, you're asking thoughtful questions, and that's how you learn as well. Noise is you defending your mistakes continuously, whereas on the power side, you're learning from your mistakes. Noise, you seek recognition. Power, you're delivering consistent results. Noise is about focusing on titles, whereas power is building that credibility. Noise is always being reactive, wanting to respond, whereas power is being dependable. Again, presence speaks louder than words ever could. And I'll show a few examples later on through this. Checking the time. Okay, we're doing okay so far. All right, so why does power without noise matter in geoscience and mining? It's because, you as geoscientists and leaders, you influence decisions that effectively shape people's lives. I've mentioned some of the stakeholders that are relevant in mining. So protecting the environment and also adding value to places and communities. So this is what it all encompasses. So it's the communities protecting livelihoods, human rights, social license to operate. I'm not going to go into depth at that. Then there's the safety aspect as well, protecting well-being, reducing risks, environment, protecting the environment, water resources, biodiversity, land, and then essentially financial value. You are, by exploring, some of you will be working exploring, developing mines, some of you will be working on mining operations as well. That's adding value. So what does this all encompass? The decisions, it's the data, the insights and judgment. So you need to have the backing data to support that. Right. Then what are just some of the characteristics of power without noise, right? So again, competence is key. You need to have the competence. You build that up. There's various ways. On the job training, it doesn't stop. Continuing professional development, which will be touched on later this afternoon. All right, then there's the character. That's your integrity, your humility. I'll go into a bit of emotional intelligence later on. And then the consistency, again, this will be a common theme throughout, being dependable, reliability. So it's built when expertise, integrity, reliability consistently earn the trust of others. So trust is quite important. So building, it's easy to make connections, like Gary said, but building trust takes time. So reputation is explored in various frameworks. For example, in the 48 laws of power, you can read that at your leisure, but essentially perception and character do the heavy lifting before you even enter a room. All right. So essentially what this is saying is the core principles is you establish a core trait, build your image around one standout quality, like honesty, skill, so people can remember you clearly. All right. And then instead of fighting rivals directly, plant seeds of doubt and let public opinion destroy their standing. So I'll give an example around reputation and how that can be tarnished from personal experience. I put a post out on LinkedIn, a celebratory post for getting a new post, so to speak. Then there was someone who had some bad comments, which was quite surprising at the time. The person had a premium LinkedIn profile, so I couldn't really see who that is. Although later on, I did figure out who that person was. But what the importance of that is, people will try and tarnish your reputation, even if it's a good reputation. But if it's solid, then people will see through that. And then people can actually see, okay, that person is being the fool here, right? So that's quite an important, lesson to learn. So your reputation needs to stand the test of time. And again, it's around protecting your reputation. So guard it with your life. That's the fifth law now of the 48 laws of power. And again, word of mouth, like Gary mentioned, it's quite important. It's about, again, moving with purpose, so make sure you also don't overreact. Do not fight every minor rumor or insult angrily. I'll talk around emotional intelligence a bit later on. Because if you cry too defensively, it shows weakness and insecurity. So I just thought I'd add this, the fifth law of power, which, encompasses reputation. But the key thing to highlight again is, results over applause. And as per that Drake quote, live for accomplishments, not compliments. And another fun fact, Drake stands for do right and kill everything. So make sure you are always doing the right things, and then your reputation will stand the test of time. Having said that as well, your reputation, you build it over time, but it can take one moment to destroy your reputation. So consistency is key again. So that's just one of the things to look out for. All right, now I'm going to just segue a bit into leadership again, because of the whole power without noise framework. So leadership is not always loud. So you don't need to be the loudest person in the room or speaking the most or dominating meetings. So the most respected professionals, some of whom I'll highlight a bit later on, they listen carefully. You ask thoughtful and powerful questions and deliver consistently. So leadership's not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. Influence versus authority. Again, so influence, you inspire willingness, whereas authority, you demand compliance, right? So that's just the fundamental differences in those two aspects. Influence, you transform hearts, whereas authority, you try and control behavior. So you want to be influential without being too authoritative, pardon me. Influence comes from character and trust, whereas authority, it comes from position. It's all about position and title. And that's not what leadership is. It's not about titles, positions, or flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another. And I don't mean like being an influencer like on social media, but the correct type of influence. All right. And then lastly, creating a long-lasting impact, right? Whereas authority is temporary. And there's a book around that written by David D. Island. You can have a look at that at your leisure. Excuse me. Now, okay, professional reputation. So how you as a young professional build credibility. Some of the previous speakers touched on these. Just some do's and don'ts here. Be technically accurate, making sure there's rigor in any technical assumptions or statements that you are using. So you must admit uncertainty as well. So someone close to me said, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know, because that's when you learn. Gary also said he doesn't know everything, but you teach even as experienced as you are, So that's how you have the opportunity to grow and learn. And then you must meet the commitments consistently, right? You must communicate risks clearly, treat people with respect, importantly, and be honest when mistakes occur. They do occur, but honesty builds that reputation as well, and people can trust you going forward. Some don'ts, overstating confidence. My name is Church to Sifiso Suela. That's interesting. I'm not sure that that's Natalie or Cletus, but thank you. All right, and then don't take shortcuts. Don't manipulate data just for the sake of trying to get to a result. The data is what it is. Blaming others as well. And also just saying what people want to hear rather than what they need to hear. I deal a lot with clients, and sometimes I have to tell them the bad news about, for example, their projects or their prospectivity or the value but people will trust your judgment going forward. And you make some clients for life. Some might be tipped off, but you are maintaining that professional reputation. All right. Professional ethics. James Campbell, my good friend, will talk about that a bit later on. But the mining industry needs trusted professionals, right? As I said earlier, investors and regulators, there's a bit more scrutiny on things like governance, transparency, ESG. You guys know a bit about now ESG, reporting quality. Tanya will speak around technical reports later on, assurance. So those are some of the things you need to maintain. And then what is professional reputation built on? It's ethical conduct, independence, objectivity, and competence. These are just some of the guiding principles from the reporting codes, whether it's SAMRAC, JORC, and I-43 101, which place strong emphasis on competence and responsibility. All right. We're working in the digital age now, where, there's a lot of AI. There was a workshop, AI in Geology, that the GSSA presented, and then that article, Nadia's code, was featured there. So you can read it at your leisure. The link is there. But it also shows that AI could unlock discoveries if geologists stay in control. So you are still in control. Don't be scared that there's AI. It is a tool, but you must use it responsibly. Again, that's the governance factor within the ESG, the so-called triple bottom line. So remember, again, in the digital age, everything leaves a footprint. So whether it's emails, Graham touched on what you present and how you present as well. So make sure that you are consistent in writing emails, LinkedIn posts as well. Gary touched on that. Technical reports, Tanya will go into that. It's important maintaining that consistency because that stays forever, unfortunately. In this digital age, anything can be found out there. There's technical reports which are filed publicly on stock exchanges, for example. So make sure that everything, you remain consistent over time. Then there's meetings as well, how you present yourself in meetings, professional interactions. Then social media, which can be good depending on how you post. Now, what a lot of you would probably know, and especially as you are entering the workplace, is recruiters now look at your social media profile as a judge of your character and reputation. So it's not just your LinkedIn, but be careful what is out there on other social media, whether Instagram, TikTok, and what you post out there, because that can affect how you are perceived by potential recruiters. Right. But there are benefits to social media. And again, a strong reputation today is built through consistency, professionalism, being authentic, and also thought leadership. Gary mentioned, you're not out there to impress people, but to improve and learn. And again, consistency is the second C of personal branding, as Graham put it. So it's not through self-promotion. If you build that reputation, you'll be self-promoted through that. All right, I'll quickly run through these. Again, these are just some of the lessons from some of the influential people and leaders in mining and geosciences. Look, there's various others here. We can add, Lee, Tanya, Gary will be part of this. But since you'll be seeing them, James as well, since you'll be seeing them, I'm not going to show them here. I'll show some other ones you might not know of, right? But who have built a reputation and just some of the key attributes and characteristics as well. But I'll run quickly through this before Curtis whips me. So yeah, Mark Bristow, some of you might know, but he's left a lasting impact. His career is based on calculated risk-taking, disciplined discovery, and community engagements. This is one of the highlights on his side. You can have a look at that article at your leisure. But his reputation is built through expertise and delivery rather than self-promotion. He's got various titles, but that's not the important thing. It's about exploration, breakthroughs, financial discipline, and more importantly, social discipline. All right. Dr. Daphne Mashile-Nkosi, founder of Sizweko, which effectively became Exarocol. And then she's then went into the manganese, executive chairperson of Kalahari. She showed that transformation is also leadership, and then opened doors for others, and then through that broke barriers. So making sure you uplift others as well. Graham touched on that. It's not just about yourself. So again, her leadership reflects persistence, consistency in that as well, courage, taking those calculated risks, and a commitment to transform. Right. Next one, who I had the opportunity actually of working at Sizwe before it was Exaro. And one of my mentors, till this day, Dr. Mate, also interestingly, Nolene's mentor. I found this out only recently, but he did quite a lot of work, from being at the Varsity UKZN. Then he had some senior leadership roles at ASU's called Exaro, CEO of Tranta, also the chairperson of the CGS Council. But he's led across exploration, operations, and governance. And then it's credibility and steadiness. You won't see him out there voicing out, but his work speaks for itself. So yeah, again, trust is a form of power. A very trustworthy gentleman there. Errol Smart, as much as he's got the vuvuzela there, he's not very noisy, but his work speaks for himself in terms of developing projects. So again, patience is one of the key traits, technical depth, transparency, competent, and vision. So he showed that good leaders move projects forward quietly. We know that it takes quite a long time to develop a mining project. It could take up to 20 years. So he's shown that resilience and quietly made sure that the work is done. But yeah, you can read about these persons. And as I said, there's a myriad. These are just some examples just to, in various industries. Another one, Hasina Mori, Tanya knows well, professor in medical geology, which is an interesting field, and made a lot of advances in that field. First female, first African geoscientist to lead the IUGS, International Union of Geologists, and then built influence through research, mentorship, service, and inclusion. All right. And then showed that expertise can change the field and bringing another aspect. I'll quickly go through these. Dave Broughton, he's based in Canada, and he was instrumental in discovery of some of the largest deposits in this day and age, which you can read up about. So from the Platte Reef, stuff in the Zambian copper belt, Gamoa, cobalt, and so forth. So it shows that, again, technical knowledge and that insight can shape the industry, as Graham mentioned. Now, I'm mentioning Dr. Patrice because, he's key in mining industry, but also a lot of you know that I had to choose between playing soccer and doing geology. I think I made the right choice, but he made the move also, not just made moves silently in mining, but also in soccer as well. He's the CAF president. And people, because of his reputation, wanted him to be the FIFA president. Interesting, but he didn't want that. But again, he shows that strong leaders build beyond themselves, right? He's influenced through philanthropy, investment, and partnerships. But I'm sure a lot of you know him. So what are the key lessons as I wrap up? So the most respected mining leaders are really remembered for being the loudest. They're remembered for delivering results, protecting safety, acting with integrity, building that trust, and making difficult decisions, sometimes ethically. So influence grows when trust grows. And Lupe Fiasco, the most important parts are not the ones that are unseen, are the ones that are unseen. The wings don't make you fly, and the crown don't make you a king. All right, I'm not going to go into this EI, but it's an important part of, reputation and how you react to things. This I took from my presentation from last year's workshop, actually. So you can read that at your leisure. But it's around, again, self-perception, self-expression, interpersonal skills, decision-making, stress management, which is an important part as well. So you need to know yourself very well, but exhibit that emotional intelligence. I'm not going to go into this again, but it's really important for leadership and as you are building your career to also exhibit these traits. Because people who are emotionally intelligent, they know their own strengths and weaknesses. They're all able to look inward and assess their own abilities and impact of others. So, which makes them improve as a person. All right, I'm not going to go into that. This I've taken directly from last year's presentation on EI. Again, as geologists, some will be exposed to very extreme environments and pressure. So you must learn to have that sense of humor, because things will not necessarily move at speed, and therefore don't be frustrated. Another key thing is cultural intelligence. Now, I worked a lot in Saudi, as many of you know, but because I built that reputation there as well, then I also then worked in Afghanistan, right? So people thought, okay, he exhibits some of that cultural intelligence as well. Therefore, he can be able to work in that environment. Yes, I did work in Afghanistan. I can tell you about that another time. Leading from the front line, James Campbell, he's one of the people who epitomizes this. He'll be talking a bit later. You must show the work in the field, and then the results will come through at the boardroom. So it's about, again, building that field cred. I've been in various environments. So building that technical knowledge, being so that people understand what you're talking about as well. It is important. So being out there as well. All right, emotional intelligence and leadership. I'm not going to go into this. I also took this from last year's presentation. Read at your leisure. But the most important take from here is, in chaos, look for the calmest person in the room. That's your leader. So the one whose presence brings order to disorder, the one who steadies the room when everything feels uncertain. So in chaos, the real leader isn't the loudest, it's the calmest. So leadership is in noise, it's composure. It's not control over others, it's mastery over self. I'll leave that there. All right. Gary had that professional journey slide, and what do you need to do? Developing influence early in your career is, again, reading widely, being reliable, meeting deadlines, listening actively, listen more and talk less, supporting team members, having a high EI, emotional intelligence, or EQ, emotional quotient, which is the measure of emotional intelligence. Continuing professional development and learning. It does not stop. That's how you build credibility. And that'll feed into your employability skills. Sorry, I know Curtis guy about to shout at me now. I've got 4 more slides to go. Reputation is an asset. As Gary said, you never stop learning. The degrees matters less as you advance your career. And this is what I'm trying to show here. Camille also said that as well, that it does change. So early on in your career, it's about qualifications, technical ability. As you move on, it's about credibility, judgment, trust, and influence. And importantly, wisdom. Have that wisdom, which you also build over time. So be wise, not dumb. Some quotes there on wisdom from some of my favorite rappers. All right. Just to wrap up now, a message to, graduates. As I've said, reputation is your most valuable asset. Your first job title is temporary, your salary is temporary, but your reputation follows you throughout your career. So you build it every day again. It does not stop. That personal brand that Graham was talking about, you do that daily, consistency. So you build it through competence, integrity, curiosity, remaining curious, respect and accountability. All right, almost there. So the future geoscientists, what you require, obviously the technical competence is important. EQ, adaptability. There's a lot of change within industry and with the whole digital age. Collaboration is quite important, which is why we always, as Gary said, going to these sort of events, making sure you pin that. Ethical decision-making, communication skills are quite important. Stakeholder engagement. All right. The future depends on what you do today. That's what Mahatma Gandhi said, and Gary said earlier. What are you investing in today? And lastly, power without noise, bringing it back, is not weak leadership. It's disciplined. It's the kind of leadership built on competence before recognition, influence before authority, listening before speaking, integrity before image, consistency before status, and impact before attention. So it's that credibility, trust, and long-term influence. And having a reputation for doing what you say you will do, like Gary said. And the last quote there, if you put the work in, it will work out. Become someone who's wanted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very, very, very insightful.
Sorry, I'm the one asking a question.
No
I
problem,
just
it's
wanted
good.
to say, Sifiso, I like that you put on your list there, apologize for mistakes, because it's actually one of my slides later. And ironically, I made a mistake once, and Sue said to me, so it wasn't a mistake that caused any problems with data. I had sent out an email I shouldn't have sent out. And it was to a group of largely older males. And she said to me, don't apologize, it'll make you look weak. And I said, no, I'm apologizing because I want any younger people to know that it's okay to apologize. So I'm so glad that you said that as well. And I hope that it goes out there more and that we don't have to create this perfect facade of I never make errors and being willing to own our mistakes. So well done for that.
Great. No, thanks, Steph. I'm looking forward to, yours as well later. Yeah, that's how we learn, as you put it. Much appreciated. And please give input. I like the additions you've been having. The more people, and you built a good reputation on that. And
Okay. I took a screenshot of your one slide and I posted it on our third year honors and our post-grad room. And so you might get a whole bunch of people asking to be your LinkedIn friends.
That's fine. And I'm open to that. Please, people can find me there. But much appreciated, Steph. Yeah.
That's fine. Have a wonderful day. Thanks again.
Good. You too. Ciao. Right. Thanks, Curtis.
Well, thank you so much, Sifiso. Right. So our next speaker is Dr. Janet Viljoen. She's the head of academic and planning and development at Boston City campus.
As my bio says, I'm from Boston City campus. You might think, goodness gracious, why is somebody from Boston City campus in a geoscientist session? I suppose I can lay a small claim to your world in that I'm married to a geologist. Hopefully that'll give me some street cred here. But what I'm going to talk about today, I think changes speed a little bit from the previous presentations, but hopefully adds to them. And I think Sifiso's presentation will seg beautifully into mine. Sifiso, you spoke about taking care of those in your charge as being a hallmark of leadership. I think that's really a very good seg into this. And I think that Gary's presentation earlier pertaining to professional relationships is very closely related to this as well. Right. So unmind. Feedback you're already sitting on. And my question to you as you listen to me is, do you think that unmined feedback, which I will explain, do you think it saves lives? Very odd question. Hold on to it and we'll come back to it. Ultimately, I see feedback as sitting in two camps. There's the mind feedback and the unmined feedback. The mind feedback is the mandated stuff, the stuff you have to report on, those reviews that you have to submit. The information and data that is collected, reported on, that must be reviewed by your senior directors, whatever the case may be, before it goes out into the world. That happens whether you want it to or not. That's a non-negotiable. There is a form of feedback, however, that is not required, but my argument is that it is essential. It's a colleague's fresh eyes on your work. It's asking somebody who's in your team to have a look at stuff, not because they have to, but because you would like fresh eyes on your work. We do that all the time in the academic space, which is where I'm from. And I think Stephanie, from her space in university setting, would also identify with this. It's a key hallmark. Is it easy? No. Nothing leaves the desk of any of my team members today without being reviewed at least 3 times. And sometimes that is very frustrating. And sometimes you don't want to put your stuff out there. It's a very vulnerable place to be. But I have to say that every time I do it, I put it out there and I feel vulnerable and I wonder what the feedback's going to be. Very grateful for the feedback that comes back, even if some of it cannot be applied. So it's about acknowledging that somebody else has something to give you. And if that's not already the kind of characterization of you and your team, then perhaps by starting it, it might become more of a practice. Sure, there are deadlines to meet, but I do think that this need not take up too much time and it can be built in. So when last, as you sit here, ask yourself, when last did you ask a colleague to look at your work because you wanted their opinion? You didn't have to get it. Nobody made you. But isn't that exactly what makes it worth something? The only way to know what someone intended is to ask them. And the only way to let a person know their impact is to tell them. I thought that quote was just absolutely brilliant. It comes from the Center for Creative Leadership. So have you told them something along the lines of, Natalie, your questions in our last few meetings have been excellent. Why have they been excellent? They've shown me something, the X, and they made me do something or think something. That's the Y. So in other words, it's rich feedback because it's not mandatory. It's not going to give Natalie or you a promotion, but it's going to do something to Natalie's being that will certainly add value. And I think the point here is it's not just, oh, Natalie, your questions have been great, cool, moving on. It's quite specific. It's giving her specific feedback in that instance. Also, when things aren't going well, leaders need to be, as Visa said, emotionally intelligent. Part of that is seeing when somebody isn't doing well. Now, I'm not talking the kind of not doing well that sends you to HR. It's the kind of not doing well when that person is showing up every single day, but there's just something in their eyes or something in their demeanor that tells you that that person is struggling. Now, sure, it's a professional environment, and I'm all for professional and personal, boundaries, but there's an element to showing somebody that you care about them in their professional life that goes a long way to how that person feels in that situation. Think of yourself. How would you feel in that situation? By asking them, how are you doing? And really meaning it, not looking for that, hey, I'm fine answer, really shows them that you can see them, you value them for what they bring to your team, and you want to listen to them. In other words, I hear you. It's not a big scary moment. It's not an HR moment. And it mustn't be positioned as such. I think that's the difference. The mandatory stuff would be your HR stuff. And I'm just using HR as a catch-all phrase. No offense to any HR person. It's not a big scary moment. It's literally a cup of coffee. Feedback brings me to something which is very close to my heart, particularly when it comes to students entering higher education, which is obviously my space. Mattering. Now, the sense that you matter is so important. In the context of students, we recognize, and the literature is rich on this, that mattering is one of the key factors that determine student success. And mattering is a whole lot more than belonging. And this is a whole nother presentation for another day. But the sense that you matter is key. And it's relational. It's not unidirectional. You know you matter when you are noticed in a good way. Your view is sought. In other words, you're part of this team. I value your opinion. I may be the manager, but I value your opinion. I may be part of the team, and you may be my sort of horizontal colleague, and I'm going to demonstrate that I would like your opinion. I'm not insecure and lacking in confidence, as Safiso said just now. I would like to show you that little bit of vulnerability, which says, I'd like your opinion on this. And to be relied upon is also a contributor to a feeling of mattering. excuse me, it runs two ways, as I said. Excuse me. Feeling valued is receiving feedback, receiving the message that you are valued. But in the same way, in order to matter and to feel mattering, you also need to give it to somebody else. And you don't need to wait. I'm not the team leader, so I don't need to give feedback. That's not good enough. As a member of a team, you need to participate fully in order to make that whole team work. Sometimes I think geology, geoscience, fieldwork, Safisa showed us pictures of fieldwork. It took me back, I tell you. That can be an incredibly isolating and relatively lonely space. There's not 20 geologists out there with you. There's probably you, a couple of drillers, maybe a couple of, technical guys. It's a lonely space. And I hesitate to say, in many instances, if you're a woman, you may be the only woman on site. That is deeply isolating in many ways. But don't live that, grab it and hang on to it and wear it as a badge of honor. Isolated, mattering. Show your colleagues you matter with confidence and security, and model what you would like them to show you. Question for you right now as you sit there gasping for coffee. Who on your team today would say that they matter to you? And how exactly do they know that they do? So I said it goes two ways. So we have giving and receiving. So part one, giving. How do we give this non-mandatory feedback? Well, there are various reasons that we give this feedback, which have already become relatively clear to you. We do it because we want to grow that person. It's developmental, it's forward-looking. Natalie, thank you for the notes you added to this piece of work. I really liked them because of X, Y, Z. How about going forward, you do that for that piece of work or this piece of work or something? Again, specific. You might want to fix something, and it may not, again, be the kind of fixing that's an HR issue. It's the kind of like, oh, wow, I wonder if that person did this, how much better their product would be, their end result, their report. I'm sure report writing is not everybody's favorite activity, and yet it is so key in your industry. I've produced a report, you read it. You have a different lens. Your input may significantly improve my product, your product too, now that you think about it, and collectively, the whole company's output. And I think to signal that a person matters is really, as you've gathered, where my focus really lies, particularly in the kind of environment that can be harsh. Recognition. Just providing recognition. Recognition often comes in the form of what? An increase or a promotion. How regularly do those come around? Do I need to wait 2 years to get a piece of recognition? No, I can get it every week. But it must be really, truly, genuinely meant. It's tricky not to kind of smuggle everything together accidentally and thus dilute it all. So if it's developmental, that is a growth conversation. Don't try and smuggle a corrective conversation inside that. It may be difficult, it may be tricky, but let's keep them separate. Keep recognition on its own track in the background. Development or corrective, but not a whole smudge of all of it, just to keep the messaging clear for that person so that they don't think, oh, yes, I heard the development bit, but I also heard the corrective bit. Oh, was that a little bit of a kind of a masked sort of negative? How do I read that? Let's make it clear. Because remember that when I think what I'm saying is clear, the other person is receiving it with all sorts of context, and it may not be as clear as you think it is. It needs to be specific, or it completely evaporates. Good job. Now, when you handed me your core logs product, your additional notes were excellent because they did something. Why? And so the product we handed to the director was Z. So you can see I've given a specific, you did something, I'm giving you feedback on it. I'm giving you feedback on the specific aspect of it that I really want to compliment you on. Why? Because it did something, it enabled something, and it had a broader impact on the team, perhaps. I mean, you guys can frame this better than I can, but it's the specificity, what, and related to why the what was excellent and how, so that the person can replicate it going forward. Basic directional survey data from Gallup indicates that people are 2 times more likely to leave the company, the team, within a year if they don't feel appreciated. And 50% of employees would stay longer for more recognition from their manager. Granted, I can hear some of you, I can hear it loud and clear, some of you sitting there going, oh, this is lovely candy floss kind of pie in the sky. I'm not asking for kumbaya moments every day. I'm asking for the genuine feedback when it is authentically earned. This doesn't have to turn into some kind of like pink candy floss kind of, rah-rah moment with cheerleaders on the side. That's not the point. The point is the authenticity, the genuine meaning, and the fact that it doesn't have to be given. But, as we said earlier, give well, and you've only worked half the seam. You've left a whole bunch of stuff under that ground. So the one who only ever gives is still standing on a rich deposit. But there must be feedback flowing in the other direction in order to really fully mine that seam. So we also need to receive feedback. And that can be really difficult, particularly if it's coming from somebody who is at the same level as you. We're probably more likely to accept feedback from our superiors than we are from people who we see to be on the same level as us. And that does come with all sorts of pitfalls and hiccups. But let's work on genuine and authentic giving and reception. When did somebody last tell you something you didn't want to hear? But more importantly, what did you do with that information? Asking for feedback is itself a signal to the other person that they matter to you. It's also an extremely vulnerable moment. Before they say anything back to you when you ask them, you've told them that their view on whatever it is that you've asked about counts, it matters. The same on the horizontal level sideways. If you give your work to a colleague, John, here it is. I know you haven't worked on it. I know you've got a lot of work. Would you do me a favor, please, and just read it for me? And just give me some feedback on X, Y, and Z that I'm not feeling, I might have got quite right. By doing that, you've said to John, your professional opinion is worth having. I want it. I don't have to have it. I want it. Psychological safety does determine that we only surface what we see when we know we are safe to do so. In other words, John is only going to tell me truth when he feels I will receive it and he is safe in that interaction. I, in that interaction, need to create that safety. So be worth telling the truth to. It's asking of each of you to park the ego And it is a very vulnerable space. And no, 30 years later, I'm still not used to it, to be fair. And my first internal reactions are always ones that I would hate to put into this presentation, but I keep them inside. And we'll talk more about that. So how to ask for this feedback? Ask narrow. Don't say, here's my work, give it a look. What would you particularly like me to focus on? It could be 100 pages. I might only want to focus on one chapter, for example. How can I improve these call logs? Grants them permission to give you the information. Saying, any thoughts will get you a polite nothing, really. Respond so that that interaction can happen again. Get defensive once, and John will never give you any kind of meaningful feedback ever again. Why would he? So respond with appreciation and curiosity. And that is an extremely challenging thing to do. And close the loop. Act on, what they have suggested. Perhaps provide some feedback on it, a thank you, a question. Why did you suggest that? If they haven't explained, be curious about it. Nobody's saying you have to change your work, but it's very interesting to get a lens on things. But if inside your first reaction is there are emojis for this, don't close off. Take some time, think about it, and then respond with appreciation. And again, I say, the challenge is real. What happens, what surfaces when we allow trust? The person who was possibly drifting might feel noticed. The person in your team who, let's assume, is a valuable member of your team, who might leave, may end up staying. And sometimes the person who doesn't speak up for fear of repercussions, perhaps, for feeling too junior to have a voice, never been given permission to have a voice in that team, maybe they'll speak up. And the quiet people sometimes see things that the more dominant characters don't. And they may name a real risk in time. So all of this flows from being willing to hear it. And I suppose this speaks more to like your senior management levels. Are you willing to hear from people? Are you willing to let them speak their minds? What is your team not telling you right now? Because they are not telling you something. And the reason it stays unsaid is usually not because of them. Let's do something quickly. Pens, papers, thoughts. I'm going to ask 5 questions. Just think about it. I'll give a few seconds, probably not 60, for each. Think about it. First question. Think of one person whose contribution you have not named out loud lately, and why you haven't. Second question. Think of one piece of your own work that you will hand to a colleague, and the narrow question that you will ask of them to generate the kind of feedback that is useful. Think of which colleague you might choose. Third question. Name one developmental thing you've been sitting on because it felt easier not to say it to them or to have that conversation. fourth question. Think of one narrow question, in other words, very specific, the what, the how, and the why, that you will ask your team this week. Perhaps feedback about your own leadership style. And once the feedback is received, how you'll close that loop. In other words, how they see how you deal with what they told you and what message is that going to give them for the future. But that's not only for team leaders. I am always asking for feedback from those I manage and those who manage me, because it's insight. I don't wait for the formal performance review, because that's an HR thing. I say, here is a question. I would really like your honest response, because I'm interested. The fifth question. Think of one person that in the next few days, the next few weeks, whatever it is, you will simply ask them, how are you doing? And you'll mean it. And you'll really, really want to know their response. I hope those questions made you think of actual people in your team. I hope that there were people that you could identify for each of those questions, because not being able to identify somebody is also an answer. So, back to my original question. Does unmined feedback save lives? Now, the interesting thing was, when I came up with the title of this presentation, my whole sort of positioning of this feedback was that the mandatory feedback, the feedback that you are required to provide in your job, is the kind of feedback that saves lives. Think health and safety reports, reports on this, whatever you guys report on. But that the non-mandatory feedback, the stuff that doesn't have to be said or asked, is not life-saving. That was my framing. And I was going through this presentation with that framing, and I suddenly stopped and thought, I'm wrong. And I had to rethink it. I think it does. I think unmined feedback does save lives, quietly. It saves the one who was drifting, who got noticed. It saves the one who was going to leave, but they stayed because they felt that they mattered. Don't talk about people in your team mattering or being important or being valuable or whatever the latest corporate leadership speak is. Be the person who lives it. And remember that mattering is relational. It's two-way. It's not unidirectional. Thank you so much for your attention. It has been an honor speaking to you all, and I welcome any and all comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The true irony as a lecturer is I think we like feedback the least. Like, we do send out scientific papers and those get reviewed, but I mean, you're not seeing the person. But ask us to do a teaching review and nobody wants to do a teaching review because, I mean, it's not our expertise. So, I mean, that's many good points raised. Thank you. I now have a long list of people I have to go give feedback for and to ask for feedback. So thank you for encouraging it.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
No, thanks so much for your talk. And it's so important to give feedback and to request feedback. And it's almost a selfish thing to do if you ask for feedback. As a lot of the presentations previously have reiterated, that build yourself, improve yourself, and continue learning and all of that. The best way to learn is to be challenged. And to, so if you give feedback to somebody, whether it be positive, constructive, obviously that person needs to be open to accepting that, whatever it comes in. Obviously you need to be kind about it. But then it gives them the opportunity to also feel, okay, I can then approach you, say this, this, and this. At the end of the day, yes, we are all individual scientists, but the best work comes in when you workshop ideas, where you build something together. And that's the whole point of science, is to have an idea, an hypothesis, and to challenge it, and thereby proving it at the end of the day, or justifying it. So this type of feedback is so important in one's professional career, but also developing that team and trust within your department, within your team, within your colleagues, within your industry, to be able to just make great science at the end of the day. So yeah, this is very important. Thanks so much for sharing that.
Thank you, Camille. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not a team player. It's bizarre. I never played team sports. I prefer working on my own, all of that. Very bizarre. But I never fail to be amazed at how much value comes from sharing ideas, getting somebody else's opinions, getting somebody else's lens on something. So, yes, often find myself challenged by that. Yes.
There's a question from Estelle that says, if you are the entire team, how does one get feedback?
That's
there's only one person in the team.
Still,
yep.
I like that, because yes, perhaps you are the one to. Sorry, I don't know what I was just thinking that you may have a specific role in a specific company that you're on your own, but are there other people, perhaps even in this grouping, in WIMSA, in any of these organizations, who you may have met, who have a similar role but in a different company? Now, I understand companies don't share secrets, blah blah blah, but that person has an experience similar to yours in a different setting. How about sharing those experiences? It would be international, if you like, because now you're going out of the company, but you're not sharing company secrets. You're talking about your experience in a role that is clearly very isolated, and somebody else who has something similar in a different company. I don't know if that would be helpful. Alternatively, technological mediation is wonderful. If you haven't met them, face to face, you may have met them in a forum like this, and we should be open to these kind of contacts, even via email or Teams meetings. Oh, I hope that helps, Estelle.
Thank you so much.
This is Dr. Stephanie. She is a senior lecturer at the University of the Witwatersrand, and her work uses integrated geophysical techniques to investigate the Earth's subsurface, with applications ranging from groundwater studies and basin analysis to mineral exploration and tectonics. So please, Stephanie, go ahead and enjoy.
Thank you. I want to just going to have multiple disclaimers during this talk. The first one is everyone's going to think I'm super confident and love to ask questions, but I don't. I have been on the side of chairing Zoom talks where there's just dead silence and you're not actually sure if anybody's out there, and then you ask for questions and there's nothing. So I always feel for the people. So that's why I ask questions more than anything. So thank you for attending my talk. I hope you do not feel offended by the title. It is actually an AI title. I do blame our session, the organizer of this, Nadine, she agreed that I could use it. And you can see that it was meant to be Schist Happens, How to Talk Through Geological Friction, but I realized I might have oversold myself. I don't actually know how to talk through it. So let us say that this year I will point out what friction I think is there, and maybe by next year I will have some suggestions, or maybe that's what we can all brainstorm about at the end of this. Okay, so this is the second disclaimer, which my husband said I have to put in. He is not a geologist. He's a history teacher. And so, and it's quite ironic he told me to put it in, because you'll see later on he's caused other problems along the way that's made me realize what tension is there. But the disclaimer is that everything I'm going to be talking about is from a female in academia. So I was never brave enough, I think, to go into the workplace. I like my little academic bubble. So it's stuff I've learned there, and equally from students there. And maybe it doesn't apply to industry. I have a feeling it might. It's also not going to apply to all men and all females, but at least if you feel it doesn't apply to you, you'll know that there are some people out there in your team that could be feeling like this. Okay. So I think you're going to get a lot of stories from me during this talk. So when I was doing my PhD many, many years ago, my supervisor, who's a wonderful lady, Sue Webb, came to me and said, please, will you go to a Women in Science session? And this was way before WIMSA was formed. There was nothing that I really knew of that was about women in science. And at the time, I was like, why? Like, this is in the 2000s. Men and women are equal. Like, it's just to draw attention to it is just making the divide remain there. Like, we've come so far in terms of just like, we're no longer really dealing with, I forget what the words are, like in the workplace, feeling harassed by the men around you because you're less woman there. Like, I really felt like an equal with my colleagues. So I went along. I think I didn't really get much out of it. But then jumped to 3 years ago, so 2023, and I was ready to leave academia. I was ready to leave geophysics. I just thought, this is not the place for me. And then realizing at that point, it was because of being a woman in science and because of what I now think is one of the causes for women leaving sciences. So I had to eat my words by saying that Sue Webb thought I should go to the meeting during my PhD. I should have paid more attention to just the impact of women in sciences and the challenges. And it's wonderful to see societies like WIMSA and other ones out there talking about it. So why do women leave sciences? And to just another disclaimer, it's science research. So the numbers I'm going to show you here. So this was from the L'Oreal Foundation. They do offer scholarships to women in research. And so you can see on the top row here in blue, you've got percentage of men in sciences going from high school all the way up to scientific Nobel Prizes. And so obviously percentages male. The percentage of male is increasing, but it's probably less numbers. It's just that it's dominated by males. Whereas at the bottom here, you've got females, the percentage is decreasing. So, I mean, if I look at myself, I'm here in a research career, I'm at 29%, and men are at 71%. And if I think of WITS, there are 3 females, four. So, I mean, it is definitely a smaller number. And so this study looked at, well, why are there less women in science? And so this paragraph here at the bottom, they said women are 3 times less likely than men to become scientists, largely due to negative stereotypes that deter young women from pursuing careers in the sciences as researchers. So I wasn't really sure what they meant by negative stereotypes, but I think we are largely improving this, because if anybody who has small kids in this group has watched Emily's Wonder Lab on Netflix, it's a gorgeous, cool, young female scientist who does amazing experiments. So, I mean, I do think the stereotype's changing. And even not from a female perspective, you've got Mark Rober, who's an ex-NASA scientist who's doing these awesome YouTube videos. So I think the stereotype is definitely changing, which is exciting. And my daughter, who's a dancer, I force her to go to coding and robotics, and she doesn't fight with me because I think it has got this cool perception behind it nowadays. So they're saying, why do women leave sciences? It's the stereotypes. And then obviously there's the second part that says to have kids. And that women are choosing to have kids over staying in a career. Well, anyone who's had kids or gone through a school holiday would know you're desperate to get back to your job after a school holiday because of how hard it is to raise kids. So I'm not 100% sure that kids are the easier option. But I mean, it's the fact that you want to rather stay at home. But I keep that in mind as I keep talking, because why do you want to stay at home as a female? And so I really would add a third thing onto there. Those 3 and 4 they are combined to say women, and not necessarily just women. Maybe you've got men who are maybe a bit shyer, don't feel that they fit in, and they don't think that they're good enough to stay in the sciences because of what everybody else around them is portraying. And so that was really what 3 years ago, I was just like, I don't deserve to be here. I shouldn't be a researcher or a scientist. I should leave. But my husband's a history teacher, so there is nobody to be a stay-at-home mom with the kids. So I had to keep going with my job. And it's drawn my attention to small ways in which I think women and maybe certain men or other groups struggle in the scientists because they don't feel like they fit in, because of this culture that's just perpetuated, especially in academia, for years and years, of what it is to be a successful scientist. And so it's really imposter syndrome at its worst. And so this is another personal example, and it's an example of a way that I think women feel that they aren't, that they're not good enough. So my husband and I were playing swing tennis. And so you might say, well, where were the kids? But they really didn't want to play swing tennis. They were probably watching TV. So we were in the garden. This is what swing tennis is. If anybody ever played it when they were young, you literally hit the ball back and forward to each other. And we were going along, and my husband, who usually is a wonderful person, is highly competitive when it comes to sports. And he kept on going on that I'm such a bad swing tennis player and I keep on missing the ball. And I was going like, sure, I am quite bad at sports. I really wasn't sporty as a young kid. He's an amazing sports person. Yeah, like I really shouldn't be playing this game. And then after a few minutes, I said to myself, hold on, I have missed as many shots as him, not more. What the heck is he talking about? And then I carried on listening, and I realized it was just what I would term smack talk. So he really, I've come to realize this is something guys do to each other. I don't understand why. Somebody in the audience can explain, but they kind of put each other down and they think it's funny. And I don't know, but as a female, I was completely internalizing it. And it made me then go, okay, well, in what other areas of my life am I hearing this? Of just hearing people, maybe not necessarily saying you're terrible at this, but just raising things in ways, as our previous speaker said, giving feedback, but in such a critical way that I just go, I'm useless. I can't grow from this. I'm actually just so bad. I should leave. And so, as we've said in all of these sessions, of just changing how we interact with those around us, because we've got people there, and you might say, oh, women need to toughen up. Or we just need to change the culture and how we say stuff. Because just because it's been said like that for hundreds of years doesn't mean it needs to carry on like this. And that's why sessions like this with these skills are so important. Because I think, especially in academia, soft skills, or I've forgotten the words, not soft skills, the important skills that we're learning here today are actually never taught and desperately should be taught. So yeah, that was what I learned. Women take it personally, but men are really just smack talking. So there are subtle challenges in day-to-day work environments that I never noticed before my swing tennis experience, and I started to notice. And nobody ever really speaks up. And so I thought, well, I'm going to start speaking up. And so one example of these, I was a teaching coordinator. I had told the whole staff, faculty said we needed to change our percentage splits for our assessments. Many of the staff fought against it, and we said, okay, no, we won't do it, we'll file it. And so I don't know if I really doubted myself, but a year later, I passed on the role to a male colleague, a wonderful gentleman. He proposed the exact same thing. Nobody argued, it was passed. And so at that point, I would have gone, well, it completely could have been that people just needed time to process it and accept it. But I did put up my hand, and I just said, does everybody acknowledge that a year ago I said exactly the same thing and it was fought? And it might not have been because I was a female, but I felt so much better pointing it out at least. I was also in a meeting with industry. I suggested something, and I'd heard of this before, and I'd never experienced it. And I thought many women were crazy when they had told me about this. I suggested an idea. There were murmurs, nothing. About 5 minutes later, a male colleague suggested a similar thing. And everyone was like, yeah, that's a great idea. And again, I was like, oh, maybe I just didn't say it as well. Maybe I wasn't as eloquent. But I thought, bugger that. I put up my hand. I said, does everyone acknowledge I said exactly the same thing 5 minutes ago? Oh, yes, you did. So if nothing, for your sanity, we need to start pointing these things out. And this thing I just threw in here, I have no data on it, and this is completely my theory. There's a lot about the gender pay gap. Not always, I assume it's in geosciences as well. It's in multiple other areas. I would argue that a big part of it is negotiation skills. My husband can negotiate a jersey off of the old granny's back, whereas I would give the granny my jersey. So it's just different types of personalities, but a system that is set up to favor one type of personality. And to just realize we have both in fields And if you only have a system that's catering to one personality type, the other personality type is just going to feel that they don't fit in or they don't belong. And so we actually need to start bridging that gap. So yeah, again, subtle challenges that we need to speak up about. And maybe if we can't speak up for ourselves, if you can see it happening to somebody else who's maybe your junior, you can speak up for them in a meeting, or if it's going to be awkward, go speak to them afterwards. So this was my husband's idea. So we need to start realizing, in general, men can be wrong. This is speaking from a female's perspective, because I very often, I think, put especially superior males on a pedestal, and I think, oh, well, they can be wrong. I need to realize they can be wrong. But more importantly, women can be wrong too. And so this is what linked in with what I was chatting with Safisa about earlier, that we all make mistakes, that we need to assume from the start, I could be wrong. Let me not put up my ego and my guard and just stick by what I said. Let me be willing to admit that I could have made a mistake, obviously not intentionally. So the question is, do we admit it? Do we apologize? I know in the chat, Reese said the good point that if we apologize too often, it becomes disingenuous. But I would rather be in a society where there's too many apologies than too little, where we have humility enough to admit, because then I think it encourages, just better work, less hiding of things if people can admit what is going wrong. So yeah, I really just feel that not just between male and female, because I don't want it to become this two-sided debate. There are so many different types of people. We all talk in very different types of ways, and we've got to start realizing that. And I've realized that because of my Facebook algorithm. So I can tell you, I never, ever, ever searched for how to taking classes in how to speak better. But somehow I keep on getting these adverts on my Facebook feed. And it's males and females, and it's obviously high-powered people in the work environment. And the one said, never start a meeting by asking people how they are. And I'd say, sure, if you want a certain type of work environment, I would say that's a very old system, and I would love to be in a meeting where people ask how we are. So just for us to realize that just because it was done that way in the past, it doesn't have to be done now. Another thing, I always used to start my talks by making a joke when I was mainly doing my master's and PhD, and my supervisor said to me, please don't do that. It looks very unprofessional. And it probably did, and it was just my nerves. But then I heard something later that said, always start your talk with a joke, because you might look unprofessional to the professionals in the room, but the few in the room who are feeling like they don't belong there, that they are just not good enough to be allowed in that space, you're actually letting them in. You're making it a safe space for them to be, that you're not making this the perfect high-level talk. So yeah, I just said, I always do it now to try and draw in the audiences and make us all realize we're just human. So in closing up, I usually talk very fast. I'm sure I've spoken too fast. Some tips for the ladies, or for other people who don't always feel like they belong in a room. The current way should not necessarily be the norm. Just because not apologizing and not making jokes is the norm, you can change it. Obviously, it's easier to change it when you high up the food chain, but you can help those around you who might be lower down. And then just because someone speaks loudly doesn't mean they are right. Loudly or with confidence, always check them, and don't doubt yourself. Try just assess, what they're saying is correct, because maybe you're not as wrong as you think you are, and try speak up. And if you're not able to speak up, go find those around you who will support you and help you speak up. Tips for everyone: assume from the outset you might be wrong. I know that's a terrible thing to say, and it's not. You could even think about it with science, but just be open to the fact you might have made a mistake. Obviously, often the most embarrassing times are when we're not willing to accept we might have made a mistake. Start with things like, I think, because it opens up that actually there are other ideas out there. Be open to other ideas no matter how long you have been in industry. If something is wrong, don't ask why questions. So if someone is wrong. I have heard an interview with an FBI negotiator, and he said why questions can be very aggressive and often gets people's guards up. So rather ask how or what questions. So we can even work on different tips to just make people feel comfortable. Tips for non-academics. So, I mean, this whole talk has been about friction in the workspace, in our research or academic lives or science lives. And so it's really been talking about different groups of people and how often we're not communicating well with each other. We're talking over or through or around each other. And just as an academic myself, and I'm sure there's quite a few industry people in the audience, or maybe students in the audience, I think sometimes academics, we like I said, we live in our bubble and we don't always interact with the industry. And it's sometimes from both sides, maybe a bit of guardedness because we're just working on different stuff, though there are researchers that bridge that guard. And it's so funny. There's a song that plays at all the graduations that says Viva Professoria. And my 5-year-old daughter, when she was graduating from stage 5, she sang Viva Professoria. And I think in South Africa, we've got a large mindset that being a professor is what we want all of our kids to aspire to. But actually, being a well-rounded community, which has got all of these elements, you've got professors, you've got people in industry, you've got entrepreneurs, you've got students who can communicate well to each other and can question each other and don't hold each other on pedestals, but can work together. That is really ultimately what we need to move towards. And so our first speaker who said he comes into the universities and speaks to help bridge that gap, I think that's very important because I think at the moment it can be a very divided society. So please come to varsities. We want more collaboration with industry so that we can all question together. We're going to stop there. It got more complicated after that. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm sure that was too fast. And if there are any questions, otherwise I'm happy to sit in silence. That's what I do all day at university when I ask questions. Although the 3rd year class this year is amazing and asks lots of questions.
No, Stephanie, that was great. I quite enjoyed that. Your talk obviously really resonated with me, and I had to laugh when you said your Facebook algorithms,
Yes.
Your talk covers my Instagram algorithms at the moment. Being a woman in science, a woman in the mining industry, we always bombarded with male-dominated this, male-dominated that. And although it's true, I think the terminology that's being used is it's almost putting such a negative vibe in the industry, and it's causing a lot of frustration with women, even with men. Like nobody likes to hear stop dominating us kind of thing. So I actually on my Instagram I saw a video and the lady said instead of male dominated, look at male populated. So as you showed in one of your slides, the amount of women going into science and everything, it is not a fault of the man. It's the fault of society and what we want and where women are perceived to be. And it's also just a personal choice as well at the end of the day. I think now, as you're saying, things are getting easier and easier for women to be in science, and that's getting more encouraged. But there is still not only men's perceptions, but internal women perceptions that, I'm not good enough for science, or I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom. So it's supported by the narrative, right? Yeah. So although those numbers are changing now, it is still a male-populated system. It's just because of that, but that is changing. So that was the one comment I had. The next one was the perception of female-dominated conversations. I saw also another Instagram reel where they were talking about how in a conversation where men speak 85% of the time and women speak 15% of the time, both parties, both men and women, perceive that conversation as mixed gender discussion, 50-50. Where women speak 30% of the time, it is considered, both by men and women, that it was woman-dominated.
Oh, wow.
So that is an internal, both men and women have this bias that, where women only speak 30% of the time, we're dominating the conversation. And that is an inherent scientific thing that has developed through human history for some reason. So your tip by saying let's make these points. Let's show, okay, well, I did say that earlier.
Yeah.
Because we need to change the bias. Because it's not only us, it's everyone in general having that conversation. Both men and women perceive to be woman dominated if it's only 30%.
Yes. And just to say completely what you said, it's not trying to be an attack on men. And I think that's often why women don't want to speak up, because we don't want men to feel like we're saying, well, it's all their fault. But we need to point this out, or else you're going to be me when I was doing my PhD going, there's not a problem, but actually people are feeling excluded.
Yeah, and it's not an attack on the men, it's not an attack on women. It is just the general perception that really does need to adjust. Because if I look at all the women that I follow in my science industry are amazing. They are contributing significantly, but there are also men who contribute significantly. But it's because there is just less women out there at the moment. And yeah, it's encouraging us and, not to dim the light on men's accomplishments and contribution to these fields. But it's showing that it's actually far more equal than the perception is, if you base it purely on population.
Yeah, but also just to say, if this is what I'm feeling I hate to say how long of, I think this is 20 years after getting my honors. What is an honors student feeling like that's just coming into the workplace? So just to note that our students are probably feeling this even more so, especially female students. So just to make people aware about it and to start a discussion. So thank you for your effort.
Fortunately, Stephen, we are quite over time at the moment. My fault.
So I'm the worst session person. I always go over time. Well, thank you.
So our next speaker is Toby Mzobe, a science, technology, and innovation leader with a diverse background spanning geology, science communication, policy, and professional development. He's passionate about connecting science, policy, and social to advance sustained development and STEM capacity across Africa. So he currently serves at SACNASP and has represented South Africa in several international science and innovation forums. So please join me in welcoming Toby.
Thanks for the introduction. I think as the program director has mentioned, I'm Toby Mzobe. I'm from SACNASP. And of course, part of the event is part of us celebrating National Science Month, and which is led by the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And the big thing about National Science Month that has been happening, the activities that have been happening across the month of July, is we've been really trying to connect science more with society. So yes, we all understand our work that we do, the roles that we do. Even us as geologists who understand the relevance of our work in our mining spaces. Part of the big goals of Science Month was, how do we connect this? How do we relate this to society? What does it mean for society? So we'll touch a little bit on that as we go through this talk. But specifically, so I'm looking at my talk, the skills, professionalization, and lifelong learning as really important tools of future-proofing our careers. SACNASP recently completed a 2-year report that we did looking at the future skills required for scientists in South Africa. We're in the process of now disseminating the findings of this report, which we did with the University of Pretoria, or Enterprises UP. And we had a study group, or a select study group that was represented by academics from across the country, giving input and direction into this report, which was, of course, going to inform us as well when we look at our future registration processes. We have recently shared the report as well with the Council on Higher Education. As you might be aware, they are currently looking at working towards the standardization of the master's degree in South Africa. So we shared the inputs of that report as well. So we'll touch a little bit about some of the findings of that report in this presentation. But I guess as a prelude to that, if we look at what's happening now, we are becoming increasingly technological in terms of our society. Our jobs are actually changing at a much faster pace than the university curricula is changing, which was part of the reason we actually commissioned that study, and we shared it with the CHD. We see a lot of technology coming in that all of I think all of our jobs in some way or the other are impacted by technology, mostly positively. But although there are people who are scared as how to what that means, the rocks themselves have not changed. Is the profession is changing. So even as SACNASP, we are really looking at the way we register or recognize scientists. Is it still relevant? Is it going to be relevant in the future as well? Or do we also need to start thinking outside the box because the profession is changing? So our degrees, of course, we know that our the beginning, only the start. Even with our registration journey, of course, it all starts with a degree. The degree determines whether we can register you as a professional scientist or which pathway you follow. So typically we've had this journey where we move from university, we've gained our knowledge and our way of thinking. And then, of course, as we go towards our career, we start to apply this knowledge to the real world situations. So we have this knowledge thinking, decision-making model, which is influencing even our core competencies. So in the past year, SACNASP defined the core competencies of natural scientists, which we still need to workshop a lot as well with our different voluntary associations, including at GSSA. It's moving towards this model of we've got our knowledge, now it's how do you move towards the thinking and then decision making. All of those, of course, it's in the service of societies. How do we use science responsibly to advance our society? So the research that we do, it's not just stays as research in the academic field, but how can we filter that into the decisions that government is making? One of the roles or one of the mandates of SACNASP, of course, is to advise government. And the way that we do that is by using the technical experts that are registered with us through the information they shared, through the research that they conduct, to ensure that it actually filters up to the decision makers with the policy makers. Increasingly, we're finding employees who are reaching out to SACNASP, but they are sharing some of their expectations or what they say is lacking. And this, of course, is informing our own mentorship program. They need a combination of skills. So this is where the future is going. I think the first sort of box, we know the technical excellence, that if I'm a geologist, there's the actual technical technical aspects of the job that I need to know, the field work, the laboratory work, technical specialization. I think we're familiar with that. But more increasingly, we are finding that the professional capabilities as well in leadership, in communication, in ethics, in integrity are very important. In project managers are very important. So we've had this before as what's the key parts of our mentorship program, where we asked our mentors to reinforce these skills. You see in the bottom as well now, problem solving, critical thinking, stakeholder engagement. That is now actually formed part of the core competencies that SACNASP has defined for science, based on the research we're doing as well for the future skills report, also based on the feedback we're getting from employees into what they're expecting from the scientists. And of course, I think we touched just previously now, I think with Steph's presentation, a little bit on this resilience and adaptability. Very, very, very important as well. The soft skills, so to speak, emotional intelligence, just cultural awareness. And some of these as well have also factored in, particularly cultural awareness. It has factored into the core competencies that we've defined as SACNASP. But this is something we need to develop in, because I think, as we heard just shortly before I started, you have that awareness that is required. Sometimes it's sometimes an ethnic thing, sometimes it's a gender thing, male versus female. So we've defined that as a competency in our competency matrix that we'll soon share with our voluntary association, that this is something that we actually need to actively develop in our sciences, alongside the technical aspects that we know, and our universities play a great role in the technical side of things. But the soft skill side of things and cultural awareness, we need to be a little bit more intentional, particularly in our mentor programs, in developing the skills, in developing the required resilience and adaptability. So the modern scientists ourselves, the modern sciences has got a combination of these things, of the technical aspects, the ethics and integrity, which is what SACNASP reinforces. Of course, the new technologies that are coming, systems thinking, as well as being adaptable to these future skills, that we now face in the age of AI, in the age of technology as well. So professionalization now is a journey, we'll say, it's a journey towards trust, and actually it's how we move towards making an impact. So perhaps in a way here, I might be preaching to the choir, because as geoscientists, we are very familiar with the importance of professionalization. The competent persons reports that we do require us to be professionalized. So we are quite familiar with this with this requirement. So I'm just going to quickly move past it to go to mentorship. So when you get professionalized, you're moving towards this leadership in science, and of course the whole state as well. You might be aware that there is a huge drive from the president to professionalize the public sector in South Africa. That we have got people in positions that that are key to the country's development, and need to ensure that they are professionalized, that are mentored and trained into those positions. They've got the relevant skills, they've got the relevant qualifications, as well as recognized by their peers in their relevant professional bodies. So whether that be EXA or SACNASP, or SACE, depending on the field that they are in. So mentorship is a very powerful tool to then build this new generation of geoscientists. We will move basically from mentorship, and the whole idea is to slowly build confidence and experience through the opportunities that we are offering the young graduates. And of course, when we get to the other side and we become professional scientists as well, and we have moved forward with our own journey, we then give back by being mentors. So it's also a call to the experienced scientists that are here to actually mentor, very purposely mentor the next generation of scientists. We have just recently relaunched our own mentorship program at SACNASP that was suspended in the previous year, but now we've gone back to this mentorship program, which have partnered with our VAs, including the GSSA as well, where we focus, of course, on the technical competence side that our scientists learn at work, but then the other more soft skills as well, the emotional intelligence, the ethics, communication skills, the cultural awareness, all it needs to factor in as part of how we are mentoring candidates, how are we actually helping to prepare them to the transition of being professional natural scientists. So our lifelong learning, of course, doesn't stop, because once we have begun our careers, then CPD kicks in. Very important, I think, particularly in the context of, as I said, that we have launched this report now, the Future Skills Report. Not all scientists will go back to university to go study maybe if the universities are introducing new programs or new exciting master's programs, but there will of course be short courses. There's seminars, there's conferences that we can do to actually sort of bridge the gap with the new skills that are coming up, which is why CPD is so important in our journey towards leadership and making an impactful, lasting legacy in science. We say the most successful scientists never stop learning. It is a journey of learning that actually builds us. It does keep us all CPD, does keep today's professionals ready for tomorrow. As a new technologies come in, as a new findings, a new research actually comes in, which is communicated, be it through conferences, through publications of books. It is our ability to recognize the importance of staying up to date with these developments, that becomes important. So, which is why our CPD as well, which previously was only required for professional and certificated scientists, is now also required for candidates as well, to ensure that as our candidates start their journey towards being a professional scientist, they are keeping up to date with the developments in the field. Part of our, of course, helping to grow the next generation is through the many programs I think we touched on. I think as I was being introduced, one of the key flagship things we do at SACNAS, of course, is SheSTEAM. Here we are specifically looking at girls, developing the next generation of girls in science, engineering, technology, maths, and including arts. In this case, we do these programs across the country. We're just currently finishing up here in Cape Town, where we were building not only the technical competencies of the girls in the lab, in the science lab, as they prepare for the CAPS examinations in a few months' time, but also introducing them to the new and exciting technologies, the new and exciting careers that they can pursue once they actually finish school, and the new developments, the new paths that they can follow when they go to university next year. So through National Science Month, as I touched on earlier, we have been really going across the country, trying to get society at large to actually engage with science, with careers in science, and how science can play a role in matters of national development. We've had teacher training programs, and so many more programs that we have been doing in an effort to actually build, or purposefully build, the future scientists. In our case, of course, geoscientists. We know that our field, it's wide ranging. There's many different parts we can follow. I'll just zoom in on two that of particular relevance here, which is government and policy regulation. Scientists don't a lot, and science diplomacy as well. Not all science graduates actually consider this as viable careers. That I've studied geology, I've graduated with my honors degree, let me enter government, or let me enter the policy and regulation, regulatory space, or the science diplomacy space. If you look at STISA 2034, so there's a very key document for the African Union at large, which is the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2034. It lists at very large, sort of a big overview of some of the challenges that we have as a continent in order for us to develop in line with the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. And just some of those areas, energy, water, climate, environment, are some of the areas that it actually touches on. But importantly, what the document really emphasizes, it's the human capital development, or the skills development in the continent. In order for us to attain true scientific autonomy, we're able to actually use science to solve our own problems. It starts, of course, at the education level, but we are not. One of the things we're trying to purposefully do is to actually have scientists inform policy, have scientists inform regulation, have scientists at the helm of science diplomacy. So the NRF has or is launching very soon an exciting program where they are looking at taking PhD graduates who are not necessarily going the academic route, who have chosen not to go the academic route, but placing them in government at local government level, where governments can actually have subject matter expertise sitting on the table. So when decisions are made, there are technical people giving actual input, actual advice, filtering in some of that knowledge, the skill that's coming in from the university, which sometimes doesn't make its way to the policymakers' table. In SACNAS, of course, will be very excited to work with the NRF in this, particularly from the science space, to ensure that we have scientists at the right tables in addressing some of the matters of around national development. So the future belongs to adaptable scientists who are willing to learn, adapt, and evolve with these new technologies, data analytics, systems thinking, The core competencies, of course, that we've defined, we will share them as I've said before, with all of our volunteer associations, so that we all see what it is, how it is that we will be defining the scientist of the future. So this professional scientist, and I specifically chose 2035 as STISA, or the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, is a plan of how we get Africa to 2035 by reinforcing these particular areas: communication, leadership, ethics, the technical excellence, but all basically grounded in human capital development and structured mentorship. I think it might be familiar from academic space as well with the Erasmus Mundi program. Again, a lot of that, if we're applying for that funding, there's a lot in when it comes to a human and skills development aspect, because there's a recognition that tomorrow's leaders are basically built today. So our legacy is as follows: our degrees, particularly as young geoscientists, have opened that first door. The journey towards professionalization is how we're going to be building trust, mentorship, which is very important. What our voluntary associations for us in SACNASP, that's how we do it, or who we do it through. It's literally there to build the confidence, to build the resilience in our graduates, and of course our CPD then keeps us relevant as new skills, as new technologies, as new information arises in science, as the field or the profession evolves. We keep up to date with CV, with CPD, and of course the future skills report, which we have put up online on SACNAS. Would be a great read to actually see what we have done with the University of Pretoria, and what we have shared with the Council on Higher Education as they are investigating the possibilities of standardizing the master's degree. We've put in our input through that future skills report that we publish. So our future will be shaped by the people that we inspire. So again, an invitation for us professionals to actually become mentors for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? Okay, so Nikki says Simera responded to a DSTI call for internship replacing a few years back, but this never went anywhere. We would really welcome the opportunity to work with SACNASP in this space. May we reach out to you?
Yes, so the DSTI call for the internships, it's opened every year. I just lost the date of when it actually opens. You can definitely reach out and we'll talk more about it, but it's opened every year. We are able to request the interns. It's all done online, of course. Even we as SACNAS as well, we actually request interns through the very same program. But yes, you can definitely reach out. I'll put my contacts in the chat box.
Our next speaker is Gary Nell from Coaching Gap.
Thank you and good morning, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for the GSSA for the privilege, and all of you for being here this morning. And just a bit of background is that I've been in mining, or I was in mining for 31 years, and then went into coaching 10 years ago. So I think I'm in a privileged sort of position to see mining maybe from a different angle as well, and specifically from a coaching angle. So I spent most of my time helping new leaders to get the skills they need and the confidence they need to really grow in their new leadership roles. But today I'm going to talk about practical reasoning skills, and how to make better decisions when we don't always have all the answers. And I think that's probably most of the case. Sometimes we struggle to get most of the answers. And so today we're going to focus on, what is it, how it shows up in the workspace, why it's important. It's always important to know that, and then how to use it and improve it. So that will be the crux of the presentation today. So I want to start with a practical example. Then I've used engineers. So if you look at practical reasoning, it's the ability to think through a situation before deciding really what to do. And if you look at those two examples there, engineer and engineer A and B, engineer A will ask, well, the conveyor stopped, let's just replace the motor. We've heard that a lot. Whereas engineer B will ask the question, well, before we replace the motor, what evidence do we have that we have to actually replace the motor? So what we need to look at is they have the same technical skills, but they have different reasoning. And that's an important component to think about and to reflect on as well. And reasoning plays a very important role in leadership specifically. So that takes me into my example. And I think maybe a lot of you have been in this type of situation where you're sitting in a production meeting and production has gone down. There's always a problem with production and people don't really know the answers. So, and specifically, I've sat in many of these meetings on mines where the production has gone down for a couple of days. Mining will maybe point fingers at metallurgy and metallurgy will do the same. And everybody else in the middle starts running around trying to figure out, well, where is the actual problem? So I'm sure some of you can resonate with that. But in this specific scenario, the grade was down for a couple of days. And obviously everybody started doing their homework. Some people pointing fingers, some people asking questions. And, if you look at the scenario, it ranged from equipment checking to maintenance, to weather, to budgets. So everybody debated for a couple of days what the actual issue is. And when the mine manager called everybody together on a Monday morning, he asked one question. So what's really changed here? What has really changed? And the answer in this specific scenario came from the HR person who stood up and said, well, he knows that in one critical situation or one critical area, the supervisors changed, 2 of them in critical areas. And this resulted in different types of behaviors happening and some stuff not taking place the way it should. So this caused a major issue inside production, but it was behavior related. So it wasn't really anything to do with the mechanics of the situation. So once again, I think this highlights that, the wrong problem was being solved. And the lesson here, specifically in this scenario, is the quality of your questions determines the quality of your decisions. So asking the right questions becomes a very important component. And I think this has been mentioned already in previous presentations, but I can't reiterate that enough. It's understanding what to do and asking the right questions. So why reasoning matters? Well, we've heard that technical expertise gets you employed. We know that's why many of you are here as well. But reasoning skills helps you to separate facts from assumptions. Understanding the facts. Identifying the real problem. To get to the real problem, there's certain types of work that you need to do. Considering different perspective, and I think this is one of the biggest challenges that you sit with sometimes, is that we think we're right, we've got an inclination of what to do, but we don't always consider other people's perspective. And this is where the notion of teamwork plays a very important role. Is taking that notion and putting it into practice, always trying to see what others' perspectives are. Making sound decisions, and importantly, anticipating the consequences. And this comes with, I think, a lot of experience. But if you have reasoning skills, you want to anticipate that. You want to see what's coming around the corner as far as possible. And of course, explaining and defending our decisions clearly. If we make a decision and we've made it for a specific reason, it's always important to be able to defend our decisions so we know why we've made it. And then learn from outcomes. And if I mean learn from outcomes, there's many a time that I walk into a team and ask the question, well, what did we do well? 3 things we did well, and 3 things we can learn from. It's amazing to see how many times people do a lot of good work, but they don't always learn from their mistakes. So they keep on repeating mistakes every time. And that's something that remains very important. So why do smart people not make the right decisions? Well, assumptions. We make a lot of assumptions sometimes. We assume we know what's going on and we don't really look at the facts. We get emotional, and some people are probably more emotional than others, but we're all driven by emotions. So that's something we must always reflect upon, is before giving an answer, before trying to solve a problem, is, what emotions am I feeling? Why am I getting emotional? Before you give an answer or before you react. That remains important. Pressure. Pressure is always a problem. So we know that production and mining and geology, everybody's under pressure to produce results. But pressure can cause people not to take the time out to reflect and just to think about what's going on. And that's a very important component. Giving yourself 5 or 10 minutes or even an hour or a day to think about something before you produce it. Experience. They think they know it all. It's happened before, so it's got to be the same. And a lot of the time it's not. Lack of information. So we gather 80% and we thumb suck the rest and think, well, no, let's give that answer. It happens a lot, but there's a reason it happens, because people are under pressure. Confirmation bias, as I mentioned before, we think that because we've had that in a certain situation, it should be the same. And in a lot of instances, it's not. Rushing speaks to pressure, always rushing around. And then, of course, groupthink. If we're in a group or we're in a team and we've been together for many years and we've gone through a number of experiences, we tend to think the same. We tend to rely on each other. Those who speak the most, say the most, they still do, so we don't listen to the rest of the people in the team. So it becomes important that we do that. So intelligence doesn't really prevent poor decisions, but good thinking does. So it's important to remember to have good thinking. So one of the biggest risks that you will see here is, when you start making decisions confidently because you didn't question your thinking. So it's never bad to make a wrong decision, but when you do it confidently without actually questioning your thinking, that becomes even a worse situation. So that's something just to consider. All right, so what I've thought of doing, and we all love models, and of course us coaches also enjoy models. So we're looking at a model called the CLEAR model. So this is something that I'm hoping you can use in practice when you think about your reasoning skills, and something that will act as a bit of a guideline for you as well. So clarity is probably the most important thing. And I always say that clarity changes everything. When you're clear about, first of all, who you are, what you want, how to solve problems, that's almost 90% of the problem solved. So if you think about solving a problem, it's what problem do we actually want to solve? That becomes very important. The second thing is to look, to explore, to investigate, to understand the context of what's happening in a system before you start making judgments or recommendations. That becomes an important component. So looking and exploring are two of the most important components as well. If you explore, what else should or could explain this? That becomes important. And then assessing. What are we assessing? Why are we assessing it? And how does that become important in our thinking? And then reviewing. So we always talk about testing and measuring. So once you've looked at something and decided that this could be what the answer could be, is there any information missing? Is there something that we haven't really looked at yet? So it always becomes important to review how you're performing, what problem you're solving, and how you're solving it. That becomes important. And of course, what should we test before that? So hopefully this gives you a bit of a model. And if you think that I'm missing something, please add it in the chat as well. That becomes quite important to use this as a model that you can use in future. Right, so here's a scenario for you. Is that if you're a geoscientist, 3 months into your first job and production has dropped in one area, if your manager believes the model is wrong, and I'm sure most of the time it's not, but he asks you to investigate, what kind of questions would you ask? If you think of this scenario, similar to the previous one, if you think of this scenario, what 3 questions would you ask yourself before you accept that opinion, that the model is actually wrong? I'll give you 2 or 3 seconds to think about that. Is it the model, or is it something else? And as my previous slide spoke to, was a behavior issue, which is not always highlighted in production. People would normally look at the standard stuff when it comes to production. And the second question is, what would you investigate next? If you answer those questions, what would you be investigating next? So, as this slide says, your technical knowledge will get you hired. The way you think will build your reputation. So those who react, well, they will say, tell me what to do. Those who assume, I think I know what's wrong. And those who reason will say, well, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, and here's what I recommend we investigate next. So this just gives you a bit of a context of maybe how to think differently as well. So when you enter the workplace, nobody expects you really to know everything, specifically all the answers. But they will notice how you think. And that almost builds into your reputation and what some speakers have spoken to. It's what you do consistently. So if you ask yourself the question, well, do you jump to conclusions? Or do you simply follow what everybody else thinks? Or do you have the courage to ask questions like this? What do we know? What do we actually know for a fact? What are we assuming? What else would explain this? And what are we not asking? And that's something that went to a previous presenter as well. What are we not asking that we should actually ask? Okay, so I've given you maybe, hopefully, something to think about, and maybe a bit of reflection from your side. You can do it now, or you can put it in the chat, or we can take it to questions. What in the presentation, if anything, became clearer for you? Is there something that maybe became clearer for you? Is there something that, well, maybe just surprised you? Maybe something I said or didn't say? Something that surprised you? And what will you do differently tomorrow? Maybe not even in my presentation, somebody else that gave a presentation previously. What would you do differently tomorrow? Okay, that is the end of my slideshow. So today I've briefly spoken about reasoning skills, but I must say throughout the last couple of years, I've noticed something quite fascinating, is that the biggest breakthroughs really come from knowing more. They come from understanding yourself, and they come from understanding other people and asking the right questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. There is a question there on the chat from the Lenani saying, how do you deal with analysis paralysis?
Yeah, I think on the analysis paralysis side, it's a very, very good question. I think that you can only analyze to a specific point in time. So I think it's also important to, look at it as a group effort. Sometimes we get information, you can get a lot of information, but it's to try and get your minds together with other people to try and see where is this cutoff point for analysis. And it's to understand, how you think and where your line is, where you want to draw the line in terms of analyzing information, because it can go into paralysis, as you mentioned. and it depends on your time limits you have for the decision. So it's important to reflect on understanding yourself first and trying to share that with somebody else so that you make the right decision at the right time. I hope that answers your question.
So our next speaker is Prof. Nicola Wagner. She is the director of the DSTI NRF at Samira at the University of Johannesburg. She's going to give us a little bit of insight about AI, university, and the future skills every geoscientist needs. So thanks very much to the GSSA. And I must admit, when I enthusiastically said, of course I will participate many months ago, it felt like a good idea. And then as we got closer, like a few weeks back or 2 weeks back, I'm like, oh, I actually need to up my game here. AI, that is one of the reasons I accepted this, is because I myself need to understand more about AI and this constantly evolving thing. So as stated by several of presenters, we're all very good about giving advice and talking things through, but how much are we actually taking on board? How much we're listening? And maybe that's the challenge, is we give the advice, but how many people are actually taking what we're taking on board? But anyway, here we go. This is my story for today. I'm going to start by this disclaimer. These are my own thoughts, opinions, and do not reflect those of the Center of Excellence, nor the NRF, DSTI, or even UJ. And I'm going to disclaim that I did consult Microsoft Copilot and Google AI during the construction of this presentation and PowerPoint design. And I did compile the slides. I determined the content and flow of the presentation, but I did not personally design the pictures that I've used in slides 2, 3, and 11. They were AI generated from the internet. And I borrowed slides 6 and 7 and 8 from an internal UJ presentation on the development of AI governance framework at UJ, which was presented by Prof. Corne Monkeys on the 15th of July, and actually was extremely useful in my development of this presentation. I'm starting by this bit of a surprising thing here, but that is what we're actually going to have to do through all presentations. It's not so much plagiarism. Well, it is a case of plagiarism if I claim that I have used slides or just not acknowledge that some of the slides I'm using are not slides that I actually generated myself. So please take note of the disclaimer. AI, university, and future skills. We're going to unpack we're going to unpack it one by one. But I want to start by, and I don't know if I'm going to manage to see this, but I'd like to have a show of hands from people who uses AI on a fairly regular basis to stimulate their thoughts, to test out ideas. And AI, we're talking about Copilot, ChatGTP, Claude, Gemini. I learned a new one today from George Henry, Kimi. Or even just a basic Google AI search. Okay, I can see lots of hands coming up here because I can't see the full lot. So maybe, because obviously I can only see partial screen, but yep, people are acknowledging their use. But maybe I'm going to reframe my question and say, who is scared of using? So if we can, all those people who acknowledge use, can you put your hands down, and hopefully I'll be able to get some. There's some honest person that's still got their hand up, or new hand. Honest people also scared of using it. Are we scared because we are going to be accused of cheating? Are we scared because we don't understand what we're using? I've frequently got students and also my own university going children who are saying they're not using it because they're terrified. What will the university say? How will it be picked up that they're using AI? But in this rapidly evolving world, an aspect of our world around UA and generative AI, we actually, whether you like it or not, you are using it. And whether you're declaring it or not, you are using it. Increasingly, as an academic, when we're reviewing papers or reviewing proposal assessments, we have to tick that we have not used AI in the proposal assessment or review papers. And it's surprising how many people are, because it's easier, but it's not accurate. And we'll talk about it. So you may not do AI, but AI is certainly doing you, influencing you, and possibly even without your conscious thought. It is influencing increasingly so our day-to-day lives. When I use Copilot or even my phone, it seems as if every week there's some new thing on there that wasn't there previously that actually
helps me to speed up my world, or provides me another thought. Well, I didn't know I needed to use that, but let me use it and see what happens. So it is constantly evolving. And yes, we're all scared, but let me carry on with the presentation. Let's just talk this through a little bit. So last week, coincidentally, UJ provided an opportunity for us to see a movie called The Thinking Game, hosted by the UJ Library. Has anyone come across this movie, The Thinking Game? I think it's a couple of years old now. And if you haven't seen it, I do suggest you see it. It provided some very interesting thought. So AI is developing rapidly, and this movie, which is sort of a docu movie, it follows or details Dennis Hassabis, who really is a youngster, or when he first, he was one of these people that attended Cambridge at a super young age, but he wanted to see just what computers or what generative AI could do and develop it. And it follows sort of the development of his life and how he built this companies. And the first thing they were doing was to see, could computers teach themselves games, and that they could then compete against the top chess players or Go players in the world and other online game champions. And how long would it take a computer to be able to learn to beat the opponent? Initially, when they started with the chess, it took them a good couple of months for the computer to learn, but it got faster and faster. I can say in the movie that the one of the other online programs, games, I can't remember what it was called. The computer did at that stage had still not managed to beat the top player in the world, but it was close. But the top player is doing 800 iterations on the keyboard a minute. So at that stage, the computers couldn't keep up. But AlphaGo learned by teaching itself. And it was very interesting how quickly the technology developed, where the computer was teaching itself, the AI, learning from its own errors and mistakes. So moving on from AlphaGo and can computers teach themselves, his companies and partners received a Nobel Peace Prize because they unlocked the computer's ability to work on protein structures. Now, the people in that medical industry had for 10 years put out a competition to those people working in the discipline of computers and AI and generative AI. For 10 years, it took until finally these people cracked it on how to get protein structures we know the DNA, but how to put it into a protein structure. I'm not a medical person. Go watch the movie to learn more about the complete facts. So it went from an AI game scenario to actually something that is incredibly useful. It has changed the medical industry in terms of how they understand how to look at diseases and malaria and so on, by actually being able to unpack proteins and then target components within that. And this company put it out there for free. They didn't make money from it. They said, this is something society needs. We've cracked the code. This is what society needs. And obviously, they make a lot of money doing a whole lot of other things. But this thinking game was very interesting, where AI was and where it got to and how it has evolved so quickly. But one of the problems is that AI has so much potential for abuse. If it's learning from itself, how do we keep power over something potentially more powerful than us? And I think this is possibly what is scaring us. And we people who use AI, and I forgot to deep dive to my list there, we do know it's an invaluable research partner, but its impact depends on the individual and how we understand how to use it, how we are able to understand what is true and what is fabricated, what is inaccurate. Society for many years has been saying AI will take our jobs. I don't believe that, and I've never believed it. It's more, how do we learn to do our jobs with AI? How do we learn the benefits of both of them? I'll unpack that a little bit more. But it's also a question that universities are struggling with. How how, from a university perspective, do we guide the academic research, or how can academic research or staff be guided on how to use it? And even if we are struggling ourselves, how are we guiding students on how to use this AI, generative AI, to the best of our ability to improve what we are doing, but not to rely on it to do things for us? It's a rapidly evolving world, a rapidly evolving space, but we've got to combine the individual, the society, and the institutions to shape the future by shaping this technology that is available to us. So, as stated towards the end of the movie, The Thinking Game, it requires global coordination. It requires people to say, whoa, this is getting out of hand. And we know it's getting out of hand. We don't know what's true or not. It was so much of social media. But we need to be able to pull back and say, okay, as a society, we need to be working with this, with AI, generative AI. We don't want it to be making us, controlling us. So how do we do that? So these are some of the slides that I have borrowed from the presentation, the UJ presentation last 2 weeks back. Future-ready universities in the AI era. It is a topic that all universities around the world are discussing, are grappling with. How do we deal with how do we deal with it at universities? How do we teach the academics? How do we teach the university at support staff? And how do we then guide the students as well? We need to recognize that AI is there. It's rapidly evolving. But what boundaries, what principles, what guidelines can we provide to the academics and the students? We've got to consider the ethical use of information. We all know the PAPIA Act, and how do we then work on looking at project proposals, look at students grading and assessment in this world of AI. We know it can help, it can speed up, it can do things better than maybe eliminate some human errors, but AI makes its own errors as well, and humans need to understand where to look. So a key question is how to learn to use AI without losing the ability to brainstorm or apply critical thinking. And also, does the whole advent of generative AI and AI require a complete overhaul of curricula at schools and universities, at any tertiary and primary institution? What was really interesting which I found particularly interesting in the UJ presentation by Prof. Mankis, was that there is documentation, and this comes from a 2025 publication, with regards to the Bloom's taxonomy. Maybe the students on this session have heard or not heard of the Bloom's taxonomy, but it was particularly interesting in how education has always, at the bottom of the triangle, factual recall and understanding. And from that basis, we can then create and synthesize. The AI, generative AI, and the world we are now moving into or living in already shifts that completely. We don't need to remember things. We can Google it. Just Google it. Who won the game last week? We'll Google it. We might have watched it. We don't remember the score. Google will tell us. So our need for factual recall and causal reasoning is changed. But what we need to do is we need to be able to synthesize the information. We still need to be able to use it, adapt it. And how do we, I haven't had time to really look into the understanding of this inverted Bloom's taxonomy and what it means from a pedagogical, well, we struggle with that word, pedagogical point of view, but it's shifting it. It's shifting what are we going to do with knowledge. But this shift does not argue for the replacement of humans. So what the universities are having to look at is in terms of how do we produce a graduate of the future, we've got to look at how do we balance the causal reasoning, ethical judgment, contextual empathy, and finding accountability, which is still a very much human component, to the rapid pattern of recognition, instantaneous synthesis, data processing, and so on. So we've got to find where is the overlap. Where can we have cyber social intelligence partnership? So AI is not a flawed imitation of human intelligence. It's a distinct mechanical intelligence. And we've got to be able to work out how we link these together. We are all learning in this pool. It's not as if the students, first years, can come in and think that the academics have got this under control. We don't. We're having to learn, and probably we are learning at a slower rate than the first years, who've had more of their entire life has been much more tech than some of us older generation people. So within the world of geosciences, I acknowledge I am very slow in the uptake and understanding of how AI can help with machine learning, deep learning. I've never been a particular modeler. I'm very much a much more hands-on. I sit behind a microscope when I have time. I'm not a field geologist either, but there are a number of companies and colleagues who have excelled and really seen the need for machine learning in geosciences and the complete benefit that deep learning can provide. Through the years, many decades, geologists have created or compiled a lot of data. And machine learning and deep learning enable us to actually interrogate that data in a level that we've never been able to interrogate before. So generative AI has found applications in pretty much all the spheres of the geosciences, but it does still not take away the human. And I want to stress that to the young people. Whilst AI applications have been rapidly adopted and we need a lot more people who can combine computer skills and informatics skills into the world of geosciences, we still need geoscientists and the basic education and training around geosciences. So the undergrad curriculum requires some change, and the challenge is trying to incorporate the new material as well as the old material. And I want to stress again, academics are learning at the same time as students. So what future skills does every geoscientist need? Well, the key thing that comes up is problem solving and critical inquiry in diverse scientific environments. Yes, the university can teach a lot of components in terms of understanding mineralogy. And we can teach textbook examples or those carefully curated examples in the laboratory. And then those students who go to field schools or the field school component of any geological degree will be like, well, this does not look like what I saw in that textbook or I saw in that carefully curated laboratory. You have to take that information that you've learned in class and apply it to the field environment. And through that, you are needing to use problem solving and critical inquiry skills. The other skill we definitely need is adaptability. Our world is changing at a very fast pace. I don't know whether we're on whatever revolution we are now, but I don't even think the fifth revolution has kept up with the fourth revolution. The fourth revolution was meant to be the much more the tech thingy, but we still don't necessarily have Wi-Fi or mobile access everywhere we go. So we can't really rely on the fourth industrial revolution, and we're already in the fifth one. But the fourth hasn't caught up. It's a confusing world, and all we know is that change is inevitable and consistent, and we have to adapt to it. And obviously, a basic background and knowledge is actually invaluable. Yes, I can ask Google, quickly tell me what is in a granite. But it would be a lot easier if I actually just remembered it myself and then was able to ask Google or AI a much more in-depth question. So we have to have the basic knowledge. We have to have that basic background to be able to ask questions that are beyond just the basics. We have the advantage of being able to use AI to help us in the world, but we have got to understand what type of questions we are asking. Problem solving, critical inquiry, adaptability. I'm just essentially repeating what many of the presenters earlier today have actually said. It's the same thing again, just in a different context in terms of this particular presentation. I thought by now I might have run out of time, but I did find a very useful site on the internet, a paper written in 2026 by Emmett Butchrika, And it's the most valuable skills you build in a geoscience degree and which career uses them. So we've got the key technical and analytical skills, the analytical reasoning, quantitative skills, spatial awareness, research methodology, technical communication. But those are the skills that you can acquire in class. Today's session, and wow, it has been a phenomenal day listening in, has effective communication, teamwork, collaboration, critical problem solving, and excuse me, I'll wave my hand here, adaptability, time management, and attention to detail. Those skills are equally, if not more so, important skills than the key technical and analytical skills. A lot of both of sets of skills you can learn from on-the-job learning during your degree, and you'll be continuously learning them through your career. I'm constantly learning how to apply problem-solving skills and teamwork, how to actually construct teams and ensure that you can get to the endpoint. The skills that are considered most in demand today, according to this particular article, data analysis interpretation, and for that you really need to be able to use AI. You need to be able to understand machine learning and how to write programs that will enable you to ask questions of data that we've probably never been able to ask before. So there's lots of opportunity to go back into the legacy data. And I know Wits University and a number of others are really driving this space. Geospatial technology, looking at the GIS, and people working in geospatial technology, I have a skill that not many people in the world can. You can just look at things slightly differently. Field investigation sampling. Certain universities, UJ being one of them, the number of the number of field days in the undergraduate and the honors program, we're fighting very hard to keep those field days because it is vitally important that students and academics understand the importance of getting into the field. You've got people who specialize in the data analysis interpretation. You've got others who are going to specialize and really thrive in field environments. Modeling and simulation, what do we do with the data that we have acquired? And then also the environmental assessment, being able to look at the environment around us, gain insight from a variety of different sources in terms of our geosciences discipline. So as I wrap up, all AI requires fact-checking. You need to have enough background knowledge to be able to determine if the information is coming through from AI, is it useful and usable? And fact-checking still requires a human. Yes, somebody jokingly said, well, you can start off in Copilot and then put the same thing into whatever Copilot asks or gives you the answer, put it into Gemini and say, is this true? And then from Gemini, you can take it to maybe Claude and check, Claude, is this factually correct? So you can use the different AI platforms to factually check it, but that's taking your time. If you were able to already have the correct background that could factually check AI, you would already have moved on to the next question or the next application. So don't take AI as completely accurate and at face value, even if it's learning quickly. And you can pay for the advanced Claude or the advanced Kimi, you still need to fact check it. So a human-centric approach is required for AI in the world of work and in the world of the universities with sober, social, intelligent partnerships. The curricula does require a fundamental shift, but the curricula cannot keep up with the rapidly changing world. In a university, it typically takes 2 years to change curricula. But we don't want to get rid of the old and bring in the new. We need to learn how can we take the old and still bring in the new without losing anything. And academics constantly saying there's just so little time in the academic program to bring in everything we need. Students and all of us will need consistent opportunity to attend courses and consistently learn, whether it's learning in the world of work or going back to university to acquire more skills. Future skills, we need technical and soft skills. They're both equally important. And that comes back to one of the talks. I think it might have been either Stephanie or Janet, as well, just to say that some people have got natural skill sets in certain areas. Know your natural skill set and where you can contribute to a team to enable research projects or work projects to reach their logical conclusion and outputs. So thanks very much for the attention, and I guess we've got opportunity for a few minutes of questions if it's at all possible. Let me stop sharing so I can see what is happening out there. So back to you, Natalie.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Nikki. It's really nice to hear your experiences and your perspective on the whole AI situation from the university itself. I have heard things, but obviously we are not experiencing that with you, so it's very interesting. There is a question and some comments from Camille here. She says, I agree that using AI in research is invaluable, and I've grown significantly in my technical skills and data interpretation since using it as a companion. My concern is that using AI is streamlining our work, helping complete tasks faster and perhaps better than before. And in the consulting realm, it doesn't mean that we have more time for ourselves. It means we have more time for more work. So instead of relieving stress and workload, it is compounding. How do you propose we challenge this in the industry? Is AI helping the scientist or helping profits at the expense of the scientist?
That is an absolute excellent point. And it was actually one of the points I wanted to make during the presentation. Whilst AI is potentially helping, it's actually giving us more work. And we are expected to work faster. And the work pressure and fatigue and burnout is increasing exponentially. We saw that during COVID. COVID created its own problem with fatigue and burnout, but that was from a social perspective. We now have a complete different set of problems in this world, but it's still leading increasingly to fatigue because people are thinking, I need to do more. I now need to learn this constantly changing AI platform to get me to do my work quicker. And maybe it is, but it's actually making you realize, well, I can do so much more with my work, or I must do so much more. And I find that also from the university perspective. So it's part of it is this little bit of a pushback. And the world is talking about this pushback. In fact, I don't know again if it was fake or not, but the AI technology has actually advanced 2 stages further than we're currently working for. But countries or politicians or global leaders or even leaders in Google itself and Apple have said, whoa, the world's not ready for this yet. We cannot release it. So we have to hope that the people developing the technology are also able to look at the human ability to take this technology and synthesize it. So it is very much a global cohesion. How much are we going to take and accept, and how much are we going to push back? We need to push back. AI is not replacing all the jobs in the world. Look at the jobs that are not possible to be replaced. But AI has helped the medical industry immensely. People can perform operations on one continent where the person is in a different continent. Wow. But you still needed the human, and we still need to understand how far AI can go. So I think it's up to us to also say, wow, yes, we can use it, but not to let it control our world. I did hear a disappointing factor is that a lot of students, especially the students who are feeling a little bit lonely, actually ask AI, hi, good morning. How am I feeling today? And we'll get a response. It's a response that maybe in their isolation, they're becoming too dependent on. And that unpacks a whole nother thing in terms of isolation. We came out of COVID in isolation. Now AI is encouraging isolation.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Nikki. Thanks for those comments there. And that is a little bit of a scary part of the whole AI business. Also, Mark had a good comment in the chat. Also, he said, you can Google answers, but nothing beats a good general knowledge. You don't have time to Google when networking with senior management. So you do need to have a more general knowledge. So yes, that's work nicely into our networking session that we had earlier with Gary. So we're not all walking around with quick ChatGPT AI comments that you can answer to your senior management. But yeah, maybe one day. Confidence Chilande is a senior geotechnical engineer at SOK Consulting. She will be talking to us about practical realities of building a successful career in mining. So, Confidence, whenever you are ready.
I think the best way to present this is to reflect my career, not to say that I've had a successful career, because I feel like I'm just halfway through it. And so, but there's been few lessons learned in my journey, which has gotten me this far, which I believe that might be critical for you to take on some of the lessons. So thank you so much to all the organizers for inviting me today and allowing me to share briefly on some of the practical realities of building a career in geosciences, or rather, I was told in mining, but I'm currently in geosciences and engineering, and I believe the audience are basically covering those two spheres. So today I'll speak about a glimpse of my career journey, and I'll speak about investing in advanced skills and networking, leadership roles, mentoring, and communication. I do believe that I might touch on some of the topics that have already been presented. So do bear with me on that one. And a disclaimer, I did get assisted with some points in using AI in some of the slides, just to allow me to put words together. But essentially, it's been my thoughts that I'm presenting on this presentation. I just learned that from the previous presenter that it's always good to put that disclaimer. So a glimpse of my journey, I began my career at Oricon, which was previously known before that as Ninhamshins, but today it's known as Zotari. I've been rather started off as a geotechnical engineer in that case. So I did studied civil engineering, but then decided to specialize in geotechnical engineering, where I got my master's from UCT. And I then worked for 2 years in the government as a chief civil engineer, and I'm currently at SRK as a senior geotechnical tailings engineer. So in between that, there have been some few recognition. I think the notable ones being the top 200 million Guardian, Young Engineers Consulting South African Young Engineer of the Year in 2021. And I just want to highlight some of the leadership roles that I've had in between my career, which is being the founder of Prestio app. This is just a social media for all women, without generally all women. Doesn't matter being in engineering or non-engineering. It's more like LinkedIn or Twitter for women. So developed that a few years ago and built it in the intention of allowing women to network, engage with one another, celebrate with one another, and mentor and learn from one another. The other role that I've had is with the University of Johannesburg, where I served as a member of the Executive Committee of Convocation and the University Council. I was also appointed by our cabinet to serve as a board member for the Social Housing Regulatory Board. And in our industry, I served on the SAICI, which is the South African Institute of Civil Engineers. I was part of the geotechnical division, wherein from there, I also represented the young geotechnical engineers on our global platform called the Young Members Presidential Group. And the reason I'm highlighting all of this is because a whole lot of lessons that I'll be speaking about stemmed from being part of all this, I'd say, leadership roles and all these other activities that I got involved in, which is beyond my just technical role. And understanding the theme of today's sessions, talking about beyond our technical. So I felt the need of highlighting those different roles that rather encompassed along my journey. So from now on, the first step that I just want to highlight on, it's basically investing in advanced skills. It's very important that beyond your qualification, whether you are getting a degree or an honors degree, your master's or whatever it may be, that it's important to develop in advance specialty skills within your field. It's important that, especially after your first undergrad qualification, we normally leave the institution with just the basic foundations or basic introductions to different concepts. And beyond that, we realize that each one of us get an opportunity to work in different companies, in different industries. Some go into construction sites, Some then go to consulting environment. So it's very important to understand the environment that you're working in and then further invest in doing or rather working in that environment. Then the second one is that it's quite important to understand strong foundations of whatever specialist skills you want to develop, to be able to read and research and understand the history and understand why you are working in an environment that you are. If you are in underground mine, it's important to understand what happened, what geological formations happened for our mine to exist today, what other lessons from maybe nearby mines. So it's not just about waking up and working the work that you're given, but going beyond and learning all the other knowledge that make your role important. It's also important to learn the standards, the regulations, because certain projects or certain work get in trouble because we don't follow the right regulations. We don't understand the conformance protocols and the methods. And just as our previous speaker spoke about, the AI tools that are important in the work that we're doing. As much as we need AI tools are here. We all understand that we are in the fifth industrial revolution. It's very, very important to know, how does that relate to the work that I'm doing? How can I learn advanced skills in AI to be able to advance my career? So it's very important that we don't lag behind in technological advancement and all the AI tools, because the world is revolving. Whether we like it or not, we're never going back. So it's very important to stay ahead of the curve and learn all the relative tools aligned to that. So the next thing I want to speak about is networking. I do understand that there was a speaker already who spoke about networking already, but I just want to highlight that your knowledge is not enough on its own. You're doing your work behind your desk. It's not enough. It's also important to get out of your desk and, importantly, showing up today for an event such as this. It's a step to building your network, understanding who are the leaders in the industry, in your relevant industry. Who are the role models that are specializing in your skills? Make sure you get to know them and understand what are they getting up to. Get to attend events that can empower that. But what's very important within your network is that build your own brand. Be known for what you do. It's not just about submitting a report and letting it pass. Let somebody know that there's a specialist in geotech. You're a specialist in rock. Whenever your friends, whenever your colleagues, your network sit down and think about rock engineering, they must have a name in mind to say, I'm thinking about Palesa. That is the person to go to for rock engineering. And networking is not just externally, it's also internally. Within the company that you work for, it's very important to make sure that your brand is known, because what's the point of doing good work and let it just slide and let it not be known? Because your promotions, your new job, your new project that you get involved in, it always stems from somebody saying that, I remember Pathu did this work for me, or rather did this work and contributed greatly on that. And we think we need that skill in our next project, and that's how you expand your skills and you basically grow in your working environment. So a simple thing such as sitting down for coffee with somebody that you are interested in working with and having lunch breaks and sitting down there and just getting to know what they do. It's very important, because you never know where your next big project will come from. So don't just sit behind your desk, catching up deadlines and doing that. It's very important that you still go out and engage with other people and building those networks. So that's one thing I've learned. And I'll give you an example. The role that I was appointed by the cabinet and to serve with the Minister of Human Settlement, it stemmed from my role at the University of Johannesburg on council, which for me to get into that role is because I had gone out and volunteer at a University of Johannesburg engineering event. And in that event, one of the seniors recognized my abilities and said, you know what, I think I'll nominate you for the next role. So it's interesting how showing up just for one event can then leads to the other event, and the one thing led to the other, the next thing led to the other. And people ask me, how did you get on those boards to be able to serve like that? And I'm like, you know what? I accompanied our HR department at UJ to give a talk voluntarily. I did not really understand that all of that will then lead to everything else beyond that. So that's basically what I learned. The next thing being getting involved in leadership roles. That basically attached to what I've spoken. Leadership starts by organizing a very small student event. For you to find yourself serving on an engineering board or a mining board, it starts just from learning how to organize a small event on campus. I was part of the Society of Women in Engineering at UJ. We led and we're doing organizing those events. Little did I know that the communication skills I'm learning there, the networking, how to know an event balance, it's what I'm going to need to be able to lead on an executive board. One of the things I've got to do was to also learn to get accreditation as a professional board of director. And I realized that the skills I learned in leading from organizations, from church events, those are the similar skills that are required, because your communication etiquette, your professionalism, how to run meetings, it starts from a young career age. You just don't wake up tomorrow and say, let me apply being a board of director. It literally starts from where you are. Gaining access to people and conversation is usually beyond your normal graduate environment. It requires you to get out of your comfort zone. In leadership roles, you learn how to govern, how to collaborate, how to build stakeholders and all of that. So what I just wanted to highlight on is the importance of starting very small, right where you are, with what you have, with the opportunities that you get. Every work environment has a social committee, has a Mandela Day committee doing something. They get involved and learn what it means to collaborate, because those are the soft skills that you still require in your work environment, knowing how to interact with people in that manner. The next step that I want to talk about is contributing to the knowledge body. You don't need to be studying your master's or PhD to contribute to the knowledge body. From the work that you do, it's very important that you get into the habit of writing the lessons learned. Let's say you work on a project, write an article and let it published on the SciC magazine with your manager, with your supervisor. But what I want to emphasize is that the more you get into the habit of sharing your knowledge, the more you will become very comfortable in sharing your skills, in also understanding where you are in your career path. So write a conference paper, put out a case study of an interesting project that you're working on. Write a technical load. You can even use LinkedIn to write your reflections to say, on this specific project, this is what I've learned, and this is what I would like to reflect and share with you. I remember very early in my career, I did a project on gabion walls. Gabion walls are very simple supportive structure that everyone knows. Nobody would have thought that you can write a very specialist paper on some of the hidden lessons learned in designing gabion walls. What happened was that it was in Uganda, a site which I'd never even visited. There was a road slope failure, and the government kept on giving money in just backfilling those gabion walls. Backfilling and building gabion walls right on the surface of the road shoulder. And the road kept on failing and failing and failing over time. But as I was doing my analysis, and I was just sitting in the office using all the information I got, Google Earth and everything, I then realized, actually, the reason this thing is failing is because the toe is not well supported. The more they put gabion walls on top, they're just loading the slope. Anyway, let me not get technical and run away. But the lesson learned there was that it was such a simple project. We thought it's not one of the biggest projects that Oracle would even remember. But as I was doing it, there was a great lesson learned, which I then got to present it at the African Regional Conference. And I realized that there were hidden principles on understanding how slopes function and how gravitational forces work. And I'm just putting it out there to say, You don't need the biggest research outbreak to be able to present. A simple project such as Gabion analysis can be presented due to the small lessons that you learned. And start with the little that you know. Your contribution improves your thinking because it forces clarity and structure and evidence-based reasoning. And in that way, while you're at it, you're basically getting visible and noted for your contribution to the knowledge body. But also emphasis, do study further where you can. Whatever it is that you work on, make sure that you do take time to study and read upon it. If you do have an opportunity, you can study while working. Still studying, by the way, doing my other postgrad on that. So there's always a joy in learning something that you're working on, because the more you work in, the more you realize how much knowledge you still need. And if you are studying something related to what you do, then it means that you're spending time investing in the knowledge, which eventually you get acknowledged for that qualification while at the same time contributing well. They're almost done. Lastly, or rather, the one important point I want to speak about is mentorship. I do know that we spoke about those as well, or rather their mentorship is part of this program. But it's very important to make sure that you don't just get mentors, that beyond mentors, you get coaches and you get sponsors. A mentor is basically somebody who shares perspective and helps you make better decisions with your studies, with your career choices and professional guidance. In my career, I was very fortunate to get mentors throughout university level, my undergraduate program, as a professional. Even today, I'm very much fortunate that even SRK nominated me to be part of the International Women in Resources mentorship program, which is based in the UK in London. So I've realized that it doesn't matter what level in your career you are, you still need sponsors who get you into the room and make sure that they speak about your name, they speak about the advocate for you and recommend for you. I mean, I feel like I'm here today speaking because a friend of mine became a sponsor for me to come and replace him in this program. So that's the importance of networking and make sure that there are people who speak about you in your absence, who can recommend good programs or good opportunities for you. A coach is also very important. There's somebody whom you stay accountable to, who'll be honest about your performance, who'll be very true and tell you areas where you need to improve. And lastly, be a good mentee. Make sure you take initiative if you have a good mentor. It's very important that as you ask for mentors, you show up, you respect their time, you plan properly, you organize yourself, you write your meeting notes, you action what you promise that you'll do. Eventually, those people are there to guide you. And on the reverse side, it's also very important to be a mentor to somebody. It doesn't matter which level you are in. You can still mentor somebody. If you're in university, you can mentor a high school learner. If you are a professional, can mentor a candidate in that manner. So let's be mentors. And my last slide is speaking about communication and good attitude. Good attitude will open massive doors for you. As a graduate, as a student, as a professional, it's the good attitude that keep the clients. Sometimes we think it's the skills that we have, but our clients, our project partners are there because of the good attitude that we bring and the good work ethic, the good communications that we bring. So if you want to have that successful career, it's very important that you communicate clearly. If you can't deliver what you promise, write an email and say, apologies, something came about, or our analysis is not moving accordingly, things are not going as planned. Can you rather submit next week instead of just sitting down and waiting for your supervisor to come and shout, or rather come and complain about work that has not been delivered? It's very important that you keep on clear communication in every level that you are. I've always spoken to all the team members that I lead everywhere to say, I entrust you with work. I don't micromanage, because I trust that you'll solve the problem and you'll come to me when you have issues. I believe in taking ownership. I believe in giving you the reins to lead your simple role. Even as a graduate, I see you as a leader in the project. Hence, I expect you to come and tell me to say, okay, I went and tried what we discussed. It's working, it's not working. This is what I tried. And you don't just bring questions, but you bring solutions as well on the table, and we can discuss the solution and expand on them. And I believe that's the best way of growing in your career and learning. So most of the team members that I've been part of, or rather have led, I've seen them rising very fast to leadership roles or getting promoted because of the work ethic and attitude that I've always promoted in my teams. So it's very important that wherever you are, which level that you are, that you take every project as you are the leader. Doesn't matter if you just got handed in the project, but just say, this is my work, I'll communicate, I'll engage, and make sure that I remain accountable. And staying very positive. I understand some work environment can be very negative, toxic, and all of that, but maintaining a positive attitude makes you see beyond the minor challenges that are in between, the politics in workspaces and all of that. It's very important that you understand why you are where you are in terms of work environment and so on. So make sure you can communicate. Make sure you keep that positive attitude and smile. And wherever you are, I think it goes far. And in closing, I just want to say that we are the enablers of the change we want to see in the future. Thank you so much for having me today.
Confidence, thank you so much. You have some excellent points there, especially regarding communication, as well as mentorship at any level. So yes, we do encourage also within the GSSA, we have a mentorship program. So there's more information available about that online. But yes, as Confidence says, contribute, wherever it may be, no matter how big it is. So yeah, get your name out there. Are there any other questions for Confidence? There is a comment in the chat box from Mark. He says, networks are critical. Opportunities in my entire career, I only ever had 2 opportunities that were not from my network. Advice and input. The other importance of good network is that you can ask other professionals for input or advice on something that you're not sure about or need a second opinion on, in a way that you don't feel judged for not knowing. So thanks for that comment, Mark. Tanya has a question.
The question I'd like to ask is if you would make a comment on networking, the benefits of actually being physically in the room, networking with real people, or simply just living online.
I think it's very, very important to balance both of them. And the reason I would say a balance of both of them is because seeing a face in person is not enough. It's also very important to know what they get up to through LinkedIn, what projects they're working on, so that when you get to meet online, you've got topics to say, if this is Confidence, I know she's working on a project in a mine just in Namibia. Let's get to engage around that. So having a balance of both is very important, but we can never replace physical interaction. That is the most, or rather, firstly, the first step, going out and making sure that you get to meet the people and get to feel their character and personality, and make sure that they don't forget your face, and attitude, but it's beyond the physical networking. It's what makes a difference between showing up for an event once and for it to be beneficial versus it just being a once-off meeting. It's the follow-up interactions after that, whether you post on LinkedIn and tag whoever that you met, or you inbox them, or you take their email, meet up for coffee. I feel like after meeting up for an event with 100 other people, it's hard to remember whom you met. But what matters is that after you've met in person, go out for coffee or inbox them on LinkedIn or greet or tag them and write something that stood out in the conversation that you had with them. So a balance of both is very important. Neither of them can survive without the other.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Confidence. I'm going to take one more question from the chat from Lerato. How was your transition from public government to private sector? Looking back, what would you say were the biggest challenges you faced during that move?
Thanks, Lerato. So I keep on getting that question, but actually it's the other way around. A lot of people ask me, how did you move from being a geotechnical engineer to being a public servant? Even worst of them all, or rather interesting enough, I got to be working for the police department, as a chief civil engineer at the National Head Office. So that was the most famous question. And to answer that, I think starting from the other side, I started my career in a consulting world. So coming back into the consulting space was really almost like moving back to my natural habitat, The one which I would say was most challenging and very tricky was me joining the public sector, understanding the politics, because any senior role you're going to have in the government, it will definitely be political. So I did try my best to start a very technical, to remain true to my core purpose, which was to deliver projects across South Africa. And I had a very good team and a good manager in that way, who was very professional, who understood that we came from consulting environment. But the most interesting thing that I loved about the role, moving from consulting to the government, was that you are basically dealing with other consulting engineers in that space and contractors. So you know how they behave, you know what they need to deliver. So you become the best ambassador for being a recipient and managing other consultants, because all the skills that you gained as a consultant is what the government needs now to manage other consultants. So that was very good for me. And I couldn't handle the politics, hence me leaving very quite early. So I thought I'm best to contribute back in the consultant space. So yeah, thank you for that question.
Thanks for your answer there, Confidence. There is another question in the chat from Tina, but if you wouldn't mind sticking around, then you can just answer her manually just while we move on to our next speaker. But thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, then we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have Dexter Nyamutumbu, who is a junior consultant at Humanity SA. He is going to be talking to us about how to resign professionally and protect your reputation. Very interesting topic. Thank you very much for joining us, Dexter. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I think I joined the last 10, 15 minutes of confidence session, and subsequently, like the nuggets that you shared, very valuable. There's some that I've used in my career, and this is part of the reason why I'm here today presenting such topics, being invited to such talks as well, because of the tips that you gave, especially about networking, and also the earlier sessions that we had earlier today about your professional brand and all of that. Please, I hope you guys are making notes and connecting with the people, also connect with the people who are presenting today, because for all you know, you could end up working with those people down the line. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about today. So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dexter Nyamutumbu, as Nasi has said. I am a registered industrial psychologist, as the bio will be sent to you and you'll see. And as part of my profession, a lot of what I do, I bring the people side to processes. I bring the people, always thinking about the people, considering the people and all of that. So that's my area of expertise. So this is kind of a chartered water for me. So I had to do a bit of research. So if I do misquote or misstate anything regarding your industry, please do correct me. I'm open to correction as well. But in terms of why we're here today, so I think this morning, and I looked at the program. So since this morning and up until now, we've heard all about, your personal branding, your reputation, your ethics, and like what also just heard just now. Since Confidence did give us valuable insights into the practical realities of how you can actually build a successful career in mining. Because I believe that as geoscientists, you spend years honing hard technical skills. You're mastering the structural geology, geochemical assays, drill hole logging, and deposit modeling. All those are very technical things. But then throughout your career, one of the most critical moves you will make, it's not in an underground space or in a lab. It's about how you exit an organization, any organization, So what I'm going to focus on for our session for the next just less than 30 minutes is how to resign professionally and also protect your reputation. This is applicable whether you're applying or transitioning to a new exploration firm, whether you're moving into consulting, like SysConfi has done as well, or whether you're pursuing further research. I think it's very important how you handle your departure, because how you handle that will reverberate, will affect things across your entire career. Because the uncomfortable truth is this, because you can spend 5 to 10 years building a stellar reputation, applying all the skills, all the knowledge that has been shared with you from today, all the sessions so far. but it can all be run within 5 minutes of a poorly managed resignation. So that's what I'm here to share about today, is really to equip you guys with a practical step-by-step framework for how to exit an organization gracefully, ethically, and also strategically. So that's kind of my aim for the next kind of 20, 30 minutes as well. So I'm going to start with the reality check about the sector. I think if you've been in the industry for a while, if you just touch base as well, there's something that you've noticed, and that's the fact that the mining and geoscience ecosystem in not only South Africa, but Southern Africa is surprisingly small. Because if it's anything like my industry as well, you might have felt like when you first stepped in, it feels like it's a vast industry. You're spread across remote site operations, across head offices in Sandton. You've got exploration camps in the Northern Cape or even DRC. But the truth of the matter is that the geological community operates exactly like a tight-knit village. And what I mean by that is people move around firms, firms merge as well. There are joint ventures that are forming constantly as well. So the junior geologists who might be in this room, in this meeting with you, in this session right now with you, they could be auditing your project in the next 5 years, serving on an evaluation committee, or even acting as a hiring manager somewhere down the line for your dream role as well. So that's why every exit really is what I call a permanent geological footprint, because even though your technical competence gets you through the door, but your professional ethics, especially during the transition period, determines if that door remains open behind you. Because what we don't want to do is to burn bridges. And it's very easy to burn bridges, especially when you're leaving certain organizations. So that's what we're kind of trying to avoid and address today. So why does my talk matter? Why are we having this session on today? So I think there's two foundational pillars to why it is important, or why how you leave is important. I think the first part, like I alluded to already, is how interconnected the networks are, especially like what Sissy Confidence shared. There's a network, and networking is very important. And once you step into those networks, you see that actually all these people are connected. I even give an example of myself where we're having an in-person conference for international psychologists last week. And then, so I was, connecting, making those connections, networking as well. And then what happened, so I was flying back from Durban last night, and literally in the same queue that I was in were people who had attended the same conference with me. So that's also to show you just how small industries are and how small spaces are. And I think within the geosciences, standard corporate and HR background checks are really where candidate evaluations end. So it doesn't end there, because hiring managers sometimes will pick up the phone and they'll call former whatever exploration managers or senior consultants formally, because especially if they know each other or they're part of each other's networks, they'll be like, hey, what was Dexter really like when the pressure was on during drill season? Or even something along the lines of, did they leave their databases in order when they left your company? So burning a bridge in 2026 can actually cost you an opportunity in 2030 without you even knowing why, because of what you've done now in this year, and then you're costing yourself down the line. So that's why it's very important, and why it's important how you leave an organization and the taste that should leave in people's mouth once you leave an organization. And the second part is, as you're seeing on the screen there, is that, correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, NASP. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but it's similar to what we have in our industry, where it's the HPCSA, so kind of like a regulatory body as well. So as registered natural scientists, or even if you're just a candidate scientist, your code of conduct strictly governs professional dignity and integrity as well. So resigning isn't just a personal employment choice. It's also how you manage the intellectual property, how you manage client data. The peer relations that you have also reflect directly on your professional standing, as you would have heard this morning regarding the personal and professional branding as well. And connecting that to the talk earlier one by James Campbell, right before lunch actually, where you speak of ethics. So ethics isn't just about core logging or environmental reporting. It also extends into how you handle confidential data, especially and handovers, especially when exiting an organization or a space like that. So oftentimes when people decide to resign, they often enter what I call the resignation dilemma, right? Because resigning is really just administrative. It's not just sending an email. It's not just sending a text or anything like that. It can get deeply emotional at times, because there's always a reason why you're transitioning out. There's always a reason why you're leaving an organization. There's a theory that we call, or that we have within industrial psychology, called the push-pull theory, where people are either pushed out of an organization or they're pulled into another organization. So the pushing is when something within the organization you're in now does not sit well, something you don't like, something that's causing you to feel some kind of way about the organization. So that's the pushing. Perhaps you feel underappreciated, you might be burnt out, or maybe even frustrated by site management as well. And within this resignation phase, there's an impulse. I know I've definitely been there, to finally tell them how you feel, because you're like, I'm leaving anyway. Let me spill all the beans. Let me spill all the tea as well. But I think, let me share this golden rule with you, is that resignation is a business transaction, right? It is not a therapeutic release. It's not you now sitting with your counselor, with the psychologist, and just letting it all out. It is a business transaction. And because, like I mentioned earlier on, it really matters how you leave people, because and that could be an open door to come back. I know a couple companies that I've worked for as well, I've resigned quite well and transitioned quite well, to the extent where they're like, you know what, if you ever want to come back, the door is always open for you. Because sometimes, and this is the honest truth, and I'll touch on it later on, but the grass is not always green on the other side. You might leave and having resigned, but now imagine you close that door, but now where you're going is even worse than where you're leaving. And now you've closed that door, now you're stuck where you are. So it's always important to have that in mind when you're planning your exit or your transition. And there's a three things that I like addressing regarding the resignation dilemma. I think the first one is the emotional versus tactical part of it, because it's very important that you separate your feelings about your past frustrations from your strategic future goals. And what I mean by that is exactly what I'm saying. Don't let your current state affect your future goals as well, because how you resign, like I said, in 2026 can affect your future dream role in 2030. So even with your written resignation letter and also a verbal notice, it must be completely neutral. It must be concise and professional. So you're not just spewing all the hurtful things, whatever's wrong with the company, but try to be as neutral, as concise, and as professional as possible as well. So that's the first part of it. The second part is that data and IP sensitivity. Things like your core logs, your block models, GIS layers, assay data, they belong entirely to the current employer that you'll be leaving in that space. So trying to download these models onto personal drive before leaving is actually illegal and a career-ending breach of trust, especially if you sign a contract that says that everything that you do for that company belongs to the company. That's the intellectual property of the company. And by trying to download that and either transition it to wherever you're going or using it for your personal use, that's actually illegal. And it breaches that trust, potentially career-ending trust, because once word gets out, it's highly likely that no one wants you within their space or within their companies going forward. And the last part of it is also with the future references, because it's important to remember that most of the senior geoscience appointments involve informed peer references, like I mentioned earlier, because people can call each other saying, hey, I see Dexter's worked at your company before. What was he like? How did he leave the company? What was his reason for leaving? And what you want to do is protect those references at all costs, because being in the HR space, there are some companies that place a high emphasis on references. So you provide the references and they will actually call those people to ask them serious questions about how you conducted yourself, both within the organization and also when you're leaving the organization. So that's the part about the resignation dilemma. So in order for you to execute an exit flawlessly, I'd advise that you anchor your process on these core pillars. So these three pillars that you're seeing on your screen. So the first pillar is direct clarity. So always inform your direct line manager face-to-face or via an online call first, because nothing damages a supervisory relationship faster than a manager finding out about your resignation from either team gossip, via the grapevine, or via HR rumors before you've actually sat down and had the conversation with them. So that's the first pillar, direct clarity. The second pillar is a clean handover. So begin organizing your files before you even hand in your notice. So make sure everything's organized, it's in a good state. I like this principle that says leave, or refers to people, but I think it also applies to work. It says leave people the way you found them, if not better, right? And also how you would like to find things. So that's really what that second pillar is about. So it's about making sure that your drill hole databases, your sample tracker sheets, your GIS projects are all organized, mapped, and also are backed up in company servers to ensure that the data, should they need it once you leave, it's actually there and accessible for them. Because I'll give you an example from my space as well, where I've seen this over multiple companies where because someone did not like or had beef, I'm going to say beef, with the company, certain people in the company, what they did is now they cleared out all the work that they had done because they were leaving. They're like, I don't care about you guys. I'm clearing everything. You guys will sort yourselves. And that leaves a bitter taste in people's mouths. Not only the people that it did, because even in my situation where I was previously, it was then off. Now these people who you've left, every time someone new comes in, they tell them about you. They say, no, listen, this person did 1, 2, 3. They cleaned out their data, so they left us struggling. And now I don't even know who you are, but already have a better taste and memory about you. So it also speaks to that professional brand that we spoke about earlier in the day as well. And the third pillar is absolute intellectual property respect, right? So this is respecting your non-disclosure agreements, any trade secrets, and never removing any proprietary tools, whether it's customized geological scripts or anything confidential. So be ethical. Like I said, make sure your ethics are intact and don't steal things from your organization that you're leaving. And then in terms of executing your actual notice period, there's something that I found, which is always, I don't like as someone who's been in HR for quite a bit, also someone who's been a learn manager. It's that people tend to like resigning with immediate effect. And they don't think of the repercussions of that, what effect that has on the people and the individuals that they leave in, because of everything that I've said so far as well. But please, when you have the opportunity, look at your contract and serve out your notice period as well. But also within that notice period, it is typically 30 days within South Africa. But the biggest trap that professionals fall into during their notice period is what I call the short-timer syndrome, right? And I've been in that when I think my first job after I graduated, I've been in that space where you know you're leaving, right? But now you're like, I'm leaving anyway. Why should I come to work on time? You know, it's that mentally checking out, you know, coming in late, leaving early, and also letting the quality of your work slide or dip during that notice period as well. And my advice is always to finish stronger than you started, because people often remember how you made them feel, especially towards the end of your time with them, than how you made them feel at the start or during your time with them. Because the lasting impression that you leave with the team isn't really how bright you were during month 6, month 3, month 2. It's more about how reliable and diligent you were, especially during your final 30 days or during your notice period. And if needed, you know, continue conducting that field sampling with precision, keep logging those core accurately, offer structured training sessions. If there will be someone who will be taking over what you were doing on your projects, make sure that you're offering actual training and handing over properly to that colleague who will be taking over. And then, because when you make your team's transition seamless, they will champion you forever. They'll always have good things to say about you, mentioning your name in spaces that you haven't walked into as yet as well. So that's why it's always important that even within that notice period, you continue serving with quality, with diligence as well. So some advice in terms of overall resignations, do's and don'ts. So just looking at the table, there are 4 critical stages that I highlighted there. So the first one is communication. Please do schedule, like I said, a private one-on-one meeting with your land manager. Don't just blurt out, you know, WhatsApp on team, or maybe you're on site during the tea break, just tell everyone, hey, I'm leaving. Let your land manager know privately before you now let everybody else know within the company or within your team as well. The second part is the documentation part of it. So do submit a brief, maybe even a three paragraph letter stating your resignation, specifying what your last working date is according to what the contract stated, and also express gratitude for the opportunity, because whether you enjoy your time there or not, there is some growth or hopefully there is some growth that took place within you, either as a professional or as an individual, because I see every opportunity as a learning opportunity. There is something that you learn from every opportunity that's provided your way. So, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying write a manifesto airing all your grievances or attacking management. Do not do that. But make sure you're polite, make sure you're concise, and also that you're neutral in what you're saying. And then again, the third part about the handoff, if you need to clean up any directory folders, organize any logs, or documenting open tasks, do that. Make sure that everything's still in order, because we want that quality to be consistent throughout, especially until the last day that you are with the company. But don't now go on and delete files or keep project keys on your person as well. But make sure that you have provided everything accurately and easy to access and easy to understand as well. And then the last part, which sometimes can feel like a trap, depending on how you feel about exit interviews. But if a company does do exit interviews, please do keep feedback objective and forward-looking, because if you choose to give it, it is an optional in most companies. What you don't want to do is now use it as a platform for personal vendettas or emotional venting. Now you're complaining about your colleague who didn't greet you, or someone who was making tea and didn't ask you if you wanted tea or anything like that. But keep things objective and focused on the work itself. Don't turn it into a venting session about personal vendettas that you might have against people within the company. And in terms of the network impact, I can't stress this enough. When I mentioned this at the beginning of my session, and Sisi Konfi, you also mentioned it during your session, and probably throughout the day today, I can't stress enough the importance of the impact your network has on your career. Because most career advancements, not just in the technical fields, but across the board, they come directly through professional referral networks. And I'm someone who's speaking from experience. I think two jobs that I've had in my life so far were someone referring me to somebody where they were like, hey, no, Dexter, I see you have an opening here. Dexter would be a perfect fit for that. And that's how I got into that space. But how this applies in resigning professionally is because when you resign professionally, you're not losing an employer, right? Because what you're doing, you're gaining a permanent spot in the alumni network. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are a lot of graduates on the call. You understand what the university or the graduate alumni looks like. There's also an unspoken kind of professional space alumni network where, because if you are on LinkedIn, people can go on your LinkedIn and see which companies you've worked at before as well. And that also allows former land managers and, maybe like senior principal geologists, when they move to new companies, maybe they secure exploration funding or start consulting practices, they also know about you. Because when they need a trusted lead geologist or maybe even a special consultant, who's the first person that they're going to call? They're going to call the person who demonstrated integrity, reliability, and maturity when they left as well. Because your exit is your personal brand signature on your time at a specific company as well. And I'm not gonna lie, yes, like I've been mentioning, there are some cases where it's not all roses, it's not all sunshine and roses. There are some difficult situations and complex scenarios that you might face when leaving an organization, because not all resignations happen in calm waters. So I want to quickly address these 4 scenarios. So I think the first one is handling counter offers. So sometimes when you're leaving, your current employer might offer you a 15% salary increase the moment you let them know that you want to leave. Should you accept that? Wisdom is applied to that. Come talk to me, come consult with me. But yeah, most employees though who do accept that counter offer immediately, from what I've seen and my experience within industry and in the working world corporate space, people leave within 12 months anyway, even after accepting that counter offer, because oftentimes, especially if it's a push situation, the reason you're leaving hardly changes, because sometimes it's about the culture, sometimes it's about the lack of growth, sometimes it's about leadership itself. And simply accepting that counter offer, that slight salary increase, that really doesn't change the situation, because the thing that might want you or that might be pushing you to leave remains unchanged. And you only, there's a word in Zulu that says begazela. You're just tolerating for that time period. But then you go back to that space again, you're like, actually, no, like, the reason I wanted to leave is 1, 2, 3, and rather be for the money itself. So yeah, just think about that and always proceed with caution when you are engaging with counter offers within that space. The second scenario is managing toxic environments. If you haven't experienced this, you're one of the blessed ones. But if you are leaving an unhealthy workplace, always elevate your professionalism higher than ever. The temptation is always to, meet them where they are meeting me as well, and to stoop to their toxic behavior. But what you want to do in that environment, still maintain impeccable standards so that no one can fault your conduct. I think there's a picture, a meme that I like where I think it's a lion that's roaring there, like the mouth is open, it's roaring, just the monkey that's just sitting there like this. Because that's the power of remaining calm and maintaining your standard throughout, that you will still retain yourself and your professionalism even in that space. Yeah. And the third scenario is the restraints of trade and non-competes. So always review your contract ahead of time. Always be transparent about your next steps without violating any contractual restrictions. And then the last one is just about ensuring that all technical sign-offs and reporting handovers adhere strictly to the professional body guidelines as well. So always make sure that your ethics are up to par. And this is a graphic that I put here just to quantify where your professional reputation actually lives, especially during your career transition. So I broke it down like this, where 45% of your professional reputation during that transition period lies within your rigor and your technical quality. Did you leave the project in a state where someone else could step in seamlessly? So that handover, are you preparing the next person for success, preparing them for success, equipping them for success? So that's that handover rigor and work quality. The 30% is that manager and peer relationships. So how do you treat people on your way out? Were you still, professional, kind and courteous and all of that? That's very important as well. That's about 30%, I would say, of that transition part. 15% is your data integrity and IP compliance. Did you actually handle company property with absolute honor? And then 10% is that formal exit interview tone. Was your feedback actually constructive and professional when you were having that exit interview with either HR or the line manager? But what I want you to know about this graph that I created is that almost 3/4 of your reputation hinges purely on that handover rigor and how you treat your team. So those are two important parts of transitioning out of an organization into a different space as well. But yeah, I just thought that would be very helpful to just share with you guys. In terms of the 30-day transition playbook, so I did a couple slides ago show you that within that notice period, general notice periods are 30 days, not a calendar month. So this is on the screen is the operational 30-day playbook that I've drafted for you guys to ensure a smooth transition. So day one is that notification, having that one-on-one with the line manager, following up immediately with actually your formal neutral written notice period. So you have the conversation and then you send the email, and also copy in HR because HR does need to know about that, but also that depends on company policies and processes. For day 2 to 10, this is now the handover plan. So you can audit all your active tasks, create a central document outlining file locations, active vendor contact, ongoing laboratory assay batches, and project status. Basically anything about your work, document that, make sure it's in folders and people know where to find it. So that's between day 2 and day 10. Between day 11 and day 25, this is now the knowledge transfer part where you're walking either your replacement or the person you hand it over to, walking them through your workflow, sitting down with them for actual walkthroughs of the GIS data sets and core models, whatever it is that you need to be handing over as well. And then the last part is the day 26 to 30. That's now the clean exit, where you're completing all your exit paperwork, clearing your desk or your site locker, whatever it might be, handing off your laptop and full equipment, and also exchanging personal contact information with colleagues if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to, just keep in touch, and in case that open door, you want to come back to it as well. So I now got 1 minute, but I'm going to leave you with this summary statement. So protecting your reputation during your resignation is basically protecting your most valuable career asset. And geosciences companies come and go, projects start and end, but your professional name stays with you for life. That does not change. So that's just the golden nugget. If you weren't listening to anything else, I hope you got that part. But yeah, thank you, everyone. According to the program, I think it's now time for a tea break.
Dexter, thank you so much for the talk. I'm stepping in for Natalie. That was really wonderful. I think you've just made resigning a like more complicated science than it is. But yeah, thank you so much. That was wonderful. If there's any questions, someone just raise their hands and ask. There was a comment on the chat from Mark. Let me just pull that. Mark says, best to be sure before you resign, even if you accept a counter offer, you have made your intentions clear. You can't take a resignation back. If you hardly ever seen that work. Just a comment there from Mark. Thanks, Mark. Estelle says, thanks for some food for thought. How do you keep your professional reputation intact if the company ships you out from your FIFO location before you could hand over data and progress?
Yeah. So I think part of it is what the work has fly in, fly out. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's the work that you've done so far. So even as you're working, even though you weren't preparing for that transition out, as you're working with the company, ensure that all your data and your progress is actually accessible as well. Because if the company does have the proper systems in place, they should be able to access those things. And your role is, as you're working, to make sure that it is an organized manner, that someone, you need to hand over, someone needs to jump in, that they can quickly jump into it. They don't always need to be jumping on a call to check with you. Hey, where's this? What do you do with that? And anything of that nature. So that's regarding the actual data and progress itself. But I think most of the process that I shared as well, that's still applicable as well. So making sure that you have those relationships, that as you leave, you're still connecting yourself ethically, you're not talking bad about anyone. But yeah, I hope that does help still.
Okay, everyone. Our next speaker is Tanya Marshall. Tanya is an executive manager for the GSSA. Tanya, you can take it away.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, the art of writing. Does anyone know who Sun Tzu was? Okay, well, he was an early Chinese philosopher. His best-known work is The Art of War, which I'm sure some of you have heard about, at least. Some maybe even have read it. And in this document, he shows that if you want to win a war, you need to deceive, to misdirect, and to confuse your enemy. His methods were followed by some of history's greatest generals, including Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great. And so what does all of this have to do with writing a good technical report? Well, not much, as it turns out, but it's a really good way to focus your minds on the fact that the art of writing is nothing like the art of war. Good writing is about simple transparency. It's about leading your readers unambiguously and deliberately towards an obvious conclusion. It's all about straight lines, clarity of thought and word. It's about writing so that your reader knows exactly what you are saying, why you are saying it, and what you're basing it on. And this is important. Why? Well, good writing skills are essential for a number of reasons. Firstly, if you have good writing skills, it enhances your ability to think critically and to organize your thoughts. If you can write a good document, it improves your credibility as a geoscientist. It also can make a big difference in how your message is received and understood by your readers. So unless we can say what we mean and say it in a way that's going to make people listen to us, we're not going to be very successful. Now, unfortunately, as technical people, we're often hardwired to practical problem-solving skills. And sometimes putting our complex thought processes down on paper does not always come easily. So in the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to look very briefly at how to take some of what's rattling around in our brains and see how we can put it down on paper in as painlessly a way as possible. Now, this presentation is primarily aimed at senior students and recent graduates, but the principles are useful reminders to geoscientists of all stages in their career, whether it be in academia or in industry. And much of what we talk about here today is going to be applicable in all the formal writing that you will do over your career, whether it be a thesis, a competent person's report, or some other variety of geological or mining-related reports. There are a number of differences between technical and academic writing. Many of you may already have been involved in writing a research report or a dissertation. And many of the principles you learned there are going to be equally applicable in your technical writing. But there are also some differences, and these are highlighted here. Specifically with respect to your audience. In technical writing, not only do you speak to professionals in your field, but you're also going to have as readers many non-technical professionals as well. One of the other big differences between academic and technical writing is that within our technical writing, we tend to make a lot more use of graphics. We'll come back to that at a later stage. So not only in the writing that you do as part of your day job, but even as industry geoscientists, you might at some stage write a paper for a publication or presentation at a conference, and so these things are applicable there as well. So the writing process itself is actually quite simple. It effectively comprises 4 stages: your pre-writing stage, drafting, editing, and then finally publishing. And when you look at this diagram, it seems like a long, involved process, but actually each one of these sections flows seamlessly into the other. Usually the writing process starts by knowing what you're going to write about. So things like, what's your topic? What's the purpose of the document? Who's your audience? How much do they already know about the topic? What do they need to know? And then so on. This is then followed by us as the author actually understanding our subject matter, whether it's doing your research, doing your technical study, or whatever it is that you're going to be writing about. So we're now going to take up from where you've mostly done your work and you've got a whole bunch of data and information around in your head. Now, how do we go about putting all of this into a document that your employer or your client will want to read and hopefully pay you for at the end of the day? Well, one really useful tool to get all your information down on paper is the spidergram or the mind map, often called a concept diagram as well. Now, this stems from a simple graphical technique of organizing your thoughts, which then allows you to brainstorm ideas, see new connections, and identify gaps. They typically have a central topic, which is the topic of your report. Then spreading out from the central node, we have these spider legs, and these are the main sections that would support your ideas. And eventually these typically form the chapter headings of the report that you're writing. Then you can add subsections to each of these. Keep on going until you've got all the information down that you want to put in each of these sections or subsections. The other thing that you can do is to add arrows showing how thoughts from different sections can interrelate. Now, as you get more comfortable with the spidergram concept, you can actually do this step in your head, and you don't have to write it down on paper or on in a program, or however you want to do it. So once we've got our spidergram and the information, you can then start to develop your table of contents. So in the example here, your main topic would obviously become the title of your report, and each of the subtopics would be the different chapters, and then the sub-ideas would be the subsections. Try not to go too far beyond the subsections, because you can land up with 6, 7, 8 order sections, which then becomes very disjointed and very confusing for the reader. If, however, you're doing a competent person's report for a specific stock exchange jurisdiction, note that these documents generally have a required format in terms of chapters and headings, and some of the requirements are actually more rigorous than others. Some simply have recommendations, others are very prescriptive in how they want the report written. If you're writing one of these documents, make sure you know what is required for that particular jurisdiction and use them as prescribed. So in our document, we often want to make use of visual elements. And these are things such as graphs, charts, tables, photographs, diagrams, and maps. They can be used to great effect to enhance your writing. They can also simplify complicated descriptions. They're really great for helping the reader to understand a complicated process, and also to visualize trends in the data. Figures should be an integral part of your document. They're not an afterthought. They're not just something that you throw in because you think you must. They are there to enhance your text, but they're also not a substitute for clear explanations. If you are using a visual element in your document, make sure that it is based on and supplements the written content. Don't just throw in gratuitous graphics simply to decorate a page or to take up space. That is just going to confuse your reader and detract from what you are trying to do. Now, in some cases, readers are only going to have a look at your visual elements before reading the main text, and sometimes they're not even going to read your main text. So you want to make sure that the diagrams can almost stand alone and clearly communicate your significant results. You want to use them to attract a reader to actually read the entire report or publication or the detail of the CPR as well. When you put in any one of these visual elements, please make sure that you use the correct and appropriate labels, scale bars, north arrows, location graticules, legends, and if you're using tables particularly, make sure that you have a consistent style. There's nothing that jars more than having every single table having a different style to it. Okay, when it comes to maps, please don't put so much information in a map or a diagram that it loses its impact. You can have a series of maps with a few elements on each, rather than having one map with everything on it. Otherwise, it just becomes so cluttered, and any positive effect that your map may have had is being lost. And looking at this horrendous map over here, a note on using markers. If you're going to use markers that depict something like cars, as it is in here, make sure that the thing that they represent is actually related to cars. Otherwise, your reader spends so much time trying to figure, well, why did you use a car in the legend when it refers to rock locations? You also want to make sure that you use distinctive markers. For example, you've got a whole bunch of red markers here. Which one is which? What do they represent? Then when you come to your table here, or your legend rather, here you've got something called a weird map area. Where is it in your legend? Here in your legend, you've got things which says states and counties. Where are they here? But on your map, you've got a whole bunch of pink lines. What are they? Are they useful? Are they necessary? Or do they just add to the clutter of the map? So when you do your legend, make sure that everything in the legend refers to something that's on the map, and that everything on the map has a relevant legend entry. And this is particularly important if you are reproducing a section of a larger map. Make sure you cut out the stuff that isn't directly to the map that you were showing in that particular space. Right, here we have two figures. The first one is a map that is correctly formatted. It has simple elements. It has a north arrow, a scale, and a legend like all good maps. But there's just one problem. You can't read it because it's been enlarged so much that it's out of focus. The second one also has all the correct elements, and it is in focus. But it is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. And it also has far too much detail for a single diagram. Remember, you can always break up diagrams into smaller sections. Alternatively, you can make them large format and put them in an appendix. When you present a figure, try and have them standing up to be able to read in portrait format, so that your reader doesn't have to turn his head around every second page to see what your diagram is about. And your convention is to have the figure labeled at the outside of the page. In other words, not the binding edge. And something that is very useful is if you have a diagram on a page, print that page out at A4 and see if you can read it properly, see if it's in focus, or see whether you can still read it. Is the lettering too small or whatever? I know most of what we do is online, but the printing out at A4 gives you a good idea as to whether, again, your reader is going to have to explode the size of his page or reduce it continuously. Graphs are very good to display quantitative relationships between variables. Again, make sure they are appropriate and highlight a particular point. Don't use graphs and charts simply because you've got the data and don't know what else to do with it. Or even worse, you've got the data, but you don't know what it means, so you just present it in a graph and hope that the reader can figure it out for himself. Some of the most common graphs that we use are shown here, and typically we generally go for those in the top line. And they're generally very good for showing most things. But don't forget that there are a whole bunch of other seldom used varieties that can be very effective at showing specific relationships. Tables, again, as I say, are very useful to be able to organize your data, to allow your reader to see trends, identify patterns. If you've got large data tables, sometimes trends can be difficult to see at a glance. So using the table in combination with a graph chart, for example, can be very useful. Simple tables are really good to include in the main section of the report. Try and keep them on a single page where possible. If you do have to repeat them over 2 pages or more, repeat the table heading so that your reader doesn't have to keep paging back to see what the columns mean. And if you've got large tables, lots of data, consider putting them in an appendix or supplemental material. Obviously, you would do that if the detailed information was not the subject of the report that you needed that information for. Just as with written text, it's just as important to structure tables so that your reader can easily understand them. So here we got an example of some of the elements that make it useful. Make sure that you have a descriptive title that actually explains what's in the table. Make sure that you've got units and labels. Have consistent, significant figures. And I also just want to highlight the description part of the table. This is not part of the table or even part of the title. This generally goes into the body of the text. Tell your reader why you were using the table. Don't just stick it in and expect him to figure out the relevance of it for himself. If you are using equations in your document, if it's a simple equation, it can generally go into the running text. For more complex equations, you can put them into tables without borders. Left, justify everything, and your equation number goes to the right of the equation. At this stage, I want to introduce 2 concepts, first of which is readability. Simply put, readability is how easily people can read and understand what you've written. And it depends on things like word choice, sentence length, so on. So even if you're writing about complex issues, you can still be clear in how you write. Even though the readers of corporate reports are most often highly educated individuals, one cannot assume that this is the case for all. And not everyone can be expected to be an expert in all technical aspects of a mining venture. So plan your writing for the educated layman. And you're actually going to be surprised who actually reads your thesis or your technical report or competent person's report. The second thing is textual choice. Now, this is where we either consciously or subconsciously manipulate the tone of our document. So it refers to the words that we use and how we string them together, which can herd your reader to draw a conclusion, which may not necessarily be supported by your data. For example, using optimistic words to hide negative news or less than favorable results. So we want to be careful that we don't introduce bias in the way that we write or present our report. We're not talking about manipulating the results or the data, but rather the spin that we put on our writing. So, for example, if you drilled 20 boreholes, 5 didn't reach bedrock. In your writing, you could say, only 15 of those boreholes intersected bedrock. Or you could say, fully 75% of the boreholes reached bedrock. It's exactly the same information, but the spin is very different. The second alternative makes the situation sound so much better. So be careful about introducing bias. I now want to spend a couple of minutes looking at the building blocks of writing. I know you would all have learned these things at school, and I'm assuming that most of you have forgotten this. So consider this a crash course in 12 years of English writing and grammar tools. And if you think this is a silly section, trust me on the level of writing that I have seen in CPRs that have been submitted to various international jurisdictions. So the basic building blocks of any document are chapters, subsections, paragraphs, sentences, and words. Just want to look at a couple of these. Paragraph being the important one. A paragraph is not just a collection of random sentences and thoughts. A paragraph focuses on a single subject. The most effective paragraph starts with a topic sentence. It has sentences that support the main idea of that paragraph, and then has a concluding sentence that can also be a connection to the next paragraph. You don't want to just whack in a bunch of random paragraphs, each with a different focus that have no relationship with each other. You'd like to order your paragraphs to ensure that the flow builds upon previous ideas. And check that each paragraph is necessary. Does it add to the conversation? Is it relevant? Is it useful? Is it in the correct section? Then how long is your paragraph? Well, you can have very long paragraphs, but they can end up being very cumbersome. And too many very short paragraphs also gives the reading a very staccato feel. And just a word about the single sentence paragraph. In academic writing, single sentences are not considered as paragraphs. Elsewhere, in your technical writing, single sentence paragraphs should be kept for very important high impact statements. And this does have its place. But if you have 3 or 4 of them on a single page, they completely lose their impact, and then they become a series of random thoughts and statements with no order to them. Right, so in our writing, we've now checked that each sentence, each paragraph is necessary. Now let's look into the paragraph and see, well, is every sentence that we've got there correct? You want to be careful that you don't want to pad your sentences. You don't want to waffle or keep repeating yourself in different words, unless you're using it to make a specific point on the odd occasion. And there it can be a very useful tool. But again, don't overuse it. How long is a sentence? Rule of thumb, about 20 to 25 words per sentence. You're obviously going to have a mix of longer and shorter sentences. But if you get a whole bunch of paragraphs that have sentences that ramble over 5, 6, 7, 8 lines, they're very difficult for the reader to keep track of. Please learn how to use punctuation, commas, full stops, colons, semicolons, and so forth. When it comes to numbers, remember that we use SI units. So for numbers 1 to 9, you write them out, but 10 or greater, you actually write the number. For larger numbers, we use 10 space thousand or 10 comma thousand, but not 10 spot thousand. In continental Europe, you can often see this, but it doesn't affect us at all. I'm just throwing it in here for you to be aware that there are different systems out there. With respect to decimal points, in most English-speaking countries, the decimal point is the norm, but often in continental Europe, you'll see the comma as the decimal divider. Try and avoid starting a sentence with a number. If you do, then spell the number out. For dates and times, there's no real standardized convention, but whatever you use, please be consistent. When we're looking at the SI unit, note that there is a space between the number and the unit. Now, if you're writing, often the situation might arrive where your number is at the end of the line and the unit falls off onto the next page or the next line. Here is a nice shortcut that allows you to put a hard space in between, which will keep them all on the same line. Note also that while there is a space between the number and the unit, there is no space between the prefix and the unit number, the unit itself. We also have no spaces between currency, percentage, temperature, or angular grid units. Those are the exception that proves the rule. Tons versus tons. One of my major bugbears in life. Tons, spelled T-O-N-N-E-S, is a metric unit. It is equivalent to 1,000 kilograms. Tons, spelled T-O-N-S, is not simply an American way of spelling the same thing. Tons are either short tons or long tons, neither of which equates to 1,000 kilograms. Now, in the minerals industry, if you are measuring density or production rates, it does matter if you use tons or tons. And in fact, using the wrong one can actually make your project appear non-commercial. So do be aware of it and make sure that you use the correct one. Bad spelling and bad grammar very definitely detracts from your writing. You might think it's unfair to be judged on your technical content simply because you spell like an American or your grammar sucks. The reality is that if a grammatical or spelling error is that glaring, people are going to have a hard time taking you seriously, which means that your possibly good technical content is going to get lost. And simply because lots of people use bad grammar doesn't mean it's correct or it's acceptable. For the most part, these grammatical and spelling errors are unnecessary because there are so many tools available. Every word processing software program has a built-in spell check. Make sure you know how to use them. But when you do use the spell check, make sure that the spelling language is set to the South African language and not the default US mode. And don't just accept recommendations, think before clicking replace. And when you do have someone to proofread it, there are a whole bunch of proofreading softwares, professional proofreaders. Just make sure that once they've had a look at it, you recheck it yourself to ensure that the proofreaders don't change the meaning of your work. As part of the editing process, make sure you learn how to use your word processing software efficiently, because it can help you with a whole bunch of additional things. And if you do use your word processing software efficiently, it can save you a lot of time and also frustration a little bit later when you do your editing and you move diagrams around and you don't know what is where after a while. Second to our wording, formatting is also a vital element of technical writing. So make sure you understand how to make the best use of headers and subheadings, things like bullet or numbered lists. Font sizes that are most appropriate are generally between 10 and 12 points. Line spacings between 1 and 1.5. Paragraph justification and use of fonts. All of these are up to you to decide how to use them. But make sure that you use them consistently. And then just a note on serif fonts and sans serif fonts. The serif fonts, which are the ones with the little curly bits on them, they generally used in typeset technical documents because they're considered easier to read in print. Whereas if your document is meant to be read on the screen, the sans serif fonts, those without the curly bits, are considered easier to read. So depending upon what you're writing, who your audience is, where it's finally going to be published, you make decisions based on all of these formatting issues. Then in your writing process, just be sure to take cognizance of plagiarism and copyright issues. AI, I'm not going to say much more about this, except to note that please don't be afraid of technology. Use it, but at the same time, hold on to your inner skeptic. Some final words. The difference between something good and something great is attention to detail. If you look at this quote from Oscar Wilde, I was working on the proof of one of my poems all the morning and took out a comma. In the afternoon, I put it back again. Don't be afraid of writing, rewriting, and rewriting things. Because what you want to get at the end of the day is something that you can be proud of 20 years down the line. And so once you've done all the above, you can then confidently hand in your report to your supervisor as an employee or to your client as a consultant, knowing that you've done a piece of work that you can be proud of and hopefully get paid for.
Thanks, Tanya. We do just have a comment in the chat there saying, my major bugbear is people still using sulfur spelt with a PH instead of the IUPAC sulfur with an H.
Yes, that's why that's also a difference between American and English. But as long as you are consistent, and sorry, Kieran, I'm one of those people who spells sulfur with a PH.
Sorry, Tanya, may I add that it's even the British Chemistry Society spells it with an F, and they've adopted that for a long time. Apparently, it's never been a British American spelling issue. We all just thought that because it's this thing that has been perpetuated in as a sort of common myth for the longest time. But also, we should, in the same way we stick to SI units, we should stick to what the governing body for chemistry recommends for the spelling of chemical elements, because we, as scientists, are governed by that. So I know it's a bugbear and it's a small thing, but trying to do my part for the lack of a better term.
I take your point, Kieran. Thank you very much, and I shall incorporate that in the next iteration.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Kieran, I had the same argument with when I wrote my honors project.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That must have been hard work.
Yeah, no, I was all for the F, but yeah. Tanya, there's another comment or question in the chat there from Hannes saying deadlines sometimes do not allow for most of these. Are there any tips you have to do this fast?
Organize your life better. You can do much of this without it taking an awful long time. You can set your documents up so that you are able to get your formatting and everything done. It's a difficult one, Hannes. Unreasonable deadlines prevent us from doing a job properly. So what do you want to do? Do it well or do it fast? I don't know the answer to that.
Can I add something there?
Yeah.
Besides having set templates and stuff ready for you, that's first step. The second step is making these things a habit. Start now. Never too late to start making these things a habit so that when you are writing in haste, it's automatic. Practice. It's the only way. And then with the use of AI, I'm lucky enough to have a paid version through my company. Using AI to help review your projects, review your reporting, specifically using prompts that pick these certain things up quickly. It's very, very useful. So that's the one great thing about AI is being able to review these reports very, very quickly and quickly pick up all these discrepancies. And if you've got the prompts at hand, makes life easy.
True. Thanks, Camille.
I see Mark checked on our argument on sulfur versus sulfur. On AI, I might add, Mark. So, what we have learned today is that we can't just trust AI. But thank you for your comments. Are there any more questions for Tanya? All right. Well, thank you very much, Tanya. I'm sure we all learned a lot in terms of our technical writing there. So thank you very much for your time. So I just would like to now introduce our next speaker. We have Joseph Gatheria, who is joining us from Wits University. He is a senior lecturer there. He is going to take us through some critical thinking and mastering healthy skepticism. So I will stop sharing now and you can go ahead. Joseph, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Natalie, for giving me this chance. And I think this obviously is coming from what I do for one of the courses in the School of Mine Engineering. That's research methodology. I do a session on critical thinking and analysis. And I appreciate what Tanya has just presented, the art of writing. That's what also we teach on research methodology for the mine engineers in our school who are doing masters. So when I was given this topic, I decided, let me come with some of the stuff that I teach on that course and try and blend it to what this workshop is all about. So myself, I'm a lecturer at the school. As I said, I teach stuff to do with mine planning and optimization and mine data analytics. So with undergrads, that's basically data analysis, and try to incorporate the 4IR in mining engineering. What I presented here was also in the same line. Trying to do something to do with machine learning and the use of that tool in the mining space. So the topic is critical thinking, mastering the health skepticism. So we in academic space or in the industry space, whether it's academic writing, whether it's technical writing, as Daniel just presented, we have the same format. We have to be professional in what we do. So the first stage was to come and talk to the critical thinking and how do we do it in a professional manner. So if I go to the next slide. So I decided to cover this into those sections. So I'll just introduce what is healthy skepticism, and then give us the toolkit. The toolkit can be applicable in the mining space, whether it's in the industry or whether it's in the academic space. Technical writing, academic writing, same state toolkit that we'll use that will give us a mindset, and that mindset can give us what we can apply in critical thinking, whether you're doing exploration, resource estimation, geotechnical modeling, and the use of AI in all these steps, because AI has been a big thing in the last 5 years, and we are heavily using that. Students are heavily using that, and we need to think about how we use it ethically so that we can critically do what is required of us. So precision of language, and then all the way to summarizing the whole talk. So to introduce that topic, we need healthy skepticism in whatever we do, because we come from an unknown space to a space where we barely or try to understand whatever we have. So as the slide says that rock do not tell us the full story. Yeah, because geoscience is an uncertain field, whether it's in the mining space, geological space. We deal with uncertainty, incomplete data, and multiple interpretation. You can have data which you can interpret in different manner with the tools that we have, whether it's the statistical tools that we have. How you interpret is based on your expertise and how the data is complete or uncertain. So geological models are interpretation which are not the reality sometimes. So, and the beginning, obviously, it's someone just trying to question whatever you have. You question the data, you question the model, you question the applicability of all these things that you have in the mining space. And that questioning is what we are thinking about, the critical thinking, and that the entire space is, are we questioning the right way? Yeah. So if you leave assumptions, obviously you're well aware that assumptions are very big in mining, and when you make these assumptions, you have to make with wisdom and make them for them to give you the certainty that you're looking for. So the big question is, how many of us has changed our interpretation of a deposit structure and geological model after receiving new data? Most of us. And how we change that interpretation is what we are thinking about now today. Excuse me. So healthy skepticism is asking good questions, seeking evidence, be willing to change your mind. Whatever data is new coming through into the model, you need to question it and see how you can interpret it to the best ability that you have. And unhealthy skepticism obviously is being negative, rejecting expert opinion, and arguing for the sake of arguing. And that's not productive, obviously. We are here to argue for the sake of improving the current state we are in. And the common bias that we find ourselves is we assume a lot of things. Yeah. So once we develop a geological model, we start looking for evidence that supports it. So you've already made your assumption that the geological formation looks like this. So you're trying to get supporting evidence to confirm that bias. So we're assuming mineralization follows a known structure. And we know the geological formation of mineralization don't follow whatever you feel. It's not a feeling. It's something that is can change in every direction based on the geological formation that it's in the mineralization. So favoring drilling results that confirm expectation. And all these assumptions, expectations, these are statistical tools that are embedded. These are statistical terms that are embedded in the statistical tools that we have. But if we use them right, we'll get the right models that we're looking for. So if you're ignoring data that is going to contradict whatever you have, so that confirmation bias is very dangerous, and the most dangerous interpretation is often that one that appears. So that bias is what we're trying to demystify and try and get ourselves out of that trap. So to begin with, now that we've based our understanding that healthy ways of looking at our data, our model, is to have that broad aspect. The broad aspect has to come into the thinking aspect. So that's where the critical thinking comes in. Whether it's academic angle you're looking at, whether it's you're doing your technical reporting, you need to bring that critical thinking aspect into whatever we are trying to do. So the first step is to define it, and this has been described as an ability to question. That's where you create your concept, and that's where every aspect in mining, you start by the concept up to where something can be feasible at the end of it. To acknowledge and test previously held assumptions. So whatever you have previously, whether it's your call logs, whatever you have, your information from there, you need to acknowledge all that so that you can create a model which has already created some aspect beyond it. So analyze whatever you have, then recognize the ambiguity, whatever is missing, so that you can now broaden the aspect of your model. So examine, interpret, evaluate, reason, and reflect that evaluation process so that you can make judgment based on that. So wherever you've assumed, but based on the ambiguity that you seeing in the data, you can now evaluate based on what you have. Then you can make judgment or decision based on that. Then after you've made your decision and you've implemented, you can now validate your position. So the steps are all same where you're doing your academic writing or technical writing. And the whole idea of critical thinking is to think in an interpersonal manner or intrapersonal, where you're thinking based on what department can talk to each other, whether the geological data talks to the geotechnical data. Interpersonal obviously talks into that, where people are talking into each other. So you have to question each other. You have to analyze whatever stages, sampling, the analysis, the assaying, all these aspects. People did these aspects, so you need to have that interpersonal connection into all these stages of what you're doing. And then the intrapersonal is now based on you. Subjectivity, you as an expert, you have to come and bring yourself into the whole aspect. So it's divided into 6. You question the assumptions, you recognize those ambiguity in the data, in the process, examine with evidence objectively based on whatever you've gotten. Subjectivity comes based on you as an expert. You need to evaluate in all these explanations so that you can make your informed judgments. Then you can conclude. All these is subject to you as an expert. That's where the subjectivity comes in. Objectively look at all these 6 stages, but you have to bring yourself subjectively into the whole process of thinking, critical thinking. And critical thinking, in essence, turns raw observation into defensible judgment. So whatever you had as raw data can become a defensible model at the end of it, based on all these 6 stages, where you've already looked at all the ambiguities in the process. So critical thinking or stroke analysis, this is two components in one, where you're doing a critical analysis. Analysis is breaking down the parts, and critical is now measuring, is now in the levels of how you're doing this process, the expression of merits and demerits of an issue that is being analyzed. And you can do subjectively and objectively. Subjectively is now bringing your personal opinion into that evaluation of the whole process, but critically looking at that objectively. And so this was just there because this is coming from one of the slides that I do with that course. But it can happen in research, can happen in technical writing, whatever it is, it can apply. And the basis, and this is a global outlook into whatever we do. We always think about things. So critically, you have to think about things before you do anything and analyze after critical thinking. So the aspects that you base your critical thinking and analysis, there are four major ones. As a society, we strive to live in an ideal society as aspect, whether you're doing it academic thinking or writing, technical writing. The whole idea of whatever we do in the mind space touches the society. So while you're doing whatever you do in a work area, in the academic spaces, we look at the society, and that's talking about the social, economic, political dynamics. The other bit is, while we're doing whatever we do in the mining sector, we produce knowledge. Whatever the mining method you're using, based on the geological formation, whether it's the geological structure, geotechnical structure, we are trying to produce knowledge as we go deeper and deeper into the mining space. The economic and business context, obviously, it comes obviously in the mining space without arguing so much about it. We're here to make money, whether it's in the academic space or technical space. We try and achieve as best as much as possible an optimized model, an optimized solution, so that we can achieve profits. We can achieve something out of whatever we are doing as a society. And then the other bit is obviously the human development as a career growth. Myself, you want to critically think whatever you do, that you do it to your level best. And that's where now you come as a person. The subjectivity comes at the end of it. Whether you're doing your master's, whether you're doing whatever technical reports you're writing, it's based on you as a professional in that space. So those are the four aspects, whether you think about critical thinking and analysis. The toolkit. The toolkit has 6 questions that you, there are several methods. These are several methods that we use in critical thinking tools: collaborative communities, visual tools, thinking environments, and questioning methods. So the one that we can easily apply is the questioning methods. Asking powerful questions, guiding questions, questions that can guide us to the solutions or to the answers that we're looking for. So these tools, we bring them and use them to create a methodology for us to question every aspect, whether you're doing your sampling, whether you're doing your modeling, whether you're doing the mining itself. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? Who is doing it? Where is it being done? When and how? So for example, the what does the data actually show? So that questioning, you need to critically question that the data is looking at chemical, geophysical, what assay data you're looking at, whatever data that you're looking at. Why do you believe this interpretation? Is it based on the data? Who generated the data? Is it reliable? Where is it coming from? What stage of the data collection process are we in? Are we in sampling? Are we in this? Are we doing all that? Where did where did the information originate? As I said, there are stages of collecting data. So where did it originate from? The geotechnical data, the geological data, geophysical, geochemical, all the data that we collect. When was it collected? Is that information current? If it's current, then we can have validity to the data that we've collected. And how was the data collected and processed? Also a very big aspect, so that you can decide if the model is robust, as you can use it for whatever you want to use it for. So the what, the where, the when, the how, the why, and the who are the questions that we use as critical thinking toolkits. And we'll see those questions we keep on asking ourselves are the basis of what we use every other day. By when we're creating something, we need to ask ourselves those 6 questions. When we're evaluating anything, we need to ask ourselves those questions. Analyzing as well, applying, understanding, and remembering. And the remembering is going back to creating as well. It's an iterative process where you've created a model, you need to question it, so evaluate and analyze, then apply it. And then you can see there's missing information here and there. You come and create again, add more information into it, understand the whole process so that you can keep on iterating. So when you're creating, you're inventing, you're predicting, you're planning, you're imagining, you're constructing, you're designing. And that's the first stage of mining, where you're designing and constructing something, whether it's a block model, whether it's a geological model, whether it's a geotechnical model. Then we judge, we justify, recommend, all that, discuss, interpret whatever you've created, then analyze by explaining, investigating, and comparing whatever we have with whatever is on the ground. Then apply. Now we need to apply so that we can see how this tool that you've created, this model we've created, how it's going to work. So you start mining, you start doing all the other aspects into the block model, into the core body model. So into the research as well. So when I'm looking at all this, I'm looking at whether you're doing in my workspace, whether you're doing it for the academic space, whether you're doing it for the technical writing you're looking at. The same process will apply. You at the end of it, you have to explain, interpret, discuss, predict, describe, and model something that can be explainable to anyone. At the end of it, you label, describe. At the end of it, something that you found, and then you start again by creating. If you get more information, if you get more data, whether you're doing your writing, you have to start by reading. Whether you're doing your writing in academic space or technical space, in the industry, whether you're doing your research, those questions come in by doing the reading, by doing the writing. The why, the what, the when, the how. You can't ask questions if you've not read. So you need to learn about the topic heavily, read. And I think the other presenters have already mentioned that how everyone right now obviously is going the AI direction, that we are not reading. We're using AI tools to do that and read it for us. And then we start writing things that we've gotten from the AI. That's a very bad approach, very catastrophic, that it can kill an industry just because we're not reading. You read so that you can have the knowledge. You're asking yourself, where is the data coming from? Where is the information coming from? Is the material up to date? Where did you collect the evidence? What is it that you've collected? Is it geochemical data? Is it geophysical data? Whatever we collected, can we use that? Can we do anything to it? Why is the information there? Is it to inform, explain, or persuade something? Is there a hidden agenda or a bias that you can't see? And who is saying it? Does he have credibility? Does she have credibility in that field? What is the other's point of view, whether it's in the academic space, whether it's technical space? The person who's saying that has to have credibility to what he's saying. Then you can take it from him or her. How relevant is that to your topic? Obviously, if you're talking to the data that is going to be modeled into something, then you have to see how relevant it is. Yeah. So whether it's in the writing that we do academically or technically, you have to look at how relevant is whatever you're asking or whatever you're trying to get from the topic. Is it relevant to your topic? So, and then after reading, you do your writing. So the writing aspect is just to show that you understand the knowledge now. You can now interpret what read. Now that's where you come as an expert. Subjectivity comes in. Whatever you've read can come into now the writing. And the writing, as we've been explained by the previous presenter, very, very key. And the aspect has to, all the technical aspect has to be ticked and done properly. Now that we know that the critical thinking and analysis is very important, we have a toolkit that we can use in any way, academically or technically, that you're doing your reports. There are questions that we can ask ourselves, and we know that we are always with bias in the geosciences. There's a lot of information that we don't know. We're coming from the unknown to the known. So the mindset will be that we are coming from the unknown to the unknown. And all these, we have to create a hypothesis so that we can try and see whatever is the truth, from our resource models, structure models, geological models, geotechnical models, all these models that you're going to use so that we can start mining in the right way when we're doing the designs and all these things that which will be done later on, so that we can maximize our profit, we can maximize our company, we can improve our society, we can improve anything that surrounds the mining space. So healthy skeptics understand that every model is temporary. It's temporary because information comes in every time. So geological models are hypotheses that we need to improve and nullify and prove that model is as the best our model that we've gotten at the moment. And so it's temporary based on the information that you have. And it should be viewed as our current based explanation, not the absolute truth, because we have uncertainty in whatever we do. And the uncertainty can be a big thing into our money, big thing into the safety, big thing into the production. So when you're looking at this model, we consider their lives into these models. There are people who are going to either, get killed just because of our models. If you think about that, then you know that's very important that we look at our models really critically, because these models will design the best mines that we have and not kill anyone as they're mining. So as we think about that, then application can come in as we do our processes. So the first stage is obviously where you're trying to get the information. We do exploration, we do mining, we do processing at the end of it, and then we market the product itself. So the critical thinking can be applied in exploration, where we're trying to ask ourselves the information that we get. So are we drilling where the data suggests or where we hope? As a geologist, obviously it's not a subjective aspect. It's where the information is taking you to, not where you feel like I'll drill. You might drill there, cost you money, and you don't have anything. And it doesn't even tell you anything. A borehole or a drill hole will be very expensive between haphazardly. So we need to see where the data suggests, not where we hope. Normally, statistical significance. Statistic is a big thing in geosciences. Are we looking at these anomalies and measuring them using the statistical tools that we have currently? And I bet geosciences all over the world are very, very key in the mining spaces. Statistics is very, very key in the geosciences studies all over the world. So are we making mistakes by looking at coincidence and you mistake it to correlation? So the coincidence that you have something in your outcrop, is it a correlation into the ore body of the point or the mineralization? So whatever you detect, will it be a coincidence or a correlation into the mineralization? So in an example there, it will be a magnetic anomaly is detected. So the questions we'll be asking ourselves, does it indicate mineralization? Will it have another explanation that we don't know? And those explanations we need to question and see what the information is what additional evidence is needed so that we can inform the model. You know, do we need to go and do more drilling? Do we need to do more sampling? Do we need to do more investigation so that we can get more data that can be sufficient statistically to give us the right model that we're going to use in the next stages? And obviously, after getting our model and we're trying to do now resource estimation, there are many resource estimation errors which originated from our processes. When you're doing your sampling, you need to think about how you're doing your sampling properly so that these results that come from the sampling does not bring more errors. And more errors in the first stage, as you know, it's a can be magnified as you go by. You know, the first stage is very important, and this geoscience is a very important study. Biased data sets, incorrect assumptions, over reliance on software outputs. You know, anything that is an output has to come to be interpreted by someone. And that's where the subjectivity, that's where we do studies for that long. We keep on improving our studies, our knowledge, so that when we're making assumptions, when we're making conclusions, we're making judgment, we are not relying on software outputs, because software cannot eliminate poor thinking. You know, whatever you get as an output is you based on your knowledge, you know, from your experience or from your studies, that you know this is the assumption that I need to make. These are the uncertainties that I know in this model. These are the things that I need to look at. These are the parameters that I need to look at, so that if price changes, I know my cattle grade will change. If my grade distribution, I need to look at it in terms of price every time it changes. My model will change. My ore and waste will change. You know, when we do all that, because from our experience, from our knowledge, we know how to make our assumptions. We know the uncertainties behind the mining process, whether it's the cost, the prices, and all these things that we do, so that we can modify these resources to be reserves. So when you're looking at that, it's not the software, it's you as a person making the right assumptions, looking at the uncertainties, and looking at those parameters that are going to affect the mine value chain, so that you can make your judgment better. I don't know if I'm still in time. Yes, I don't know. Yeah. So in the geotechnical division, obviously, as well, we look at the evidence that supports this recommendation, that where you're looking at that design. So the questions before accepting a design, you look at what evidence supports this recommendation, what are the assumptions made, they go wrong, exactly, or operation. And an example is where slope stability, and you're looking at all these things that made it to fail. Is it the structure, geological structure? Is it your groundwater? Is it whatever weathering? Is it your rock structure, how it looks like? Is it competent? And what the mining sequence, what is it that makes it instability? How your design is looking like? Is it a combination of all that? In the age of AI, just to summarize that AI is being increasingly valuable for geological modeling, resource estimation, imaging interpretation, predictive analytics, whether it's in the maintenance of the equipment, mineral perspective and mapping. But this AI do not produce answers that are very true to the whatever we are looking for. So we need to verify outputs, whatever we get from the AI, check sources, validate prediction, and understand limitations. And the process remains, obviously, as we said, the 6 stages where you're observing, analyzing, interpreting, reflecting, evaluating, and inferring, so that you can make your decision at the end of it. And it's a big thing where you're looking at and how you interpret it. The fact will be copper 2.5 over 8 meters. Interpretation, it continues at a certain depth. Speculation will be, these are world-class operation. And as a skill of a geologist is to recognize the difference between the fact itself and making the interpretation. Don't make speculation based on your data. Good questions will be challenging the assumptions, but by looking at what evidence supports this conclusion, what alternative explanation, what assumptions have been made, what information is missing, and any other question that you can look at. And with your work areas, whether it's in academic space, technical space, in the industry, healthy teams questions. They welcome questions. They encourage peer review. You learn from mistakes and reward curiosity, where you're looking at information which is missing. But poor teams is where you silence dissent, you protect assumptions, you stick to whatever you feel like you know, and you confuse confidence with competence. Confidence can kill the industry. So practical framework is just to test your assumptions, hunt for evidence, identify biases, notice alternatives, and keep on questioning. The art of questioning is where your critical thinking comes in. And that framework is, the acronym is just think. So keep on questioning as you're thinking. To summarize, takeaways is geosciences is a very interpretation-driven discipline, and geosciences and statistics, they merge together, and the data analytical tools that we have employed are very intertwined. Healthy skepticism improves decisions. Evidence should outweigh opinions, and every model should be challenged. And at the end of it, AI is a tool, not a replacement for judgment. And that's where your subjectivity comes in. And the best geologists are lifelong questionnaires. That will be the end of my presentation. And it is healthy skepticism is not doubting everything, it's demanding sufficient evidence before accepting anything, whether you're in the academic space or the technical space in the industry. Thank you. And I know I've exhausted my time, but I appreciate to be here with you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. We really appreciate your insights there. And thank you once again for joining us all the way from the States. So Sarah is an exploration geologist at Exaro. And if you need to know anything more about her, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer any questions. But I will hand over to her to take us through and kind of wrap up our day on this career journeys panel. So with our speakers to tell us how they got to where they are. Thank you, Sarah.
So yes, thanks for the introduction, and really thanks to all the sessions that were before this. And I think it's really been helpful to everybody that's joined. We've explored a number of essential skills that everybody has contributed to, and really being able to use these skills to adapt within a technical space, and see how our careers have unfolded. So really that's then what I'd like to chat to our panelists about is their career journeys, their panels, and how we all got to where we are now. We have at the moment 4 professionals who have very different paths. So Tokyo Indela, you come from the mining and energy lawyer, entrepreneur, vice chair of the SAIMM. And then with Dr. Matshidiso, she's the acting CEO of SACNAS. Maria, a geoscientist, data governance and quality lead at Barrick. And Raksha, the CEO of the Particle Group, recognized as a leader in the mining and energy space. So really just to kick it off, I have gone in and described it quick, but in one sentence, Tokyo, if we can go with you first, would you be able to describe how you got to your career and your journey so far, please?
No problem. So I started out in the legal industry and primarily just dealt with, the regulatory compliance and legislation components of the mining industry. And, I wanted to properly understand how I can better service my clients within the space. And so the starting point, of course, is to understand their industry. And so that then led me down the rabbit hole of joining different organizations, and particularly SAIM. And that led me to the point I am in right now, because these sort of organizations really give you a greater perspective with regards to what's happening within the industry and how you can better solve problems within that industry as well.
Great, thank you. Dr. Matshidiso, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. Could you do the same, please? Just give us a quick elevator description and a quick pitch on where you are and describe your career journey so far, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. And as a disclaimer, unlike many of you, I am not a geologist. My journey began in agriculture and evolved into science communication. Yet one lesson that I have learned is that regardless of the field of practice, whether you're in geology, agriculture, ecology, and the likes, we are all united by a common purpose, using science to improve lives and to contribute to sustainable development in our country. So just as a background, I worked at the Agricultural Research Council, where I started out as a technician and progressed to being a junior researcher. And at some point, I was the acting research team manager within a unit called Germplasm Conservation and Reproductive Technologies. And then I joined SAGNASP. What I thought was simply a career move turned out to be a much more greater calling, and I came to appreciate the critical role that natural scientists play in society and the importance of maintaining high standards of competence, ethics, and accountability. So I'm currently the acting CEO here at SAGNASP, overseeing the regulatory function. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And next on my screen, I've got Maria. Maria, would you do the same, please?
My career journey is not an ideal trajectory that most people would think that your career will follow. I started off in a completely different career, actually qualified graphic designer. And while I was doing graphic designing, data caught me. I tried my very best to move away from it with everything, but I kept on ending up doing data management systems and so forth. I then went and I studied BSc Environmental Science, and then did my honors, did my masters, did a couple of other courses and qualifications. And I realized that data keeps on finding me because I love data. And data loves me. So added to that, I love systems. And I started off in mining as an underground geologist, working for the then Goldfields mines in Kloof and West Driefontein and so forth. And then I ended up doing some greenfields, some brownfields exploration, and ended up back in complete data management for the geoscientific data for the Goldfields group. And it just progressed from there. And today I am basically looking after, the best way to describe it is, you all have that drawer in the kitchen that everyone just puts everything in, and then nobody seems to be able to find it. So my job currently is to make sure that drawer is well organized, and then when people put the data in there, that everybody knows how to get the data out and what data to get out, and to make sure that data is correct. So, and I have the responsibility for basically Latin Americans, Africa, and Middle East for the whole of America. Yeah, that's my story.
Great, thanks. And as much as Maria loves data, I love rocks. Then Raksha, you're up next, and you also know my love of rocks. Could you please share your background and your career journey?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not a geologist either, but I think I know enough geology or enough understanding of rocks to survive in this industry. I am a chemist by profession, and I ended up in the mining industry because I needed a job. I was applying for a job, and the first job I got happened to be in a hydromet processing plant. And I started my chemistry journey in mineral processing, and my career sort of expanded, and I moved out of the lab eventually, and I ended up, as a production manager, working on the plant in terms of mineral processing and hydrometallurgical processing specifically. I went through, a series of different evolutions in that space for a while. And then life hit, and I was retrenched, and I was just very desperate to find another job, which is how I found the job at Amis, which is a CRM producer, making mineral CRMs in the mining industry. My move to Amos was very much I need to get a job, I need to pay bills, and I'm going to do this for a stopgap while I then look for something else. Fast forward about 13 years probably, and I'm still within the group. So Amos then, completed an acquisition of one of our global competitors and gave birth to the Particle Group, for which today I'm the CEO. So what started off as looking for a job ended up becoming, staying in this industry because of beautiful opportunities that arose. And out of that, somewhere along the line, I don't know, between 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning, I found a passion for this industry, which is why I'm still here. So that's my journey.
Great, thank you. Well, I think one of the main things that you can take away from that is that there's been no single sort of pathway or necessarily the career trajectory that we all thought that we would be in. And I think all four panelists have echoed that there has been a change to what they thought when they were back at university. I think I'm going to open this up to the four panelists and ask, what's something that you think that you had to learn the hard way in the industry that no university has actually prepared you for? I don't know if there is anyone that wants to go first before I pick.
I'll go first if that's okay. I don't think university prepares you for anything, to be fair. I think university gives us, or at least from where I stood, university gave me a foundation to understand what the different elements in the periodic table were and how they came together. And I was able to then extract it and figure out what needed to happen from a pure science perspective. But in terms of navigating my career, that foundation lasted very minimal from a time perspective. Nothing prepares you for how you need to then take that and truly apply it into what needs to happen on a day-to-day basis. And I think work that you guys are currently doing and this kind of a day or a program that the GSSA has becomes so important to actually start I think opening the eyes of probably university students before they even hit industry. So I think university just gave me one or two tools or maybe just the shell of a toolbox, and then the career journey is where you started to find all the tools to put into it.
Absolutely. Are there any other panelists that want to add to that?
Yes, just one thing. Sorry, Dr. Machidish. So there's this meme that I absolutely love. It's a scuba diver walking in the desert, and it says, how my studies relate to my career. And definitely echoing what Raksha says. I always joke when I interview people and I say, when you've got undergrad, it shows me that you can get up and show up on time. When you have an honors, it shows me that at least you know which questions to start asking. If you have a master's and a PhD, it tells me that you know where the library is, and it tells me that you can go and find the information and actually write it down. But it does not tell me your ability to actually do what the work entails, because I think a lot of the things at university misses the point in terms of how do I interact with people, how does the industry evolve, and how do I fit within that evolution of the industry. So, and further to that, just on a side note, I think universities and schooling institutions miss the point and the mark quite a lot in terms of the actual technologies and practical applications of what you will do in your job. It just gives you that very basic foundation of, oh, this is a igneous rock, this is a sedimentary rock, and this is how we're sort of going to mine it. And that's what I've also found. And also, it does not really teach you the intricacies of great relationship building that you will need and be able to apply in your career as you carry on.
Great, thanks, Maria. Dr. Matshidiso, is there something else you'd like to add, or Tokyo?
Yes, I just wanted to say that early in my career, I believed that success was largely about technical expertise. You know, I focused largely on building scientific knowledge, becoming good at my job, while what was important was I soon realized that the workplace demands actually more from you. It demands more than your technical expertise. You're constantly faced with situations where your education, like Raksha said, it doesn't really fully prepare you for such. I had to learn at the ARC when I was working with farmers to communicate complex scientific concepts, and I was working under the reproductive physiology unit. So you can imagine now trying to translate that to farmers, to different audiences, how to work effectively in multidisciplinary teams. That was another challenge, how to manage projects and stakeholders, how to navigate and adapt to change. So I also had to learn about leadership, that it doesn't begin when you receive a title. Leadership actually starts from much earlier, through being accountable, taking responsibility, building those meaningful relationships, and constantly delivering on quality work as well. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And Tokyo, anything you'd like to add or?
Yes, I'd just like to echo what the other panelists have said, essentially that, with university just provides the basics, so for you to have a basic understanding of from my perspective, for example, in terms of interpreting the law. But then if you don't know how to communicate that to people, they will not properly understand where you're coming from. And so the workplace then teaches you just that. Communication enhances EQ skills. And also, when you're negotiating contracts with mining companies, with the community, you're dealing with various stakeholders, and you need to then also have the ability to properly understand what each of them are looking for, and also how to properly then communicate, like put everything together and properly communicate it to them in a way that they understand at their different levels, And I'd say that's what the workplace would then begin to teach you, in terms of really building on that EQ and furthering the communication aspect of how you present your information and things of that nature.
Great, thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, I think it's really insightful and really important. So thanks. Tokyo, I'm going to carry on and direct this question directly to you. So you've built a career as a mining and energy lawyer, but also you're a business owner and an industry leader. So I'd like to know, looking back, what would you say was the biggest risk that you've taken, and why was it worth taking?
I would say the biggest risk for me was when I decided to leave employment, to become self-employed and start my own law firm, because you're dealing with a lot of uncertainty, when you're making that sort of decision. And you don't know how well you're going to do. You are basically moving away from stability into something that's completely unknown. And, you're having full confidence and faith in yourself. And, you yourself as well, you're unknown with regards to how well will yourself perform in that space. And yeah, it was a big risk, but with that risk, I had to really put myself out there. I had to go on the ground and really work alongside with different mining companies at their different levels, junior mining companies, operators, wash plant operators, to properly understand their businesses, and then also to make sure that I'm able to then, create a service offering as well that really speaks to them. And and joining these different mining organizations really gave me greater perspective to really understand what's going on in the industry beyond what I've been taught, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats. Running your own company is really, it's a big step, and it is a big risk. So congratulations and well done with all your successes. I don't know if there's any of the other panelists that want to contribute or add any of the big risk that you've taken. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Dr. Machidisa with a specific question. I see everybody's on mute. So, Dr. Matsidishu, your career spans over research and science, communication that you just spoke about with regards to the farmers, and governance as well as leadership. So what has helped you successfully transition between all these different roles? I know that you touched on that, but what do you think has really helped you transition? Where did you get that confidence and the skills to do that?
I think for me, that was a major risk for me, because I was working in the lab most of the time, and I engaged with farmers, and now I moved to a totally different environment where now I'm working at SACNASP, which is a registration and regulatory authority for natural scientists. And I must admit that there were a lot of valuable lessons that I have learned. The lessons that remain relevant to every early career scientist, the importance of integrity, the importance of collaboration, and most importantly, lifelong learning. Technology keeps on evolving at a very rapid pace, and we constantly have to adapt and upskill and reskill ourselves. So that jump required me to go in a very unfamiliar territory, that required me to study further. I started a qualification in science communication, of which I did not have an opportunity to complete, but the knowledge that I have gained from those courses that I did, it really helped a lot. And like I've already mentioned that, technical expertise is important, but I think your growth as an individual will depend just as much as your professionalism and ability to work with others. So I'm very grateful that SACNASP actually opened the door for me to evolve and, go into science communication, which also entailed me bridging the gap between science and society, which is a big thing. And I know with our line department, the DSTI, the new mantra talks about placing science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, education, industry, and society. That resonates with where I want to be and where I would want, youngsters to take out their science. It mustn't just gather dust in the library. It mustn't just be on our laptops, confined to the labs. We need to take science to society so that people can appreciate the work that is being done by, our geologists, our agricultural scientists, and the like.
Absolutely. And I think, like you said, the soft skills and sort of that emotional capacity or maturity really helps a lot. So Maria, I'm going to move on to you. And you're often an advocate and for accessibility and inclusion of the workplace, and having traveled as extensively as you have, you've worked with so many different cultures, where I assume, this is my assumption, that you've had to use different soft skills depending on the cultures that you're using. And I think that you don't, or I wouldn't always necessarily consider that. So how have you had to use those soft skills in those different cultures to help you move on with your technical work and be successful in what you do?
Well, thank you for this question, Sarah, because firstly, I really hate calling it soft skills, because communication and general consideration of culture and business culture is actually both science and an art, because you have to think how other people think, first of all, before you can even approach them. And the art comes into really being able to approach people in a way that is not only respectful, but amenable to everyone. And just let me start off by saying, I also find that a lot of very technical-minded people say, oh, I'm so good with the maths, that's why I suck at the EQ. And I'm telling you, if you met me 20 years ago, you would not put me as the same person, because I was that person, good with the science, horrible at the communication. So it's definitely a skill that you can learn. It does not matter how well you do technically in other fields. So just getting that out of the way. And I will have to say that it's so interesting when you start moving around across cultures, across geographic locations, as to, first of all, how general business culture just differs. If you approach business the same way in the UK and South Africa and South America, I'm going to tell you now that you are going to be sorely remiss about the results you're going to get. For instance, if you tend to go to the UK, if you just straight down, this is the business, this is the time, here we are, we do it, then everybody's happy. And afterwards, it's like, okay, cheers, thank you, bye, and everyone leaves. Where in South Africa, there's a bit of a chit-chat component to it. And then if you look at some of the LATAM countries, you'll find a completely different thing, that you will end up with a meeting where there are 40 people and everybody wants to know what's going on. Nobody wants to make a decision at that point. And they're also very, very aware of the words that you choose. So some of it I've learned the hard way. And other things, it's just if you think about just being respectful, and which brings me to my last stint that I did was in Saudi, and a completely different culture to what I'm used to working with and in, but such a new opportunity to learn extra things in terms of how to work with people. And I think just that approach, being curious and not judgmental, and also not being ready to stand on your ground as to the way that you are looking from things culturally, will allow you to work better with people, with other cultures. And I found that curiosity, not only for my technical part, but also genuine curiosity for the people that I work with, works very well in terms of just working across cultures and working across different industries even. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was great, and it's really insightful and yeah, exciting. And I hope that a lot of the participants also get exposed to that eventually through their careers. This is a nice segue to you, Raksha, and essentially, you basically, like most, a lot, your interactions go from students who have just graduated and really early entry professionals, all the way to industry leaders and CEOs and really high positioned staff members that you're dealing with. And I've watched you work with all of them. So what do you think that non-technical skill, and not a soft skill, as Maria's gone and highlighted, it's not a soft skill, it's a really important skill. What do you think that helps you and contributes the most to the success of working with this wide span of different, I suppose, ages and professions and expertise that you're working with?
Okay, so answering against what is the technical skills?
Sorry. So what would you say is the most important skill, a non-technical skill that's really contributed to your success of dealing with people that span right across their different ages?
Listening. I don't think people actually put enough value on the importance of listening. But when they say listening as well, it's like, I don't know, I've learned how to listen and how to listen properly, because I think, lots of times, and I think as you progress through the different stages of your career, we tend to want to listen just so that we can react, or we can defend, or we can, have a rebuttal based on whatever's going on from a conversation perspective. I think that the importance of listening is so important in terms of like the needs of a student versus the needs of a CEO versus the needs of an industry partner are so fundamentally different. And we almost have to train ourselves to understand the depth of what someone is saying relative to who they are in the spaces that they interact. And I think that that's a skill that, one, nobody teaches you how to do, and you really do need to invest the time in learning how to do it. And I found, for me, it's one of the things that I believe has made me a stronger person / leader / manager, because everybody is so fundamentally different, right? And I think that the ability to be able to truly listen to, one, what people are saying, two, what people are trying to say, and then three, what no one is actually saying, but they probably really do mean, is super important. And I think that's something that we probably need to start training ourselves on from a very, very, very early stage of the career, because I can guarantee you, when you sit, in senior roles, it becomes one of the most imperative things.
No, absolutely. Like you said, listening to actually hear what the person is saying rather than to just reply. I think it would solve a lot of problems because people always
in an
forget
ideal world, Sarah. In an ideal
Yes,
world.
yeah, no, absolutely. So I think that is again a nice segue into another question that I wanted to open up to everyone, and it's a great skill, but and it's something that I wanted to add on to is as a panel, what skill do you think that young professionals underestimate the most? So we all discuss sort of, as you said, technical ability is really important, and Raksha, you've just added that listening is one of them. What additional skills do you really think that the young professionals or young entry into their career paths are they should be working on or paying more attention to?
Can I go first?
Yeah, please, Maria.
Okay, so I don't want to call it networking. I want to call it relationship building. You cannot know the value of having excellent relationships. I always say that mining is a global industry, and it seems very large, but at one point in your career, you're going to realize how small it actually is, because somebody that you're working with will know somebody that you're going to work with or worked with previously. And by building relationships, like really honest, authentic relationships, not networking as most people think about it, I think that is one of the most important skills. And I'm not saying go and build hundreds of relationships. If you tend to be a bit more quiet, a bit more introverted, just the people that you really like working with and work well with, make sure that you put the energy into those relationships that you would like somebody to put into the energy for a relationship with for you, because it really makes a difference further down your career, because people will also say, oh, it doesn't know, it's not what you know, it's who you know, but it's actually who knows you. So it's very imperative to have authentic, real relationships that start even at university level and carries on through your career. And as you go along, make sure that you put in respect and you put in the work for good relationships.
Great. I think that's so important. I don't know if the other panelists, if you have anything else that you'd like to add. Oh, there's Raksha.
So 100%. And I think if I can just add on Maria's relationships one, I think the inauthentic, for the sake of trying to progress my career, I need something from you type relationship is the most transparent relationship of the lot. And I think that people underestimate that part as well. And so I think the authentic part, but the genuinely authentic part of what she mentioned is so key. I think the other thing that becomes very important as a skill that we need to develop is, I think we need to know or try and figure out who we are. And I think the second that we try and learn about ourselves or understand who we are and what it is that becomes, I don't know, I guess important to us, or who we are in terms of how we show up in different spaces, that's also super important, because that allows you to navigate your career in a specific way as well. I think that, sometimes we get into spaces and you think you are something, and you think you've got the straight line linear curve in terms of where you're going to get to in 5 years and then 10 years and then 20 years. And I guess perhaps Dr. Matsabani and I, who've just totally deviated from where we started once upon a time. And I guess Maria, from graphic designer to data lover, it's a crazy different journey, right? But at some point in the journey, we have to sort of stop, look in the mirror and self-introspect in terms of, okay, but this is who I am, and this is where my passion sits. This is the stuff I love doing. And I think that, science in general gives us such a great foundation in terms of the ability to think analytically and to be inquisitive and be curious. And it's about how do we actually harness that stuff and find the true passion of what it is that we want to be, and how do we find those successes in our career journey? Because science is so bloody cool, guys. I mean, I think that we all can agree on that one, but it's about how do we find the different niches for each of us to find the thing that makes us thrive and build the careers from there. So I think self and learning about self becomes super important as well.
Yes. So for me, I would say perhaps adaptability. In today's world, change is constant, and many young professionals begin their careers with a clear plan, but careers often unfold in unexpected ways there's constantly new opportunities, there's new interests that emerge, and sometimes the most rewarding opportunities are those that we never part of they were not part of our original plan. So I believe that adaptability is about being willing to embrace that change, take on new challenges, and continuously develop yourself as an individual. It's also about being open-minded as well, learning from different experiences and seeing uncertainty as an opportunity for growth rather than a barrier. So I think in addition to what Raksha and our colleague said, Maria said, we need to be adaptable as professionals.
Absolutely. Very, very valid points. Tokyo, is there anything you'd like to add before I move on?
Yeah, no problem. So the one skill that I've identified that's really helped me along in my career has been curiosity. Because curiosity is what pushes you to ask questions, to seek understanding, and to step outside the boundaries of your own profession. That's how you begin to really learn more than what you were taught in university, And, when I entered the mining industry as a lawyer, I quickly realized that legislation alone would not make me an effective advisor. Therefore, I became curious. I started interacting with operators, slowly understand, rather than seeing my small part in the cog, I began to start to really understand the entire cog itself and how it functions, and then how I can add greater value through that curiosity. So it's really played an important role.
Great, and I think all four have really contributed a lot. I see Maria's.
Yeah, I want one more thing that I think is also very important to learn as a skill, and that is to learn how to fail and how to fail gracefully and fail forward. You are going to fail. You're going to fail miserably. You're going to sit and think, why did I even think this would work? But the skill comes in to take that failure and learn from it and just say, okay, well, it's happened now. Let's carry on with it. So definitely also learning to fail gracefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking constructive criticism. That was one of the toughest points that I've taken, and it helped me improve my product. So definitely, absolutely. And I echo it from everyone's perspective. But with 5 minutes to go, I'm going to take on the advice that Tokyo said and said from curiosity. I don't know if there are any questions, and if I'm going to open it up firstly to the audience if they have questions. If not, I do have a final question. So I don't know if anybody on the audience is curious and is going to be brave and ask a question, or if you would like me to.
There is actually one in the chat.
Let's see. Early in our careers, I think many of us are afraid of exposing or casting a light on what we don't know and avoid asking questions because we don't want to be perceived as dumb. Ironically, I think that often results in much bigger mistakes. For our panelists with decades of experience, what's the biggest or perhaps the funniest mistake that you've made early in your career, and what has it taught you?
I can go there. Mine happened on day 4 of the working world. I mean, I've told the story many times, and yeah, it's I guess it's funny now. I mean, in that moment, it wasn't. So, like I said, I started as a chemist, and on my literal 4th day of professional employment, I was given an instruction to run a series of tests on an AA, and I blew it up. It went boom, there was a big bang, there was smoke, there was fire. Somebody came rushing in with a fire extinguisher. It was pretty hectic. And so I stood there and I was in tears, like tears streaming down my face. I was terrified. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get fired. My dad's going to kill me. How am I going to go back home? What am I going to do? And my then manager, he was the one who was putting out this fire. And at the end of it, he stood there and he looked at me and he just started laughing. And I was like, oh my God, like, why is this man laughing? Like, this is even more terrifying. And he looked at me and he said to me, he says, so clearly you have no idea what you're doing. And I was like, nope, no idea. And he's like, okay, let me show you. And he proceeded to help me clean up. And then he taught me probably one of the biggest lessons, which echoes Maria's failure, is that failure is the greatest teacher we all have. And sometimes it's okay to not to know what you're doing, but ask for the help in the process. And I think it was my very first exposure to mentorship in that moment. And I never realized I was being mentored or whatever it is up until much later when I understood what the concept was. So, Chad, none of us have got polished careers, not by any means. I mean, I have fumbled, I've fallen, I've got literal scars on my legs from when I've fallen off ladders and whatnot, because it's a reality, because we're all human beings. But it's about how do we pick ourselves up every single time and like just navigate the journey. And that's where the building blocks, I think, of all of our careers begin, is through the funny, awkward, horrible mistakes that we make, because that's life and that's how it goes. So yeah, that was mine.
Mine, I started when I just got looking after the geological database. So I'm talking about just under about 20 years ago. I just learned, I went and did a whole course on SQL and the best way looking at data. And one of the things they say there is you have to, if you take over from somebody else, you have to change the password of the admin, blah, blah, blah. So I started off, yay, I'm going to change the password of the admin, went in, changed the password of the admin, not realizing that this specific system that we had was set in such a way that if you change the admin password, you actually effectively lock everyone and admin out. So, and this was on a Friday afternoon, just after lunch. I broke the database completely. Nobody could open it. Nobody could see anything. And it was also month end and near measuring time. So chaos ensued. And everybody was like, what is going on? And I just said, well, I broke it. I broke it, but I fixed it. So yes, it was, I think, a combination of being very self-assured and only having half the knowledge that you actually need to understand what's happening. So yes, broke the database completely, but fixed it within the over the weekend so that everyone was happy when they came in on a Monday. That was definitely one of the worst things I've done. That and accidentally deleting a very important system table whilst fixing the database.
So, Kira, do you have any memories that you want to share?
I think. Yeah. I think. Oh no, sorry. You can go for it. I'll come after you.
Okay. So once in my lifetime, I worked at a poultry farm, and the workers had this thing where when they were feeding the chickens, for some reason, they switched off the lights and then switched on the automated feeder so that the chickens don't really know what's happening. They know there's feed, but you switch off the lights. So they didn't inform me, and I was attacked, like literally attacked by the chickens in that house. I was traumatized. I had bruises all over. And fresh from university, I thought I knew quite a bit about poultry farming. I had studied the theory. I understood poultry management. I was eager to show that I can apply my knowledge in practice, but I learned the hard way. And what I learned is that you learn a lot from everyone around you, from the farm work, because they've been working there for years. So there's a lot of knowledge from there. And so I had to humble myself and learn a lot from the people that I was working with. That was a very funny experience. I still have scars. But it was one of my funniest early career lessons that happened while I was working at the poultry farm.
Great, thank you. And like the true gentleman that you are, Tokyo, do you want to close it out for us?
No problem. So earlier on in my career, I remember once I was conducting a site visit at an open pit mine that was yet to be operational. And then I wanted to make a good impression on the client I was going to see. And I decided to go to the mining site with a full suit, with my shoes, everything. And sure, I understood why PPE is a thing, that there's a reason why you have to wear certain boots, you have to wear certain clothing, especially, it was in Northwest, and it's very hot there. I think it was the hottest that day, and that suit of mine was ruined. I think within the first 5 minutes of stepping onto that mining site, that's when I saw that, no, you need to observe others around you and adapt. You have to leave your old ways of doing things behind and just adapt so that you properly acclimatize yourself to that certain environment. And that was the lesson I learned, adaptability.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely a skill that we all need to use, and we do use daily, because and even in our careers have adapted from that. But I'd really like to thank all four of the panelists. Thank you for sharing all your insights and your personal stories, and yeah, also just letting everybody that's on this journey that we're all just human, and that we're learning as we go. And just congratulations to as far as you've got, and we look forward to chatting in future events. And then I think as a closing, just thanks to the GSSA and Natalie for organizing. That's been great. And then I'm going to hand over to you, Nat.
I just ended off there by saying thank you once again to all our panelists. It was a really, really nice way to round off the day. And thank you, Sarah, for hosting for us. We really appreciate it. So as we come to the end of today's program, I hope everyone is leaving with a few new ideas, practical insights, and perhaps some fresh perspective on your own career journey. We've learned everything from building your professional network and your professional brand right in the beginning of the day, to our professionalism, ethics, data, and technology. We heard from Prof. Nikki also as to everything AI and what we are having to do to adapt to those. And then, of course, adaptation to change and the progress in your careers. So I just want to thank again all of our sponsors. Again, without the sponsorship, these events would not happen. Thank you very much to all of our attendees today. Your attention and interaction was fantastic. If you do have any more questions, please, I'm sure our speakers will not hesitate to interact with you. But please do attend all of our upcoming networking events that we have planned, or all of our other events also that we went through earlier in the day. As I said, we're only halfway through our events calendar for the year, so there's still a lot upcoming. Please participate, get involved, and grow your career your own way. So on that note, again, thank you very, very much to our speakers. We really appreciate the time you put aside to prepare these presentations and spend the day with us. It's been incredibly valuable, and we hope to see you again in the future. Thank you very much to everyone, and we will see you at the next one.